Portfolio Committee number 1's inquiry into the expenditure in the areas of Premier and Finance for the budget of 2023-2024. This is the second hearing of the committee's inquiry, and I'd like to begin, of course, by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I'm the Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister David Harris, MP, and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Aboriginal Affairs and Treaty, Gaming and Racing, Veterans, the Central Coast, and Medical Research. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent, including myself. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So the witnesses, welcome, and I thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and I'll begin over here to my left.
Shane Hamilton, Deputy Secretary, Aboriginal Affairs. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr Hamilton. Mr Draper.
Yes, Simon Draper. I'm the Secretary of the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms Wildwater.
Elizabeth Mildwater, Secretary, Department, Enterprise, Investment and Trade. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Barakat.
Thank you. Tariq Barakat, Acting Chief Executive, Hospitality and Racing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Dr Levesque.
Hi, Jean-Frédéric Lévesque. I'm Deputy Secretary for Clinical Innovation and Research within New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5... Sorry?
Other witnesses.
Is there other witnesses? Oh, sorry. Apologies. We'll do that too.
Got a bit of a cast of thousands.
Okay, sorry. Mr Griffin.
Yes, sorry, Chair. My name's Steve Griffin. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Graham Welfare and Integrity Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you. Mr Crawford.
My name's Philip Crawford. I'm the Chief Commissioner of the New South Wales Casino Commission, and I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Caroline Lamb. I am the Chairperson of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So
Thank you.
My name's Caroline Mackinnis. I'm the Director in the New South Wales Office for Veterans Affairs, which is in the Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Harriet White. I'm the Executive Director of Regional Development in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. That's all of them? No more? Okay, thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 3pm. We'll have a 15-minute break before holding a session with witnesses from the independent agencies from 3:45 to 5:30. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister, and
morning,
your
Sarah.
many officials from varied agencies. I guess that's what happens when you've got quite differing responsibilities under your ministerial portfolio. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Minister, I just want to start with a couple of questions to you just in relation to some of your disclosures, and I'm just keen to get some information about the role that you have as a voluntary director for, I think it's Bendigo Bank in Wyong. How long have you had that position for?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's been a voluntary role I've had for about 10 years, but after becoming a minister, I tendered my resignation and I'm no longer a board member.
Okay. Did you do that on advice from DPC, or was that just in the abundance
No,
of
after the
caution?
Premier called me to say that I'd been appointed to the ministry before I was sworn in. I read the ministerial code of conduct from jacket to jacket and sent an email to the bank. Originally, I was going to seek the opportunity to remain on the board, but after reflection, personal reflection, I decided to resign, unfortunately, because I'd really enjoyed the role.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, and maybe some of your colleagues should follow your example in terms of that thoroughness, Minister. I just also now want to ask a few questions just about the budget in terms of the plan for regional New South Wales, and particularly the page 25 of this document, which obviously covers the Central Coast. Did you have involvement in that, your office part of that?
Not in actually putting the document together.
Okay.
If I had, then there would have been some typos that might have been corrected.
Okay. Would one of those typos be including a project in Harrington?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just thought that was curious because that was part of the Central Coast.
Yeah, it's interesting, the definition of the Central Coast, us coasties understand it intimately. Other people think that anywhere between the North Coast and the South Coast is the Central Coast.
Yes.
So.
Oh, well, maybe for next year you can talk to your colleagues and ensure that that doesn't happen again, because that did certainly
Although a few
stand
days
out.
before it came out, I did drive through that area and I know they actually need that project.
Well, I'm sure they do,
yeah,
but
don't
I'm
deny
sure
them
that that's probably something your colleague, as the Minister responsible for the North Coast, might be more interested in. In terms of you just mentioned then the sort of specific areas of the Central Coast. What are the LGAs that you cover in that portfolio?
Just the one, the Central Coast.
Just the Central Coast
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
okay. And then in terms of, there's no legislation that you're responsible as Minister for the Central Coast?
No, not directly.
Okay. And do you have any staff who work for you full-time on the Central Coast portfolio matters?
I have an advisor that covers about 3 portfolios.
Yes, okay.
The Central Coast being one of them.
Okay.
However, a number of my team come from the Central Coast, so we're pretty well intimately across all of the issues, and having been a member since 2007, I know where a lot of the skeletons are buried, so that helps.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you do with that, Minister. In terms of the, I guess, some of the projects, the $97 million for the Pacific Highway through the Wyong Town Centre, again, a project I'm sure you're familiar
Very
with being
dear to my
your
heart.
local area.
Yes.
How much of that $97 million is coming from the federal government?
Yeah, so the federal member, Emma McBride, was able to, through Catherine King, have, I think it's around $80 million fast-tracked. And we're really grateful for that. That's a project that we've been trying to get started since 2009, when planning first started. There's been about $40 million spent on planning and on consultation, buying land and also demolishing some of the buildings, and the community's ready to see that project begin. The complication is that the first part of the project, which will take about 18 months, is moving services out of the road corridor into the rail corridor, and that has to be done when trains aren't running. So they have to book all of that work in. So that detailed planning is currently underway, is my understanding.
So just on that, would you agree that the Coalition in the last budget was actually spent more on that project than this Labor government has?
No.
With 40 million's been spent on planning, and
Yes.
you just said that 97 million breakdown was about 80 million from the Commonwealth. So does that mean the state contribution from Labor this year was 17 million?
No. They can't spend the money, literally can't spend it. They have to actually do what the project determines. So over those years, we've had $1 million, $3 million, I think the most was $9 million, without a shovel literally being put into the ground. What needs to happen now is that detailed planning in terms of working with that rail corridor issue, and you don't allocate more money than you can practically spend in the short term. Over the forwards, the total cost of the project is estimated $420 million,
Okay.
and there's an 80-20 split.
Okay. Thank you. I might just hand over to my colleague now. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you so much, Minister. So this week's media, including reports in the Australian and the Sydney Morning Herald, say that correspondence from Commissioner Karen Webb states that the primary role of the New South Wales Police Force is law enforcement, and the suggestion that it is responsible for achieving closing the gap targets to reduce overrepresentation would lead to competing duties. Now, I presume you've spoken to the Commissioner and also the Police Minister about this, considering it is quite a misalignment.
Yeah, look, we've spoken to the Minister's office.
About this specific issue?
I don't characterise her statement as actually saying that. I think there's a whole range of really good programs New South Wales Police are doing in terms of dealing particularly with youth issues in Western and other parts of New South Wales. I think what she was saying, if I understand it, was that you have a situation where police shouldn't be making decisions about whether they arrest someone or not based on statistics. They should do their job.
So have you spoken to the Commissioner to
No, I
actually
haven't spoken
clarify
directly.
that,
No,
to
I haven't
understand
spoken
what she
directly to the
means?
Commission.
Have
No.
you spoken to the Minister?
Yeah, I've spoken to the Minister's office.
About
No, but not the Minister, just her office.
Not directly, no.
Okay. And I guess what is your response? Are you, as the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, does that concern you?
No, I understand what she was saying, and we have to have a whole of government approach to these issues. We have to understand that there's not a silver bullet, and it's not just on one department or one organisation to solve the myriad of issues. So we're talking across ministers, particularly in terms of closing the gap about how we address all of these issues. Now, we've been in government for a reasonably short period of time, after 12 years. So a lot of the current statistics are on the last government. For us to turn that ship around, it will take time to change policy, to change attitudes, and that's what we're working on. That's what our focus.
I think we're all aligned on wanting to achieve those closing the gap targets.
Excellent.
And there are some that have been achieved, or there are some that are working towards the
I wouldn't say
direction.
achieved, yes.
Fair enough. And some that certainly are falling behind. But the police certainly have responsibility for justice, you could say safety, you could even go so far as education and employment and health and wellbeing. So it would be reasonable to say that you would want the police to be very aligned on the fact that they have a key role to play in achieving those closing the gap targets.
Absolutely, and I think they acknowledge that themselves.
Okay, well, it definitely doesn't seem to be what Commissioner Webb was saying in response to the LEC report. So I think it would be worthwhile to ensure, as Minister, that she understands that very well, because there does seem to be a misalignment there. I mean, do you back the LEC's calls?
Yeah, I think there's a whole range of strategies that need to be employed in what is a very difficult area. Keeping people out of incarceration is a very important thing to do, and as I said, within the new ministry, there is a working group looking at those justice issues. So we understand our responsibility under closing the gap, and we're working very, very hard to make sure that we achieve those outcomes that are part of closing the gap, and we hope that we'll have bipartisan support when we're doing it.
There's literally a whole chapter that LEC has put together that is titled "Policing is Central to Achieving Closing the Gap." So would you agree with that statement?
Of course.
Okay.
You just said, Minister, sorry, that there's a ministerial group looking at these issues. Which ministers are involved in that?
Yeah, so we have the Attorney General, the Minister for looking after DCJ, women, the Police Minister's part of that. Everyone across government is absolutely committed. Health, education, everyone is committed.
But
to this.
I want to know, you said there's a ministerial group. I'm assuming that's some sort of subcommittee of cabinet.
Well, I was talking about justice specifically.
The Justice Ministry.
Yeah,
Okay.
but what we've done is we've implemented quarterly meetings now with ministers, which will begin shortly, for them to report on what they're doing in terms of closing the gap targets. So that will start. That's one of the changes we've put in place to make sure that each department is responsible for delivering on their responsibilities under the Closing the Gap agreement.
When will those meetings start, did you say?
I think it's next November.
Will that involve representatives from Aboriginal peak organisations?
Yeah, so we have also, as you know, we meet with Capo on a regular basis.
As did the previous government.
As the previous government, and does the Premier. And so we've recommitted to those meetings and keeping that consultation going. And one of my responsibilities is to report through the Closing the Gap, New South Wales Closing the Gap Council as co-chair, to report on what the government's doing in terms of meeting those targets.
Okay. So can I just be very clear in asking? So the LEC recommended that New South Wales Police Force publishes a Closing the Gap delivery plan and recognises the valuable role that Aboriginal community liaison officers and First Nations staff play. I'm sure you agree with that, but do you back the LEC's calls that New South Wales Police Force should publish a Closing the Gap delivery plan?
Well, my understanding that's what we do under the reporting that comes back through the department. So I'll take that on notice and check specifically, but all of the different departments are reporting back through centrally on what they're doing to close the gap.
So in principle, you do agree that the police force should be publishing a Closing the Gap delivery plan?
Yeah, I don't see why they would find that offensive.
And in terms of, you said that there's reporting back through your Closing the Gap mechanisms, presumably within government, but they're not made public, are they? Those sort of quarterly reports that come back in, are they publicly available?
Well, they're publicly available through the joint council meetings. So there's a communique that's published after each of those meetings, which reports on what the discussions have been about. As you know, all of these things are heavily negotiated, and then New South Wales then goes to the National Closing the Gap Council and reports on our progress as well. So we're putting in a whole range of machinery mechanisms to improve that reporting. That's just being implemented now, so I'm not going to tell you it's done, but we are taking this very, very seriously. In fact, I think that both the productivity report and generally it's recognised through the work of the previous government, but throughout what we're doing to strengthen that New South Wales is leading the way.
And just finally on that, will you be seeking a meeting with the Police Commissioner to talk about this matter?
Yeah, I think that will be important. We will do that, and with the Minister as well. We've had some other issues going on, so I was staying, giving them space to deal with those really, really important issues that I think we all know and understand, and I think that's a sensible, reasonable thing to do.
Hopefully they can
when it's
walk and chew
appropriate,
gum.
we will sit down and meet and discuss these matters.
And when do you think it would be appropriate?
You want an exact date?
Well, I mean, are we talking in the next week or the next month or the next year?
Well, I would think in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, the report's only just been released, literally.
Okay. Thank you. So I do presume that you were concerned about the recent amendment to the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, which removed reference to the Aboriginal Affairs Community Engagement Group within the Premier's Department. Were you aware of that?
That was the amendment that occurred last year.
No, there was a bill last week that went through Parliament. It was a miscellaneous bill. And in that, so this is something you're not aware of?
No, I
evidently?
am aware there were changes in there.
So
It was
what
a
was your
machine. It was a
understanding
very
of the
small
change?
machinery change, because as we change the structure through closing the gap overall, then that means you have to change other areas as well.
So could you just
we
explain
now
the
consult.
change to
Well, we
me?
now consult with a range of Aboriginal groups across the board.
No, I think you've, I think you might have missed this change. So there was a change last week that went through a miscellaneous bill, and it actually removed reference to the Aboriginal Affairs CEG within the reference to the Premier's Department. So the Office of the Registrar for the Aboriginal Land Rights Act can cede responsibility to previously somebody within the Aboriginal Affairs Department, Aboriginal Affairs in the Premier's Department. But Aboriginal Affairs has now been removed from that. So it can be anybody in the Aboriginal Affairs Department, the Premier's Department, that is able to be given that responsibility. Were you aware of that change?
I was aware of the change. Shane
Yeah.
might have more detail on the specific of how it's actually going to work and what we're putting in place.
Well, does it concern you that there's now no
Well, it obviously didn't
reference?
concern me because I supported it.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not concerned that a removal of a reference to Aboriginal Affairs within the Premier's Department was included, so that the Office of the Registrar now can give its responsibility to anybody in the Premier's Department, not just somebody who works within Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, Aboriginal Affairs comes under the Premier's Department.
In the previous legislation, it was specifically called out, though. It said Aboriginal Affairs, Department of Premier and Cabinet, and then that was replaced in the miscellaneous bill, and it just says Department.
But I think you're looking at it in isolation. We're making a whole lot of other changes that would negate what you're saying. So
But that specific reference is gone, and we just want to understand why.
yeah, I'll hand over to Shane.
Can I just confirm you're talking about the Aboriginal Land Rights Act?
Yep.
Yeah. So we've had a machinery government change, and Aboriginal Affairs is now in the Premier's Department.
No, it was listed specifically Aboriginal Affairs, Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was the name of the Department of Premier and Cabinet has been changed to Premier's Department, but in that, a removal of reference to Aboriginal Affairs within the Premier's Department is now the case in this legislation. So you're not aware of that?
I'm aware of what you're talking about, but I don't agree with the premise of what you're putting. It's Aboriginal Affairs is part of Department of Premier.
So
now.
why wasn't it?
It's not Premier and Cabinet,
But it used to
and
be
we're
called
putting
out
in a whole lot of other
specifically.
machinery changes, and working through all of these issues step by step. So
But what's the point of the removal?
because it was redundant.
So Aboriginal Affairs in the Premier's
No.
Department is
The premise of
redundant.
what you're saying isn't right. It's still Aboriginal Affairs is in the Premier's Department.
So why not specifically call that out?
The question has clearly been answered. That is, this was
No.
a mechanical legislative change which has been catered for, and the member continues to pursue a line of questioning which has been answered.
No, to the
by-
point of order, Chair.
To the point of
Firstly,
order.
we're entitled to use our time as we see fit. Secondly, I don't believe there's been clarity as yet. We'd like to continue just to pursue this line of questioning, which is our right.
Yeah, I've been listening closely. I won't uphold the point of order, but I do think it's important to allow the witness to answer without a barrage of questions. So continue, but be mindful of the resolution to treat all witnesses with courtesy and wait to hear the answers too.
Okay, so maybe I'll put it this way. So the registrar can now delegate their functions to anybody in the Premier's Department, according to this legislative change, whereas previously the registrar could only delegate those functions to somebody within Aboriginal Affairs in the Premier's Department. That is the effect of the legislative change.
Well, I think that it was basically acknowledging the fact that we used to have the Department of Premier and Cabinet, now we have the Department of Premier, and so it's been recognised through that. So obviously Aboriginal Affairs is a part of that, and that's where it would go to.
Okay.
But as it did previously, and I hate to labour the point, but the previous legislation specifically said Aboriginal Affairs, Department of Premier and Cabinet. Now that part just says Premier's Department. So the phrase Aboriginal Affairs has come out. Now, you may say it's just a technicality in machinery of government, but that explicit reference to Aboriginal Affairs within the department has now been removed, and you can see that quite clearly in the bill.
Okay, and you're looking at that in isolation away from all of the other changes
But
that
why
are
wouldn't you
occurring.
just keep it in there? I don't understand why.
Well, the recommendation was that it was changed,
From
and
who?
it was part of a machinery of government change. It wasn't seen as controversial.
From who and why?
Well, it came from the department.
And
I think
maybe we can then ask some questions to you
Yeah.
after in the afternoon session. I just wanted to understand about the position of the registrar. I know it was considered an interim registrar earlier in the year. Could you please provide an update on that?
Yes, so there has been a process to choose the next registrar, and that is currently underway and about to be concluded.
When does Miss Cortman finish her role as the registrar? Has that been?
Yep.
Because she had that role in a substantive.
She did,
and she's
yes.
been in the interim position.
Yeah, so she resigned from the position, and Mr. Mark Dupre has been acting whilst that new process has been undertaken.
Okay, and when do you, sorry, Ministers, when do you expect to have the appointment of the new registrar?
Very, very soon.
Imminently?
It's on my desk.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see how quickly you get through your corridor.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. We'll go to questions from the crossbench, beginning with myself for 5 minutes, the Greens for 10 minutes, Animal Justice, who I think Ms Hurst is on the line somewhere there, for 5 minutes. Minister, some questions here about pokies. Minister, in regards to pokies and load-up limits, how many $500 load-up limit machines have been introduced since the government launched their new policy?
Okay, so for the specifics of that, I'll be able to hand over to Tarek, or you might want to ask him the detail this afternoon. But as you know, that policy was about on all new machines or machines that were transferred. So it's very, very early in the process. I think, would it be a month, 2 months?
So the change came in from all new machines from 1 July this year.
Mr Barracat, could I ask if you speak into the... It's very hard for me to hear, and also for Hansard if you're not...
Sorry, no problem.
Yep.
No, I was just saying that that change commenced from 1 July this year. So any new machine going onto the floor of a venue from 1 July this year had to have that lower load-up limit of $500. And I can say that to your first question, there's 2,809 machines have been installed with that lower load-up limit.
Okay. To the Minister, is the Minister aware that there is a special requirement in the Gaming Machine Act Clause 21(4), which creates a barrier to a club deciding to go poker machine free? CEOs and or boards can decide by themselves to divest of any number of machines, but when they are down to their last 10, there has to be a special meeting of members. Is the Minister aware of this, and how many clubs have had to hold a special general meeting to consider whether to sell their last 10 or fewer machines?
It's a very specific question. I'll have to take that on notice.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, you were speaking before about the Closing the Gap targets and referencing, there was a reference to the LEC report which suggests that policing is central to closing the gap. Minister, are you aware that a charge and conviction for cannabis possession is often the first step young Aboriginals, Australians and people in New South Wales take into the criminal justice system? Do you think that Aboriginal people in this state are over-policed when it comes to cannabis, and are our cannabis laws fit for purpose?
Yes, the answer to the first part of your question, yes, I am aware that is the situation. What I would say, though, is that is why Labor committed to the having the drug consultation next year, and I'm sure that will be raised as one of the issues. And I certainly invite everyone to put in submissions around that issue, because it is a very important one. Minister, in terms of cannabis, in terms of the Bureau of Crime Statistics, says that
in terms of cannabis interactions between members of the public and the police, in terms of all those interactions, despite the Aboriginal community representing 4 or 5% of the community, they actually represent 30% of those people who are having, in inverted commas, interactions with the police. Does that mean that the police are over-policing a particular group, the Aboriginal community, when it comes to cannabis?
Yeah, look, I can't comment specifically on that last point, but it does concern me. We know that incarceration rates are too high, and we do also know that people are put in remand, particularly from Aboriginal community, for long periods of time before they even get their day in court. So these are all issues that we're looking at as a new government, and we're going to use things such as the drug summit. I know the Attorney General is very serious about these issues. We're having discussions around all of these things, particularly in terms of how we address the closing the gap targets, and the government has it all as a very high priority.
So will these cannabis, like potential changes to drug laws, are they being discussed in this ministerial working group when it's looking at closing the gap targets?
Look, we're discussing. I'm not going to talk about exactly what we're talking about, but we have discussed, and I have discussed directly with the Attorney General, our concern around some of these issues. I can't foreshadow at this stage what any actions may or may not look like, because we have committed to the drug summit. We want to hear the evidence that's put forward by experts there, but we absolutely recognise that it's an issue.
Thanks, Minister. Questions now from Ms Fairman. You're on mute, Kate.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister. I just wanted to ask you about, I think you're aware of there was a call for documents in both the lower house and the upper house earlier this year, which uncovered documents in relation to liquor and gaming compliance. I just wanted to check that you are aware of the letter that was uncovered, one of the letters that was uncovered in that call for papers by Mr. Philip Crawford regarding money, project into money laundering in pubs and clubs. You're aware of that letter?
I am aware of that letter.
And you're aware of what it contained in terms of what it found?
I am, yes.
And what did it find?
Mr. Crawford's actually here. He might be best to talk about that directly.
No, I just wanted to ask you, Minister, because I've got time in the afternoon. I've only got 10 minutes this morning with you. So you're aware that it basically uncovered quite concerning instances of money laundering in pubs and clubs. Deeply concerning is the words that Philip Crawford used to describe the contents of the report. Specifically that there were 10 venues that accounted for 41% of suspicious transactions identified across 178 venues. You're aware of that?
Mm-hmm.
What's been your response since that letter was revealed by the Parliament?
Yeah, so we obviously have the Independent Gaming Panel looking at harm minimisation and money laundering issues. We have a number of experts that are feeding information into that panel, and their work is quite wide-ranging, and they will assist the government in developing policy moving forward. We also have, since the letter was written, we've got different commissions that have given recommendations to government as well, and that's all a big part of what the reforms that we're putting in place to address all of these issues.
Were you aware of the existence of this letter before it was revealed by the Parliament?
No, I was not.
So it wasn't included in your incoming brief?
No.
Does it concern you that you weren't made aware of it as incoming minister?
not necessarily. We have to say the department was outstanding in briefing me coming in as a new minister. In fact, Mr. Barakat was actually in my office, and we talked at length about a range of issues, educating me and getting me up to speed across the board. It's impossible to get across every single issue. It's such a wide area. But what I can tell you is our focus now is, as a new government, putting in place reforms that address these issues, and that's been our total focus. That's what we're doing, and the panel is doing its work.
Minister, I mean, this was a letter to the former minister, to be clear, recommending, urging the establishment of a special commission of inquiry into money laundering in hotels and registered clubs by the head of the independent watchdog into gambling, because he was so concerned at what he found. Firstly, are you not concerned that you weren't made aware of this as you were coming in? Just to ask you once again that you weren't made aware of a letter from the head of ILGA urging the former government to establish a royal commission, a special commission. You weren't made aware of that, you're not concerned.
Look, it goes back, Ms. Furman, to the fact that we were aware of the recommendations that were made around money laundering and making sure that we understood the sorts of reforms we had to put in place. The letter preceded Islington, and that inquiry looked into all of these issues. And I think, I would have to confirm the date of when the letter was written and make sure that it was, that the issues that it raised weren't addressed during Islington. My memory is that all of those issues were looked at and became part of the report and the recommendations. But I'm happy to get back to you with more detail on that.
No. So what happened with this information was that it was kept from the National Crime Commission. That was the purpose of this call for papers, was that there was a concern, and it was revealed that these documents, this report from Philip Crawford, was kept from the National Crime, the New South Wales Crime Commission. So. Okay, so it's only been revealed to you that this has happened as a result of a call for papers within the Parliament. So it's now being presented to you. So I'll ask you again, is there anything else that you have done? You've got the so-called independent panel on gambling reform, which probably isn't looking specifically at this, but nothing else specifically. So let's go to the top 10 venues accounting for 41% of suspicious transactions. What have you done about those?
So my understanding that when Project Islington looked at the issue, and I've had a discussion with the New South Wales Crime Commissioner directly about these issues, he determined that it was very difficult to say whether it was money laundering or other things. So his recommendations are important in terms of where the government goes and in terms of what the work that the panel's doing. So this has all been taken into account. That's why there was Project Islington to look into these allegations. It did its work, it looked at the evidence, it's made recommendations, and now the government is working through those recommendations through the work of the panel to deliver reform.
So nothing else. So when is that panel reporting back?
So the panel has a 12-month period in order to come back to the government, not just on cashless gaming, but on other issues. But if there's something that they think is urgent that the government needs to put in place before then we'll certainly be listening to them. That's why we've set them up as an advisory group to inform government on the different things that have to do. But I have to tell you too, within the department itself and a whole range of other areas, there's been reform. This isn't a case of everyone stood still. And in defence of,
Can I check
and
in
as a
terms
government
of
person,
reform?
in defence of the previous minister, he put things in place too. He didn't sit there twiddling his thumbs. So this is a process that's been ongoing from Project Islington, and things are being put in place.
So can I check then, in terms of things that are put in place, the report's in front of you, 41% of suspicious transactions along 10 venues, which include Canterbury Leagues Club, Bankstown Sports Club. So what money laundering, what have you done since you found out about this via that call for papers with those 10 venues? What's happened? Are you saying nothing's happened?
A point of
No,
order
I just told
has
you
been
that
taken.
we've been putting things in place.
Minister, sorry, point of order's been taken. Mr. Lawrence.
So the point of order is that precise question was asked 2 questions ago, and I would suggest was answered clearly. So the questioning's
To
repetitive.
the point of order, Chair, that's not a point of order. I mean, I'm entitled to ask the same question again.
Yeah,
But I won't
uphold. Yeah, I won't uphold the point of order. But if the member wants to repeat the question over and over again, well, that would probably be discourteous and outside the procedural fairness rules. So the member's can use the time as she sees fit. But I'd remind her to be courteous to the minister at all times.
Yeah, look, what I will do for you, Ms. Furman, is I'll take it on notice and we'll get a fuller answer for you so you can fully understand all of the different reforms that have taken place from the end of the previous government into the new government.
Okay, that would be useful. Thank you, Minister. I just wanted to turn quickly, in my time remaining, to club grants, if I can. I understand there's a review taking place. Is that correct?
Yes, the terms of reference are about to be released for that, and that will guide the review of club grants. And I have to say that the first meeting, one of the first meetings I had as a new minister was with NCOS. NCOS requested that review, and I had a look into it, thought that was a very reasonable request, and together with Treasury and the Cabinet, Department of Cabinet, that review will take place over the next period.
Thank you, Minister. We'll now turn to questions from Ms. Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, have you been approached by any executive or director from Racing New South Wales to extend the term of its chairman, Russell Balding?
I have not directly from Racing New South Wales. I have received correspondence from a range of organisations involved with thoroughbred racing, requesting that we consider an extension of the current chair's time, and we're currently looking at that situation. The reasoning was that there's some important reforms happening at the moment, and the chair would need the additional time to finish that work.
Are any of these requests coming from a director or a senior executive?
My recollection is no, it's coming from industry people, but I'm happy to check. I may have received something else, or my office may have received something else that I'm not aware of.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice. Are you aware if anyone was encouraged by Racing New South Wales?
I'll just intervene there. So you just asked if you take that on notice. So
I will take that on notice.
We just need to make sure that the minister has.
So I'm getting a bit conversational. I apologise.
That's okay. It's nice.
Minister, are you aware if anyone was encouraged by Racing New South Wales to advocate on behalf of Mr. Balding?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Balding has had his term extended twice. The previous government changed the Act through regulation to allow that to happen. He's now served 12 years as on the board. Can you confirm that you won't be extending that appointment further?
It's under active consideration.
The New South Wales Treasury's guidelines published last month recommended that directors of state-owned corporations only serve 2 3-year terms. Do you think that the Thoroughbred Racing Act should align with those guidelines?
Look, a lot of the statutory organisations have different guidelines for a range of reasons. I'm happy to think about it. New guidelines have come out for board appointments, etc., and certainly we're taking that into account. But there's always going to be a situation where there may be extenuating circumstances where it can be justified that someone may need to serve a longer period if they can justify that there's important work that they're heavily involved with. And as the Minister, I have to take that into my thinking, because we want these organisations to operate in the best way that they can. But from a general principle, I think that that they would be, there would have to be, a very strong demonstration that that was necessary.
Do you think that it's appropriate that participants of racing, like the racing industry, are actually are the ones advocating for Mr. Boulding to have his position extended on the board?
I think everyone's got the right to advocate for what they think, because we live in a democracy, and so I would never undermine that very important principle that stakeholders shouldn't be having a say in how their industry is run, or at least have a voice.
Do you have any concerns that the industry is the ones that is pushing this, and that this particular board member has now served 12 years, which is well beyond the New South Wales Treasury's guidelines? Do you have concerns around extending that further?
I don't know about concerns. Look, Racing New South Wales at the moment is extremely successful. It is doing a range of activities across the whole sector, including implementing new training and skills programs, looking after welfare, distributing money so that those in the from strappers and jockeys and people are getting a greater slice of the pie. I've asked them to look at how provincial racing is funded. So I think the board is doing a very strong job, and as the Minister, I have to take that into consideration in my decision making.
When will you advertise the upcoming vacancies on the Board of Racing New South Wales?
That is a decision that we're currently looking at.
Will it be done within adequate time so that other applicants can be considered?
Yeah, I won't proceed that decision.
What do you mean by that?
Sorry? Well,
Can you clarify?
So I'm actively considering the issue, and so I don't want to say what I will or won't do until I've actually fully considered the issue.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Ms. Hurst. There'll be another opportunity, another 5-minute round next time we go round. Thank you, Minister. The opposition.
Thank you.
Ms. Munro.
Minister, just going back to the removal of the reference to the Aboriginal Affairs Community Engagement Group in the miscellaneous bill passed last week, could you assure the committee that the Aboriginal Affairs Community Engagement Group will continue to be funded under this government?
Might be a question for Shane.
So you don't know?
Well, we're involved in a whole lot of reform, a whole lot of changes. So I don't want. I'm not going to sit here to say what will or won't happen, because at the end of the day, we're looking for the best process in terms of meeting our close the gap responsibilities. So we're only right in the middle of that process now. So I'm not going to say what we are and aren't going to do until that process has gone through its full determination. I think what we're doing will strengthen and improve currently what government's doing, and that's what we're committed to do.
So will you be advocating for the Aboriginal Affairs Community Engagement Group to exist within the Premier's department or not?
Well, I've just given you my answer.
So you're not sure
that through
yet?
the process, we've got a whole lot of groups that have been put together to advise government. We want to strengthen what they're doing. I'm not going to talk about one specific group because it may come out that there is duplication, but I don't want to say that or anything about that until we've fully gone through the reform process.
Okay, that's very interesting. I guess as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, I would have thought, particularly, I mean, we're almost 7 months into this term of government, and it's one of your core portfolios. I would say something you're very passionate about. So it is fairly concerning that that community engagement group might not exist, particularly within the Premier's department, where it was put because it was deemed to be the most appropriate and important.
I'm not sure this is a forum for commentary by the opposition on government policy. The Minister's answered the question. Does the member have any further questions?
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. We're here to ask questions, and we should avoid making political statements.
Okay, I'll just ask one more question. How much money is allocated in the 2023-24 budget and the forward estimates for the operation of the Aboriginal Affairs Community Engagement Group within the Premier's department?
Okay, so I might hand over Mr Draper to give you some more detail on that.
Just to be clear, what you're describing is a sort of a public service structure within the Premier's department and with Aboriginal Affairs. Going back to your earlier question, I haven't spoken to the Parliamentary Council, but I would imagine that the reason they've changed the legislation to refer to the Premier's department is because the Premier's department is the legal entity, and the legislation should refer to the legal entity rather than a branch or a division within a department, because that's going to survive any subsequent changes. The Aboriginal Affairs...
I might just leave your comments until the afternoon, if that's okay, given we've only got limited time with the Minister in the morning. Sure. Thank you so much. So I will move on. I just wanted to ask about the funding for closing the gap. In the forward estimates, the Coalition budgeted over $700 million. We've got $131.4 million on closing the gap in this budget, and I just wanted to understand how you advocated for that money and if you've made representations to other ministers about their closing the gap targets.
So the short answer is yes.
We've
absolutely been advocating. Look, it is a key plank of the new government in meeting the closing the gap targets. So that money that you quote that was allocated before, a fair bit of that was spent up front, setting up some of the structures. What we have put into the budget is the next amount of money moving forward to support the next round of reforms. And of course, this is over a 10-year period, so it goes beyond the forward estimates. So we fought very hard. We actually got extra money. I think it was about 35 million extra to support closing the gap initiatives.
That was extra in addition to the forward estimates of the coalition?
Yes, yeah. So we've actually put extra money into it, and I'm very confident that that we are putting in place, as I've said earlier, the structures within government to deliver and monitor on the closing the gap targets.
So what will that 35 million be spent on?
Specifically?
Yep.
I can take that on notice and get you that specifically.
Thank you.
Thanks. Minister, on the 7th of April this year, there was an interview with you in the National Indigenous Times, which I've had a look at, and there's a quote from you in relation to treaty where you say, the important thing is in this term of government there's something that's legislated so that the governments moving forward will be able to work within an agreed parameter. Can you just confirm that after you were sworn in, your intention as Minister was to legislate either some form of treaty or treaty process within this term of government? Is that correct?
That was my aspiration, yes.
Okay. So can you explain then why the Premier said on 2GB on Monday of this week that any legislation on treaty would be taken to the people at the next election and not implemented beforehand? Why the backflip? What's changed?
Yeah, no, it's not a backflip. It's
I'd argue that it is. You said you wanted legislation.
Well, you've asked me the question.
I have.
Yeah, so give me a chance to answer.
Yeah.
So the process that we've wanted to put in place is to have a full and open consultation with Aboriginal people across the state to ask them two questions. One is, do they want a treaty? And if so, what should that process look like? Now, it's clear that it's a complex idea, and in opposition you have great aspirations, and when you get into government, you find that there's a whole range of factors that can impact on what you originally said. But our commitment is to have that consultation, make sure that we understand fully what Aboriginal people want in New South Wales, and then develop our policy moving forward from that. And the Premier's been very clear that that remains our commitment.
But he also said that there'll be no legislation on anything in this term of government. So I'm assuming that consultation, I mean, you've had funded in the budget, I think it's $5 million, that may be over 2 years. I'm not quite sure if you can clarify that, but you've talked about a 12-month consultation period. So, but the Premier, as I said, made it clear on Monday that anything in this space wouldn't be done before the next election, and it would be taken. So it's
no,
just,
I don't think that's what he said.
Well, he did. I listened to the interview.
I don't think that's what he said.
He made it pretty clear in the interview to Ben Fordham that nothing would be, put in before the election. That you would take it to the people. And my point is that it's a little bit confusing to actually understand what your policy position is, because you're going out to speak to community about it, and you've been clear about that, and that I respect that. But then the Premier sort of, off the cuff in an interview says nothing's happening this term. Did he talk to you about what he said in that? Did you know beforehand he was going to make those comments on Monday?
Yeah, so the Premier and I talk about it all the time. What he's saying is that that we would take to an election anything that was actually part of a treaty. He wasn't talking about the process. So you've got to put in place a process for a negotiation to happen. Yeah. So that's what he's talking about.
You said you wanted some form of legislation in April. The Premier said this week
about a process.
Right. So you don't need legislation. So you might have some form of legislation involving treaty before the next election.
That's my aspiration.
Right. Well, what's the Premier's aspiration? Because that's not what he said on Monday.
No, well, he shares the same aspiration. Look, we're
he
just being realistic. When you have a look at,
but it actually matters. Like people want to.
The point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane.
I draw the honourable member's attention to paragraph 19 of the treatment of witnesses, and that we allow the minister to answer the question. And actually, he has answered the same repetitive question. So if you could bring the member to order.
Yeah, look, I will uphold the point of order. It's important to treat all witnesses with courtesy. I think it is discourteous to be interjecting over the top. If you want to you can ask whatever questions you want, as long as they're respectful and courteous, but remind the member not to be interjecting and to be waiting for a reply.
Yeah, so look, I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
What the Premier was referring to is what might be in a treaty.
Okay, so what you're saying to the committee today is that it is the intention of the Labor government to have some form of legislation in the Parliament this term of government related to treaty.
That was my aspiration. Now, what could happen? No, if we're going to do a proper consultation, just let me finish.
Sure.
If we're going to do a proper consultation, after the 12 months, it may become clear that Aboriginal communities have something different in mind. They don't necessarily agree with each other, and there needs to be more discussion. Now, if under the United Nations principles is you've got to have prior and informed consent. So that's what this process is about. So I'm not going to be out there telling Aboriginal people when they have to make their decision by. That's the wrong thing to do. And we understand that clearly. So our aspiration is to have something in place, and I've been very clear about that. But if Aboriginal people come back to us and say differently, then it's pretty arrogant and ignoring what a treaty and consultation's all about, is if I'm just going to sit here and say, well, despite what they say, we're going to do it anyway.
So from here going forward then, Minister, your plan is to have 12 months worth of consultation and then see what happens from that process and
That's right. We will get a report back from the commissioners that will provide a roadmap for the government moving forward. It may be that that there is consensus, but I'm not going to preempt that. And even when we were developing the policy, and I had a pretty high-level group assisting me in developing the policy, the whole premise was we weren't going to think about the next steps before we had that prior and informed consent, because we believe in that principle.
Sure. So in terms of the Independent Treaty Commission, has that been established?
Not yet, but we've started to have discussions about how that might work.
Okay, what's the time frame? When would you like to see that commission set up?
So we think it'll be early mid next year.
Okay. How are you going to decide who's on that commission? what's going to
That's
be the
part
process?
of the discussions we're having now, because I am consulting with different Aboriginal groups to get their feedback.
Okay.
Because one thing is that it has to be a process that heavily involves Aboriginal people. It's no good me just pointing people.
Yeah,
So
look, I
so we have to make sure there's that discussion. And what the Premier made clear was that we would let people talk about the referendum and have that finished before we would then fully engage on treaty. So we've kept that commitment to make sure that Aboriginal communities weren't being pulled in every which way direction in a respectful way. Now that the referendum has been completed, we will now move on with our commitment exactly as we said we would.
Okay, so that commission, say that's set up by at the latest middle of next year. Is that when your 12-month consultation process will start from that date?
Correct.
Right. What's the I guess the treaty, I mean, you've sort of touched on this a little bit in terms of listening to community, but in terms of the treaty process, what that 12 months will, I guess, involve, what would be the process that you'd be happy with? Who are you going to be out consulting? Is it going to be, obviously, clearly it will be members of the Aboriginal community and organisations, but will you go sort of broader than that? Is it the plan to speak to schools, local council, like what's that process going to look like? What do you envisage?
Okay, so the first part is with Aboriginal people, but in saying that, we'll also have to have some wider community engagement so that they understand what's happening too. Education, as you would know, through any process is very, very important. But if you're asking whether we're going to go to schools and consult, the answer is no.
That was just it, but more broad. But you're looking at sort of broad consultation as part of that.
We want to make sure that every Aboriginal person who wants to make a contribution has that opportunity.
Okay, and then just in terms of just to get back to timing. So, if you've got the commission set up by 2024, 12 months of consultation, you won't sort of make further decisions until at least midway through 2025 at best, is kind of what I'm getting from what you're saying now.
That's right. We can't preempt what might occur in the consultation.
Right. Okay.
When you look at other states, this process has taken 6-7 years. I mean, even in Victoria, where they've set up the treaty, the First Nations Assembly down there, I mean, they're still talking through the process and negotiation. No one's pretending, and this is what the Premier was trying to say, no one's pretending this is a quick, easy process. But we have to be respectful and do it right.
So in terms of other jurisdictions, you mentioned Victoria, I think South Australia are looking at sort of a voice to Parliament, for lack of a better term. Are you looking at what other states are doing and looking to emulate that?
Not emulate, because New South Wales is different. So other states don't have the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. Other states don't have parts of legislation that we do. So we will be different, and that's appropriate.
And as part of that consultation process, presumably, and we'll come to this a little bit later, but obviously some things that had been implemented, I know by previous government, having been an Aboriginal Affairs Minister, I acknowledge Leslie Williams is here, who's also a former minister, things like local decision making, and there's a lot I think that has happened in this space over the course of the last government as well, in terms of that sort of local and community involvement, and but that will all be looked at as well as part of this process in terms of what's already existing, how would a broader sort of treaty cover some of the initiatives and things that are already in place. Is that the intention?
Again, I don't want to preempt the consultation, but what I would not want is duplication.
Okay.
What we would want is effective structural way of dealing, particularly with closing the gap outcomes. And I think it's inherent, as you say, it's whether you call it agreement making or treaty making, it's already inherent in OCA, and it's absolutely inherent in closing the gap. In fact, priority number 1 talks about governments forming partnerships. So it is entirely consistent with closing the gap with OCA, and all of those things, maybe that they can be strengthened, maybe they will become part of a wider process, but that will be what we'll be talking to Aboriginal people about. I mean, across the board, Aboriginal people have different views on the effectiveness of all those things, and that's what we'll be listening to.
Thanks, Minister. Just keeping with the Aboriginal Affairs portfolio, the Aboriginal cultural heritage, again, that was something that I think you pointed to when you were first sworn in as an area that you'd like to see legislation happening pretty soon. Can you provide us with an update on what's happening in that space?
Yes, so Minister for Environment and I are having deep discussions. We've had departmental discussions, and we are definitely in this term of government going to be delivering on that commitment.
And I'm sure you're aware of what has happened in Western Australia in relation to their legislation, and the it was sort of short-lived, I would say. Will you be looking at sort of that as a process of what not to do?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's comforting. I think also too, just in relation to Aboriginal cultural heritage, obviously you're talking to Minister Sharp, but will you involve the Minister for Agriculture in those discussions? Clearly farming communities and farmers, landholders have, and again, I don't need to tell you, but that was part of the challenges over in WA. Have you spoken to DPI? Will you involve the Minister for Agriculture, Regional New South Wales in those discussions and some of the peak farming bodies as well, given the complexities?
Yeah, we absolutely will, and we'll also be talking to groups involved in the planning sector as well. It has to be part of a wider consultation. I mean, one of the issues in Western Australia that I saw was that there was a criticism of lack of education of how the system would work. My personal view was that they went too fast, too quickly. People who know me, I'm far more cautious and risk averse to that. I want to make sure that whatever structures are put in place will be effective and work. And so I often refer to what's called chunking. So breaking things down into smaller parts and making sure that the community understands how that works before you move to the next stage. So that is my commitment, to consult widely on this, make sure that people understand what it means, what it's about. It's been a commitment since 2009, I think, for legislation. Your government tried to bring legislation to the table. I looked at why that worked and didn't work, and that will guide what we do moving forward.
But it's your intention to do it this term of government. That's what.
That was our election.
Aspiration.
That was our election commitment.
Your election commitment.
And the Premier has told us that we have, as ministers, have a responsibility to deliver on our election commitments.
And will the responsibility for that act, when it is brought in, sit solely with the Minister for the Environment and Heritage, or will it? What's the plan for that?
Yeah. So what will happen is that it will move because the whole idea, and through the consultations that occurred, that it become a standalone act. So it will move into Aboriginal affairs, and that's appropriate. However, it will then connect back into all the other areas. Okay. So it won't. It'll recognise that there are many stakeholders.
So will it be? So it'll be your responsibility as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. That act will sit under your.
That's our current understanding.
Okay, and would you put a draft exposure out of any legislation? And you just said you'd like to have lots of consultation. Is that the intention?
Well, what I would say is that we will consult, given
we'll
what's happening in other
space.
Jurisdictions.
Sounds expensive.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
It was the same cost as when your government put it forward.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I know that you are aware of proposals to mark the Mile Creek Massacre event and location, championed for a long time by the Friends of Mile Creek, and a similar proposal that's now being championed by the new Mayor of Bathurst, Jess Jennings, for a keeping place in Bathurst that commemorates the 200th anniversary, the bicentenary of the frontier wars in that area and the declaration of martial law. What's your view on those proposals? Is it something that your department, the government, is considering? Would you work with other ministers to find ways to support these initiatives?
Yeah, so it doesn't directly come under my portfolio because I don't have heritage, but I am supportive of such initiatives, and we've had discussions. And I know the Honourable Stephen Lawrence is also very supportive. I met recently the Mayor of Bathurst, and he gave me more information about what's being sought there, and certainly I've made a commitment that I will talk to colleagues to see what we can do. Mole Creek is a place I visit each year for the ceremony. I'm very passionate about the place and what they do there, and how they deal with reconciliation. And I've watched that site grow over the years, and we certainly will be continuing to talk with them. We had them at Parliament House recently to see what more we can do there in the future. Appin is another site that I've had discussions with people about too.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you would be aware that a recent LEC report into strip searches caused some alarm in the community. And the report identified that 56 children aged under 18 were strip searched by New South Wales Police over the past financial year, including 25 underage girls, three of whom were just 12 years old, and that 14% of these strip searches were of Aboriginal children, and yet they make up only 3-4% of the population. What's your view on that? Are Aboriginal children in particular being targeted by New South Wales Police for what some argue are inappropriate strip searches?
Yeah, look, those issues fall largely outside my portfolio. What I would say though is that these sorts of issues form the discussions that we're having, particularly around justice targets under Closing the Gap.
Great, thank you, Minister. Minister, there is a similar organisation to the one that you have sort of authority over, and that is in Canada, in Ontario, they have an alcohol and gaming commission, similar to liquor and gaming. They have a different constitution, of course, but Ontario, a province about twice the size of New South Wales in terms of population, but similar demographics, similar cultural attributes, but that country and that province has legalised the adult use of cannabis. That in that province, the capital expenditure on legalised cannabis in terms of the industry is about $30 billion per annum. They have $4 billion worth of turnover, and in that province, there is evidence that the adult use of legalised cannabis has reduced the harms associated with alcohol and gambling. Is the legalisation of cannabis something that the Office of Liquor and Gaming New South Wales would consider working with Treasury on in terms of its economic impact and social impact?
So without your interest in this, I fully understand, but the Premier has committed to the Drug Summit, and that's where these issues will be discussed, and at this particular stage I'm not in a position to preempt what may or may not come out through the Drug Summit.
Thank you. Minister, just a quick question on the on Veterans Affairs. The submissions to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide are now closed. What measures would you like to see, Minister, implemented as a result of that Royal Commission? Which measures would you like to see expedited from that Royal Commission?
Yeah, so we're obviously looking at the report. I am due to actually appear before the Commission early next year. I was supposed to in November, but unfortunately that was delayed. Look, we're very concerned, and our very small department, very small and efficient department, is working very, very hard, particularly around veteran employment. And we've also met with, or I've met with Commonwealth Ministers for Veterans just recently and had discussions, and the Commonwealth is obviously developing their response as well. So we're going to be looking very closely in that and looking what we can do as a state to support veterans better in New South Wales, not just in the veterans portfolio, but across other portfolios such as health, homes, a whole range of issues, and we'll have a more fulsome response once that work's done.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Were you aware that the Premier was going to say the things he said on Monday about treaty? Had he spoken to you?
Yeah, so as I said, the Premier and I speak quite often about these issues, and as I said, I think what he said is consistent to what we've been talking about.
Were you aware that he was going to talk about treaty on Monday to 2GB?
Yeah, we are. We get the heads up and we make sure that we give information, etc., when we need to.
So you were?
Yeah.
And you spoke to him before he...
I didn't speak to him personally, but we've spoken about this matter at length on numerous occasions.
Okay, and so what are the strategic adjustments that the spokesperson from the department said will now be made?
Well, it's what I answered earlier, is that as part of a consultation, and given the way the majority of people voted around the voice, we have to acknowledge that there is concern and a need for education in the community, and that should correctly educate us in the way that we should move forward.
So
it doesn't take away the intent or our purpose, but it means that that things like truth-telling actually come more to the fore. So in terms of structural adjustment, it's more around education.
And so what will that be? What's your plan?
Yep, well, this is exactly what I just said. We have to engage in truth-telling. We have to let people understand why these changes are necessary, and it needs to be done in the context of closing the gap. That in order to get better outcomes, we need to consult more and walk in partnership more with Aboriginal people, have them more involved in decision making, acknowledge that community controlled organisations have better outcomes in terms of when they're directly funded and providing services to community. So it's no great secret, but there needs to be more community education around understanding that that the best way forward is through self-determination.
So, and thank you, because I know, we're on the same page with a lot of this, but I think I'm just looking for something really tangible. You've got $5 million. It's yours to spend for the next 12 months.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah. So what are we doing today and tomorrow in terms of rolling this out and this engagement and this connection and this moving together? What are we actually doing?
Yeah. So behind the scenes, the department has been working on the overall strategy in terms of this. We now, we made the commitment we wouldn't turn our minds to this until after the referendum in a major way, and so you'll now start to see announcements and things about what we're doing towards the end of this year, early into next year. But one of the things I've committed to do is to sit down and have open and honest conversation with Aboriginal groups in terms of how we get the commissioners in place and all those sorts of things, because they have to own the process.
So in terms of those groups, who do you see are the groups? Are we talking to groups? Are we talking to communities? What are we doing?
Well, it's a combination of. So every time, I sat last Saturday at NCIE at the first ever Aboriginal Languages Week event, and I acknowledged the minister who passed the legislation, former minister who passed the legislation for recognising Aboriginal languages. I sat in the elders' tent for about 3 hours and chatted with people, elders, with young people, with people from regional New South Wales. So I'll be engaging right across the board, hearing their view. They're interested in treaty, I have to say. I think what we have to get away from, though, is that traditional 19th century colonial view of a treaty, or even signing, this is more about a process for negotiation that's codified so that people actually understand what the rules are and that they come to the table as equal parties, and then they can negotiate things. So there needs to be a bit of education around that in community. That they've let me know that. because I have to say the first 4 conversations while I was playing language bingo was that I had 4 different views of what treaty is. And so we have to recognise and understand that. And that's why it'd be nice to say that we're going to do X, Y and Z by X, Y and Z date, but you can't, because if you do that, you're not doing it properly.
And so with the, I know you in April you were talking about the appointment of commissioners and so on, and that's now you're suggesting that'll be next year. Will the appointment of commissioners, will that be something that has a high degree of the principles of FPIC involved in that, as in who takes those roles and how they work?
Yes, yeah. So I know the department's already having some training around that. And having those discussions.
Around FPIC,
yes,
you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
It's a really important issue. Prior informed consent is absolutely crucial.
And
to
are
this
you open
process.
to the notion of an ongoing as well? That's something that keeps being raised with me.
Well, that could come out in the negotiation. Look, I have, in my perfect world, I have a view, but it would be wrong for me to put that view because A, I'm not Aboriginal, and B, we're at the start of the process. So if I come out and say I want it to look like this, then rightly I should be criticised. So I've been very cautious about saying what it will or won't and what will be in and what will be out and all those sorts of things, because that's not being respectful to First Nation people, and anyone knows me is that's my first priority.
So in terms of truth-telling, will there be a process for the broader New South Wales community in terms of truth-telling, and will that be part of the $5 million budget, or are you suggesting that is a job for another part of government in collaboration with you?
Yeah, look, it's probably too early to say that at the moment. It won't be part of the $5 million. I can guarantee that, because that's for the around treaty negotiation. However, if the referendum showed us anything, whether you supported a yes or a no vote, and very respectful, particularly from progressive no people, why they chose to vote no, and I accept that that's the decision, rightfully, that's the way people voted. But what it did show was that many people need to have more education on these issues, and I think that's an important priority. I haven't had time in the last week and a half to sit down and map that out and talk to colleagues about that, but I think you'd be pretty silly if you tried to walk into a respectful process without having education as a large part of it.
Have you seen the PIAC UNSW website, Truth Telling? So it's fantastic.
Yes,
it's a
yes,
really amazing
yeah.
project. With the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Laws, you and I both know since 2009, and I think any honest broker in looking at what's happened is the reality is there's just a few finer edge sticking points as to what needs to happen. Looking to Western Australia would be, I think, have a glimpse and then look away. Yes. That was just highly politicised and unfair what happened. They were actually good laws. In New South Wales, we really are looking at just getting on with it. I hear that's your commitment. Is it likely that we will take on board what the consultation has delivered, and that is there should be some form of right of veto, and there should be a dedicated Aboriginal body that determines what happens with cultural heritage?
Yeah, so I think the former government, through their legislation, and certainly we had a very bipartisan approach to that, agreed that there has to be a standalone group. And that is certainly one of our first aims. In terms of how the rest of it looks, in terms of self-determination, we have to wait until that group's in place to actually guide us as to what comes next.
Sorry to interrupt, I'm running out of time, but I think that it is so clear, no matter where you sit, looking back over more than a decade's work, all First Nations voices have said we want a right of veto and we want to be the honest broker of our cultural heritage. Are you going to follow that in your legislative drafts?
Yeah, so as I said, we're going to break it down into small parts. That part may not be part of the initial work that we do because we have to make sure that when the body is set up that it's educated into the job that it needs to do and get that right. So I'm absolutely committed to getting it right. I've seen where it's failed, and Western Australia being things, so we're learning those lessons. Yeah.
Did you see the Victorian request that they're looking
Yes.
for inspectors for
Yes.
right of access?
Yes.
I mean, I think that there's some really clear direction of where we need to go to make it work.
Yeah. So, and we'll be having those discussions. But yeah, at this stage, I don't want to preempt what we might put out.
Can I just ask, last thing, what's the timing, do you think, of the cultural heritage first draft laws?
Yeah, I think the first tranche, we're now looking at early next year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
For consultation.
Ms. Higginson. Ms. Hurst, you're on.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, just before we were talking about the upcoming vacancies on the Board of Racing in New South Wales, can you confirm, were you saying that you may not actually advertise the upcoming vacancies on the Board of Racing New South Wales?
I've said that I'm actively considering the whole matter.
Okay. So you will actually, just to confirm, you will actually advertise for those vacancies?
No, I said I'm considering the whole matter.
Okay,
I'm
so
not saying what I
you're
will
not
or
sure
won't do.
if you will or not?
No, I'm taking advice, and I want to make sure that what we do is the right thing.
Okay. Can you guarantee that there'll be a fair and proper process?
What I will guarantee is that that I would have consulted widely on this issue before I make the decision.
Minister, are you aware that there are no funding or grants programs in New South Wales for the rehoming of greyhounds other than a one-off grant that was given by the previous government last year?
I'm aware of a range of programs for rehoming greyhounds, which are being funded through the industry, and I have a range of discussions with those groups, but I think probably for more detail on specific funding, whether you want to do it now or this afternoon, might be able to give you more information.
My question was more about whether or not you were aware that there was no funding from government, particularly for the majority of these rehoming organisations. There is one industry rehoming organisation, as you mentioned. The project actually ran a story on the GAP program, and they said that a lot of greyhounds were actually being rejected or refused by the industry's rehoming organisations for reasons as small as a broken toe. Do you actually have the figures of how many greyhounds are being rejected by the industry rehoming body, Greyhounds as Pets? And I'm happy for you to take that on notice if you don't have it.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. Do you think it's acceptable that the industry rehoming body is actually rejecting a whole lot of animals and that those animals are then falling on privately funded rehoming organisations to rehome them?
I'll have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Okay. Given that, and I understand that might be something you need to look further into, but are you willing to consider some government funding for these rehoming organisations that don't receive any funding from industry or government?
We would have to look at carefully. That's obviously a whole budget process, so I can't commit here today that we will.
So I'm not asking for a commitment, I'm just asking if you'd be willing to consider it.
Well, we take a whole lot of things through the budget process. If there is a very strong case, then we would have a look at it.
Thank you. Racing New South Wales has previously stated that it would actually support making it a criminal offence for any thoroughbred horse to be sent to a knackery, even if it has been rehomed to persons outside of racing. Is that something that you would consider supporting, given it's something proposed by Racing New South Wales?
Yes, they haven't discussed it with me specifically, but if they were to come forward with a request, then we would seriously look at seeing whether that could be supported or not.
If other groups approached you with the same request and you met with Racing New South Wales and they supported that, would that also be something that you would then consider?
It would certainly feed into our legislative process, but obviously we have a caucus and a cabinet that make these decisions, so it would be preemptive for me to say what we would or wouldn't do in that space.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you, Minister. Racing New South Wales isn't required to publish quarterly reports of deaths and injuries, whereas greyhound racing industry is. In the interest of greater transparency within the industry, would you support the mandatory publishing of deaths and injuries at the end of each quarter for the horse racing industry in the same way as we do for greyhound racing?
It is a discussion that we've had with a number of groups, and whilst I can't give you a definitive answer today, we have talked about the issue of transparency.
And is that something that you're specifically considering? Is changing those reporting requirements so that horse racing is equal to greyhound racing?
It's not something that I've pursued in detail, other than we've had some early discussions about a whole range of issues around animal welfare.
And do you have any explanation as to why greyhound racing is being treated differently to horse racing in the respect of transparency around deaths and injuries?
Not specifically, other than we have GWIC, which is a government statutory organisation where in racing they regulate themselves.
I've got a couple of budget questions which I'm happy for you to take on notice.
Emma,
do you know how much?
Miss Hurst, sorry, your time's concluded. You do
Oh,
have.
sorry, I didn't hear the bell.
Yeah, the bell has dinged, but there will be another opportunity after the break if you want.
That's all right. I can put these on notice anyway.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Minister.
No worries. The opposition.
We have 2 minutes, so I'll be quick, Minister. I just want to ask about the Totalisator Act for Tabcorp that came in 97, as you know. Since then, there's been a lot of change, other players in the market. But they're also clearly not bound by the 1997 rules as Tabcorp are, as I'm sure you know. Would you look to start a formal review of that Act?
We are considering a statutory review of the Totalisator Act.
Is there a time frame for that?
We're pretty close.
Yeah, if government were to choose to commence that review, we'd be ready to commence that.
Okay, but Minister, do you agree, I guess, broadly with the premise that there should be an even playing field for all of those wagering sort of service providers?
Yeah, I agree that the Act hasn't been reviewed for a while, and it's time for it to be reviewed.
Okay, but just not to put you at odds with Mr. Barakat, but have you given advice that is something that you want to do, or is that what just, can you just be
I think it's safe
very
to say,
clear that...
I think it's safe to say that's why the department's been working on it.
Okay, and you anticipate to have something to say about that within the next 3 months, 6 months? What's the time frame of a statutory review of that?
It'll probably be before then, but again, I don't want to preempt something that I need to put through the cabinet process.
Okay, so you still need to go through that process. But that's your intention is to do a formal statutory review of that Act?
It is.
Okay, thank you. And then just very quickly, the club grants, when do they open? The next
current
round?
ones?
Yeah.
They're open.
They're open already. And when would you anticipate having the next round available for announcements?
It's open for a period. It's all on the website.
Yeah, I just looked at the website and it seemed to indicate it wasn't opening until November, but then I know some people have put in applications. I was just unsure about that.
My understanding was that it's open.
Okay, do you have the dates at all, Mr. Barakat, of when it...
I can take that on notice and come back to you today.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And that's my 2 minutes. There you go, efficient.
Minister, I have 2 minutes left. Are you committed to the commencement of Section 21AA with the Fisheries Management Act, given how much it impacts your portfolio work?
Yes, well, as you would know, that it doesn't come directly under my portfolio responsibility, but I think it'd be safe to say that that we've had discussions with the department about that issue.
And is that your position on behalf of the relevant First Nations people who are seriously suffering under the current rules, and that this is something that they have advocated very strongly for?
Yes, I know the Minister for Primary Industries is very committed to getting something in place as quickly as possible.
And do you think it is along the lines of enabling 21AA?
I think that's a question for the Minister for Primary Industries.
And so is that the position you're advocating, though? I understand that minister will have the final say off, but is it? I think in kind of the order of transparency, is that a position you're advocating?
I think it's safe to say that my position on that has been on the record for a long time.
Thanks, Minister. On just another point, again, something that it is not directly your portfolio, but obviously, again, as the advocate here, what about raising the age? Is that something, I know, we both know that communities have been long calling for their young people not to be criminalised. Are you advocating internally to raise the age of criminal responsibility?
So part of those justice discussions, that is certainly something on the table.
And is your position that we should be raising the age to help Aboriginal young children?
Again, I have discussions with my colleague, the Attorney General, on this particular issue, and I'm very confident that he will deal with it appropriately.
And raise the age?
You'll have to ask the Attorney General.
Thank
Probably
you.
will, I'd say.
Thank you. We'll now turn to questions from the government.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Buttigieg.
And thank you for appearing, Minister, and for answering those questions very cogently and directly. I've just got a few areas I'd like to touch on in terms of things that may not have been covered by the opposition or the crossbench in the medical research area. Can you tell us how the government's investing in medical research to promote a healthier community?
I certainly can. I've since becoming Minister in April this year, there's been a number of important areas that have been covered in medical research, and I want to start by commending the department and Dr. Jean Frederick with the work that they're doing in this particular area. There's been a $1.365 million upgrade to the state training headquarters for the Aboriginal Health and Medical Research Council at Little Bay, which obviously is dear to me in terms of both medical research and the Aboriginal Affairs portfolio. One of the areas that really interested me, and I was able to meet with some of the researchers, was the $3.5 million over 2 years funding for phage therapy. That investment will increase phage therapy access for patients with serious bacterial infections, such as antimicrobial resistance, which is AMR, sepsis and prosthetic infections, and increase manufacturing capabilities in New South Wales via the Westmead Institute for Medical Research. I was very buoyed to hear from the international researchers that New South Wales is a great place in order to progress their particular research, and it was a very good meeting. I think we had people from South Korea, the US and the UK were part of that. Another event I was able to attend was the New South Wales Health Commercialisation Training Program Awards, and those awards support medical and health sector by investigating in innovators to build capacity form stronger networks across the state and nurture innovation. I was also very pleased to see the Honourable Gillian Skinner there as well, and I had the opportunity to acknowledge that she was the one that started that program, and that the current government's involved in continuing it, which was really good. And I was also able to launch an innovative new partnership between the Ingham Institute for Applied Medical Research and Victor Chang Cardiac Research Institute. This is first of its kind cardiovascular research hub in southwestern Sydney, and its mission is to deliver new treatments that will benefit communities in southwestern Sydney and across Australia. And people might be interested to know that that part of the state has the highest levels of cardiovascular disease. So that's a really great project, and it's something that I think is very supportable, and we look forward to their work. They're about to open a robotics lab above it, which again is very, very exciting. We're through the Office of Health and Medical Research. There was $104.7 million of funding allocated for 23-24 to support research, commercialisation and infrastructure. The key programs funded included the Cardiovascular Research Capacity Program, Medical Devices Fund, the Medical Research Support Program, and translational research grant schemes. And I think it just goes to show the new government is absolutely committed to making sure that New South Wales is the centre for really important health research, and through the important work the team's doing, and they are doing absolutely fantastic work, and I'd like to publicly acknowledge that. I think we're very, very lucky.
Great, thank you, Minister. In terms of major innovation being led by the New South Wales Government in medical research, can you elaborate on what we're doing in that area?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that has been under negotiate for a while, but we're looking to bring to realisation, is the world-leading commercial scale viral vector manufacturing facility at Westmead. It'll be the first of its kind in Australia. It's a $134.5 million cost, including $49.6 million capital, to establish the globally competitive and commercially viable viral vector manufacturing facility within the Westmead Health Precinct. The facility project will give patients across New South Wales access to groundbreaking therapies, provide a financial return on investment made by the New South Wales Government, and help save lives by securing viral vector supply for Australian researchers. New South Wales is globally recognised leader in developing and delivering gene and cell therapies. This, I think, the first stage, and Jim Frederic might want to just add a little bit, but I think it's setting up the company.
Yeah, so the first stage is really the research and development arm to make sure that we support our researchers to produce new personalized therapies in that space. Stage 2 is really about bringing that to the scale where it can be a commercial endeavor and really increase the number of patients in New South Wales that can be treated with these new gene therapies. And it's an emerging field. It's extremely important to support both the research and development stream as well as the commercial one, and stage 1 and stage 2 are doing this in a coordinated way.
Thank you.
Thanks, Minister.
Thanks, Minister. I wanted to ask a couple of questions in your capacity as Minister for Veterans. And the first question I want to ask is, how is the government supporting veterans that are transitioning from service to civilian life?
Very good question. The Veterans Employment Program, which is run by Craig Delaney, and I think Caroline and Craig were down in Canberra just recently, and they were nominated for an award down there for the program. It is something that New South Wales has assisted other states in developing as well, which is really good. But basically, it's looking to support people from the Australian Defence Force into employment. And one of the areas that they're working really hard on is on local government, and so they're forming relationships with local government areas in terms of employment, also corrective services and other government departments. It's really important that as our servicemen and women who have given fantastic service to our country transition back to civilian life, that we in New South Wales assist them in that transition, and employment is one of the most important areas we can assist. So this program is absolutely first rate. It assists veterans to understand the skills they've learnt in service and how that translates back into writing a CV, etc., and putting those skills into a different context, because often servicemen and women don't actually realise the amazing skills they've developed as part of the armed forces. So it's a great program. It's getting more and more success, and we're really pleased to continue to support it. There's currently 13 New South Wales local governments that have set up their own form of veterans employment, with Campbelltown City Council continuing to lead local government support for veteran employment.
Great, thanks so much. And we just heard you talk a bit before about events you'd attended in your capacity in the medical research space. I wondered if you could give us some of the highlights in the veterans space.
Yeah, so I have to thank the Premier. It's being Minister for Veterans is a huge honour, and it's one that I take very, very seriously. I actually spoke to former Minister Elliott a week and a half ago, and he made sure that I fully understood my responsibilities in that area. But yeah, obviously I've been able to attend the Anzac Day service at the Cenotaph. I actually was able to attend my first ever march. I've watched on TV and attended local marches in my community, but it was the first time I'd been able to attend the actual march. And of course, an event that I've attended on many occasions is the Coloured Diggers March at Redfern, which is an amazing day. And this year we heard the story of one of the first Aboriginal airmen, and that was a real privilege. I was at the anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Veterans Commemoration. I launched the Korean Veterans Photographic Exhibition to mark the 70th anniversary of the Korean Armistice in 1953, and got to meet a number of the veterans. Their number obviously is diminishing, unfortunately, but great sense of humour, and it's a real privilege talking to those diggers. I was involved with the Legacy Torch Relay, both on the Central Coast, and I had the honour of doing the leg across part of the Harbour Bridge and hand the torch over to the Blue Wiggle, and yeah, so I had a bit of a fanboy moment doing that, and lots of people taking photos. I thought that they were taking photos of me, but I'm sure it was really him. I think, yeah, that's right. Yeah. The maroon and white skivvy it'd have to be. We had the victory in the Pacific commemoration at the Kokoda track, the Premier's reception for Vietnam and Korean veterans, and for the first time that was actually combined. They previously had been done separately, but because of the age of the diggers, they've now been combined, and again, amazing to be able to talk and mix with those people. I spent a very hot Saturday at the launch of the War Widows Our Space online activity, which is showing that these organisations are actually recognising that they need to use technology more to reach out to their members, and that's a great initiative. I've been to Veterans Employment Roundtable, and on the 3rd of November there's one on the Central Coast. People may or may not be interested that the Central Coast actually has the highest number of veterans in New South Wales in every age category, something I didn't know until I became Minister. And just recently I was at the Australian Catholic University Gala Awards for veteran students, and those people, one of the award recipients is becoming a midwife, another one's doing speech therapy, others are doing other degrees, and it just goes to show that when veterans are supported, their skills translate back into the community and they can continue to serve, and we should be absolutely supportive of that.
Thank you. And maybe just a final one following on from what you were talking about in those awards is, how does the government plan to acknowledge the service of Australian veterans in more contemporary conflicts?
Yeah, so we had an election commitment from the Premier that we would look at a contemporary memorial. And through the department, the Office of Veteran Affairs, they've begun the consultation with the veteran community, and we through that consultation will investigate what other supports or programs the New South Wales government may need to invest in to better support veterans in their return from service. So it's really important that through that consultation that what we put in place isn't necessarily just a memorial, a thing, that it's actually in a sense living, and that there's other services that support that too. But we're continuing that consultation. There was a large range of people who responded, and that's in parallel with the federal government delivering veteran hubs in partnership. Currently there's one operating in Nowra, but there'll also be 11 other sites across the state, and that will give us another opportunity to make sure that we get the views of the veteran community. As you might imagine, those views are quite diverse, and that we need to listen carefully to the feedback in order to deliver on that election commitment.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Just moving back to the Aboriginal Affairs portfolio, a lot of language has been lost, obviously, since colonisation for Aboriginal people. Can you give us a sense of what the government is doing to save the languages that remain?
Yeah, so obviously under the legislation, the Aboriginal Languages Trust was set up, and they've been working diligently on their roadmap. And I was very honoured to announce the first ever, for Australia, not just New South Wales, the first ever Aboriginal Languages Week. Now the Trust for 23-24 has received $9.9 million to do their work. We're actually in the middle of Aboriginal Languages Week, and I encourage people tonight to go to the Sydney Museum and take part in a function there, learning more about languages this evening. Through that funding, we're able to put out grants to local communities to celebrate their language across the state. And I was pleased to be able to attend the launch on Saturday, as I said, at the National Centre for Indigenous Excellence in Redfern. We know the importance language has connecting particularly younger people to country and culture, and how that plays into those closing the gap targets. It's an area that we're really committed to, and I was able to go to La Perouse public school and the preschool out there and see those young children learning language, and put my teacher hat back on, sat at the table with them and engaged in that. And it makes you feel amazing to see those young people using language again, but also the fact that their parents are then starting to learn language because they've got to keep up with their kids. And so that revitalisation of language is so important. So I think it's a bipartisan issue. We all understand the importance of language, and we also have to acknowledge through truth-telling how through the policy of assimilation there was a time when they tried to literally beat language out of people, and that's part of the truth-telling that we need to do in terms of that wider treaty education.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Well, thank you, members, for those questions, and thank you for all the responses. We will have a 15-minute break and reconvene at 11:15. So if we could all be back here then for a prompt kick-off. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
We are due to kick off, so thank you very much for coming back. We'd just like to confirm that all the sworn witnesses have to stay all day, so that's the good news. And so do we. So
I'm not going to give anyone an early mark.
no, settle in. Minister, you would like to, before we kick off again with questions, make a few points of clarification.
If that's okay with the chair.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. So we got a question about the club grants. So category 3 opens on the 27th of November and closes on the 18th of December. Where the confusion was that...
Sorry, excuse me, Minister, if we just have the
move
microphone
that way.
at you, thank you.
So Cat 3 opens 27th of November and closes on the 18th of December. Where the confusion was is the August round has just, like the last round just closed. So that was the one that I thought was open. It's currently under assessment and it's expected to be finalised before the next round opens. So that's the club grants. On the machinery of government changes, just to be clear, the amendment, so it's common practice as part of the legislative drafting process to define government departments within legislation instead of individual agencies or officers. This mitigates any future need to amend the legislation should any internal department change or restructures occur. Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales will still be able to accept delegation from the registrar to undertake any function, which may include certifying local Aboriginal Land Council membership roles, conducting local Aboriginal Land Council board elections, maintain the register of registered Aboriginal owners or any other legislative function vested with the registrar under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. The amendment in terms of the Office of Registrar acknowledges its positioning within the Premier's Department. So when Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales was changed from the Department of Education to the Premier's Department, the Office of the Registrar was changed to the Premier's Department as well. However, during that time, the GIPA Regulation 2018 was not amended to reflect the change. So as such, any GIPA request to the Registrar's Office has been administered by the Department of Education and not the Premier's Department. So the amendment allowed that inconsistency to be fixed. I'm informed that the committee was actually not an Aboriginal advisory committee as such. It was actually a committee of government departments. There was no specific funding, and that it was Aboriginal Affairs, so they weren't separate. But you can ask the Secretary Deputy Secretary more about that this afternoon. But I'm assured that it has not changed any sort of engagement with Aboriginal people.
Just to clarify, so the committee is the Community Engagement Group?
Community Engagement Group was actually a committee of government departments, not individuals. And Chair, your question on the clubs with under 10 machines. So I'm informed that there are various provisions within clubs and gaming machines legislation that ensure members have a say on significant issues in relation to their club. A decision to go pokey free can be a significant financial decision for a club, and therefore it's important its members are able to vote on such a measure. This is the key point. The provision also ensures that clubs that amalgamate are not stripped for their assets following amalgamations, which we did see at one stage. And the numbers in the 5 years since the 30th of June 2018, of the 25 clubs that had 10 or fewer machines, 20 clubs are still trading with no machines, and 5 clubs have surrendered their licence and are no longer trading. So hopefully that helps with that one.
It certainly does. Thank you very much for those further answers.
Thank you.
Minister, we'll now turn to questions from the opposition. You've got 20 minutes.
Thank you. Minister, Section 37A of the Gaming Machine Act allows the regulator to approve up to 150 machines for a club being established in a new development area with no community benefit fund payment required. You're aware of that? So I was wondering, in the last 5 years, how many clubs have received gaming machine entitlements under this provision, and how many entitlements were given to each club?
We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. And in addition to that, which I presume you'll take on notice, assuming that some entitlements have been approved under Section 37A, what is the foregone community benefit fund payment given this special provision which requires no contribution by the successful club? And that's even if it's a subsidiary under another club, and it's like an existing club.
Sure, yeah, and we'll take that on notice too.
All right, thank you. So you've been referred to as the Minister for Everything. Sorry, can we?
Only by local media.
Yeah, of course.
I think my colleague Rose Jackson would challenge me, but...
Well,
There's a couple of you with interesting combinations.
That's right.
I just didn't want to interrupt my colleague.
That's okay. I can...
You want to
Yeah. Okay. So, in relation to the independent panel into gaming reform, what was the process of selection for appointing those 16 members?
Okay, so we were very careful to make sure that there was equal representation from both the industry and from a harm minimisation point of view, but also ensure that we had enough expert advice to be able to inform the panel on important information. So software development, policing, all those sorts of things. So we went through a process of identifying who those stakeholders might be, keeping in mind that you can't make it too big because it gets harder. The more people involved, the harder it gets. And the key positions were the executive positions, so the chair. And I asked for recommendations from the department of who was someone who would be able to fulfil that job. And when I saw that Michael Foggo and read his CV, I think he is an excellent choice. He's not just knows the industry, but he's also worked in other jurisdictions, which gives him a very wide range of knowledge. And then the two other executives were people who I considered to have great credibility through their work in both the Australian and state parliaments, that they were from regional New South Wales, which I thought was very important too, and that they had done extensive committee work both in the Senate and in the Legislative Council. So that's where former Senator Ursula Stevens' name, and of course Noel Blair, who I have a great deal of respect for. So that's the process we undertook.
Thank you. And obviously it is like a reasonably large panel, 16 members, but I thought it was interesting that there were no Aboriginal expert groups represented, particularly given 18% of Aboriginal people in New South Wales report being affected by gambling harm, and that's in comparison to about 1 to 2% of non-Aboriginal people. So I'm wondering why there was an exclusion of an Aboriginal expert voice on this panel.
Yeah, so it wasn't an exclusion per se. What we have done is we've allowed the panel to call anybody else that they think is important to have input. As I said, it became, you could have had an argument for another 50 different organisations to be involved. The key issue was that the people, the executive had the skills to be able to reach out when they needed to other community groups in order to gain insight or advice. And that's clearly in the terms of reference, that they have the power to do that, because the roadmap that they develop will be very important in terms of guiding the government moving forward.
And given there are 16 members on the panel, how do you expect that they're going to agree on a final report?
Yeah, well, I often refer to it as mini United Nations, but I have to say,
could question the effectiveness of that.
Yeah. Well, everyone who's currently participating has done so in a really meaningful way. I am informed that everybody has equal time for discussion around issues, and that all of the issues are put out on the table, and that there is agreement before next steps are made. So one of the hardest jobs they've had so far is agreeing on the terms of reference for the actual trial, but they have achieved that, and that will be released very shortly.
Do you know how shortly?
Very, very, very shortly.
Like in the next week or next month? Or?
Will be definitely within next month.
Okay.
But it's and I met with the chair the other day and just asked him, how things were going. He said that he did have trepidation at first, but he's extremely encouraged by the productive way people are working together. And I think this is a really important issue, and everyone who's on the panel wants to make sure that we get it right.
And so do you have an expectation of when the panel will present its final report? What's the time frame for?
Yes, I think we originally set that timetable to report by November next year. We'll be guided by the chair and the panel if they at that time put out an interim report and then want to examine other things more closely. This is about getting the policy settings correct for an area that has developed in New South Wales over decades. That you can't unscramble the egg quickly. We have to make sure that we're acknowledging harm minimisation and money laundering issues, but at the same time understanding that communities and jobs, particularly in regional and rural New South Wales, will be impacted by changes. There's no way of getting around that. The industry's accepted the fact that there is need for reform, and I congratulate them for that. They are very open about that, and they've come to the table wanting to work in a very productive way. So I'm very encouraged by the early work of the panel. I particularly want to commend the gentleman with lived experience who is bringing an incredible insight to members of the panel. And I think when that was suggested by NCOS, that was an excellent suggestion, and I think in retrospect it was the absolute right thing to do.
Thank you for that. And obviously speed is of the essence, given $8 billion was lost to gambling by the people of New South Wales. So I'm sure you would agree that sooner rather than later action needs to occur.
Yeah, in saying that, we're already putting other reforms in place. So we're not standing still waiting wholly on the panel. So we put in place a number of reforms already, and we hope that over the next reporting periods we will start to see that makes a difference. So we already see there's a reduction in the number of machines. We're seeing revenues down. Now that could be because of other economic conditions as well, but turnover is starting to go down.
And that will be in the interim report?
No, their interim report will be about what steps the government should take next. Or they might give us a final report. They might think that's enough time to give us a full answer.
Thank you. So I did want to talk about your multiple portfolios and the competing interests that might occur. And I'd suggest that in particular, your ministry, your Aboriginal Affairs Ministry, and this ministry does have some crossover and contentious crossover. The Australian Gambling Research Centre reported in 2014, a long time ago, that 80% of Indigenous participants in their study reported gambling on commercial forms in the previous year compared to 64% nationally. So there's a big disproportionate involvement. You're aware of this, I presume. And I'm wondering how you imagine dealing with those competing interests, because I did notice in a Liquor Act 2007 where you have the responsibility of declaring restricted alcohol areas, that you must consult yourself as the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs as the decision maker for restricted areas. So how would you manage this conflict?
Yeah, well, I don't see it as a conflict because I'm someone who takes seriously advice from the department. So ministers have a job of making final decisions, but they do so in consultation with their department and their colleagues. I would say that a minister who didn't do that would be treading in pretty dangerous territory. Advice from experts is absolutely essential. But what it also means is that I bring a lens to these issues of great seriousness, understanding the consequences of getting it wrong. And that's why some people have criticised us for being, not as quick as they'd like us to be. But my view is that it is such an important area, we must get it right, because what we put in place will be in place for a fair amount of time, and it has to make a difference. So we've got to get it right.
So would you prioritise the gambling industry, or would you prioritise the needs of Aboriginal people addicted to gambling?
Well, the task I've been given at is to look at harm minimisation and anti-money laundering, but making sure that the industry remains sustainable. So I don't think they're in conflict. I think that that there can be a reasonable set of expectations, and that's why we've got the panel in place to give us that advice. And when that advice comes, I will certainly look at it. I'll be taking it to my cabinet colleagues, and then we'll reach a final decision as a government.
Thanks, Minister. I just want to move on to the racing part of your portfolio. And starting with greyhound racing, why did you not continue John Williams in the position of chairman of the board?
Yeah, sure. One of the hardest decisions I've had to make since becoming a minister. And I have to go back to my days as a principal, where I employed a number of teachers through merit selection, is that often you will have someone in the job that isn't doing a bad job, but when you go out for expressions of interest, you're presented with candidates that bring a whole range of skills to the position. And so you have to make a decision based on that skill matrix of who the best person is for the position. It's not saying that the previous person wasn't able to do a good job, and I called Mr. Williams and I related to him my thanks and said that this wasn't a personal reflection on him. This was about someone with a CV that was incredibly impressive, that had worked across a whole range of sporting organisations, that had great legal knowledge, who also had knowledge of the industry, that I thought would be a good chair going forward. So that's you've got to make decisions around these things. It was no reflection on Mr. Williams. It was just that there was 3 candidates that were deemed suitable, and I had to choose from those 3. We went back to the department and asked for clarification around how they arrived at the different skills that they presented to me in the skills matrix, etc. And then I sat down with the CVs and had to make a really difficult call.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. In relation to the CEO of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, it's obviously widely publicised that there's an ICAC investigation, and I don't want to go into those matters, but can you confirm what's happening with that role? Is he still in that role? How's that being managed?
Correct. So Greyhound Racing New South Wales, although we appoint board members, is independent. So what happened was, when I was presented, in fact very soon after I was appointed, I was presented with some complaints. I immediately, without prejudice, referred those complaints to the board, because it's the board's job to employ the CEO. The board instigated an investigation, which I received a report yesterday, and I might say that they are retaining legal rights over that report, so I can't comment about what was in the report.
So if I have a limited time. So but the board makes those decisions, is what you're saying, and the board has decided that individual will remain even...
Correct, yeah. Okay. My only power in the Act is that if I believe that the sport is being brought into disrepute, then I could intervene, but
that's not something you're entertaining. No. Okay, thanks. Just a couple of specific tracks I want to bring to your attention. There was $5 million proposed for the Tamworth Greyhound track, as you might be aware, but certainly reports that we've heard is that that's been delayed. Same with Goulburn, $6 million was committed to upgrade that track in August. Is there any update you can give me on Tamworth or Goulburn?
Yeah, probably they're questions for Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Djibouti. They make those decisions.
Could you take on notice maybe and come back with...
Yeah, we can take that on notice, but I will say that I talk to them often about these issues.
Yep.
But essentially, they have to make those commercial decisions and expend the money.
Yeah, I mean, but obviously, I guess from a community perspective, money's been allocated and nothing's happening and people are wanting to sort of
100%.
know why. In that, and again, you might need to take it on notice given the comment that you've just made, but particularly also the tracks, the Kempsey Macleay track and also Warhope, my understanding is they were downgraded just to practice tracks and they're not actually having, I might get the terminology wrong, but they're not actually having sort of racing per se. If there's any update on
my latest
that.
update with that is that they haven't released the racing calendar for the next thing yet, but I will take that on notice and get a more fulsome
Could you
answer.
also, and also in terms of if there is an intention to have a Saturday race to any track on the mid-north coast, would be handy if you're able to
we
let
can
us
certainly
know.
ask Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
That
I'd love
would
a
be-
Saturday day for Wyong races as well.
Yes, but not everyone lives in Wyong, Minister.
No.
I also just want to take you to some thoroughbred racing again. The Racing for the Regions program, you'd be aware, I think it was almost $60 million that was earmarked for that particular program. And once again, I think Gosford Racing Club's having some delays. You would well know about that, being the Minister. But there's a lot of, again, community, I guess, concern or questions around what's happening in terms of those particular projects. I think they have been announced some time ago, and my understanding is Racing New South Wales, according to the website, are the ones who are sort of administering that program.
They are.
But again, if that's something that you could get some information
Take that on
on,
notice and get you some updates.
Yeah.
Look, I would be dishonest if I said I wasn't frustrated about some of these things, and we've certainly had discussions generally about it.
Okay, so there's a number, I won't read, but there's a number that are listed on, if you could come back on each of those projects, that would be certainly appreciated. I guess more broadly in terms of, are you intending to do another round of funding for the Racing for the Regions program?
Not at this stage.
Okay. And then just, I guess, in terms of the sort of long-term racing industry sustainability, I know that the former Minister, Kevin Anderson, I think was considering a bit of a review into the terms of how the industry was funded, making sure that we've got that long-term financial sustainability of an industry that is very popular and that a lot of people obviously enjoy as a leisure pursuit. Is that something that you would also look to do? Have you received advice on that? What's the thinking around that long-term sustainability piece?
Yeah, so we've been having discussions with the three codes as well as with the department around a number of funding issues. It's also been discussed at a national level by racing ministers, and that goal is certainly what we all want to make sure that the industry and the jobs are sustainable and not only continue but thrive.
And then just for just coming back to the grants again, sorry to be jumping around a little bit. The Racing for the Regions, or actually probably any grant that go to sort of either Racing New South Wales or Greyhound Racing or anyone, I think you've just said that money goes, but they sort of administer the process of getting that money out and getting the projects done. Is there oversight from ICAC or the Auditor General or any sort of independent body in terms of how that process is rolled out, or how does that actually work in practice? Does government give them the money and they're responsible for the delivery, but what's the, I guess, check and balance in terms of that probity piece? I'm trying to get understand.
So obviously they have to report back to us through their annual reporting structures, and we and they also have to make sure that they at all stages making sure that they are complying with all of the checks and balances in terms of how they distribute money, etc.
Okay.
There's a it is part of the discussions that we have. I'll take on notice whether there's a more formal process than that.
That would be good. Do you support the national registration of thoroughbred horses?
Look, that has been a discussion. There is some differing views around the country on that particular one, including New South Wales. However, the greyhound industry, and I'm sure Steve can talk about this afternoon if you ask him, is about to introduce eTrack, which will track every racing greyhound in New South Wales. And there are jurisdictions right across the country that are interested in being part of that too. Under that system, the greyhounds are scanned 6 monthly, and there's even a little map that comes up and shows where they were and everything.
Okay.
So it's a very good system, and I know that other jurisdictions, including Queensland, that has all their racing under one administration, is looking at that seriously.
Okay, we might delve into that a little bit more this afternoon. Thank you. Thanks, Minister.
Minister, just in regards to medical research, you'd be aware that medicinal cannabis has been legal in Australia and New South Wales for 6 years now, and that it is a growing industry, that its value to the economy now is in the order of $300 million in terms of GDP, and that in New South Wales hundreds of thousands of people are now being prescribed medicinal cannabis through various national schemes, and that there are fantastic companies in New South Wales who are conducting clinical trials for medicinal cannabis, cannabinoids, cannabidiols and the rest. How much money, if any, out of the medical research support programs or other programs that the government has is going to medicinal cannabis research?
Yeah, I think that's a question we'll have to take on notice. I'm not sure if this afternoon you might be able to give a fuller answer on that one. Yeah.
Would you as a minister be interested in visiting, becoming more aware of what's happening in this medicinal cannabis space? I mean, there's a company on the north coast, Simra Life Sciences, who are doing amazing work in pain research. Another company in the Hunter, Ecofibre, doing research into endometriosis. Is this an area that the government is cognizant of and would be prepared to consult with and develop policy for?
Yeah, I am interested personally, and I would be happy to go and visit those places when it fits into my calendar, which is quite hectic. But there are more questions for the Minister for Health, and he would probably be able to give you a fuller answer. But I think government's always looking at what other jurisdictions are doing, what other programs and opportunities they are. As the Minister for Veterans, that certainly interests me as well, because I know of some of the work being done in the US and other jurisdictions. So, the short answer is I do have an interest in that. But in terms of overall government policy, you'll have to ask some of my other colleagues more directly.
Well, I would like to put on the record that in consultation with these organisations, one of the greatest barriers to taking these products to the market is the cost and the time in terms of medical research. So they are trying to avail themselves of these programs. So that's the reason I raised it. And I'm glad you raised the issues of veterans. I'm routinely approached by veterans who have availed themselves of medicinal cannabis to deal with a whole range of ailments, from pain. I was contacted this morning by someone from Special Forces who uses cannabis for pain management, and others who use it principally for PTSD. But they cannot drive, and so so many of our veterans are being forced onto what they see, in their words, more damaging alternatives, opiates, because they are then able to drive. Are our cannabis RDT laws a barrier for veterans availing themselves of the medicine that they should be able to legally use?
Yeah, so I heard your conversation yesterday with the Premier on this issue, and I defer to his answer. Look, these are things that have to be looked at in the wholesomeness of full government, and I can't sit here today and express an opinion. I think that that would be doing a disservice to my colleagues. So, look, I think all of these issues are being looked at, and that the Drug Summit will give us an opportunity to delve in greater detail into the issues. But yeah, I can't go further than that today. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it, Minister.
Minister, the last time we spoke, I think there were 5 LAUCs that were under administration. Can you provide an update about what's happening in terms of those, and is there any more looking on the horizon, or how are we tracking?
Yeah, so we can get you the exact figures on those of all the current LAUCs. It's a process that's not entered into without caution because of the issue around self-determination, but we have to make sure that LAUCs are serving their membership, and they're also have proper governance in place. So one of the things I've found is that when the recommendations come to me to put a LAUC into administration, there is a large level of detail that goes along with that. So it's not a decision that's made lightly, and that when the administrators are in place, they do very, very detailed reports around how they're tracking in terms of getting membership numbers up, going back to elections and all of those sorts of issues. So I'm very confident that the process is a good one. And just like any organisation across the community, from time to time they'll fall on hard times, and there needs to be an intervention. And we hope through Newswalk and the department that the process is mostly supportive, not punitive.
And so you maintain confidence in the system that we've got and the supports that we're providing to LAUCs to be able to get back on their feet?
Yeah, so I just recently received a report from the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council on their statutory duty in terms of supporting local Aboriginal land councils. Is in great detail, and it does show that some areas do need more support, and it's an area that we're actively looking at.
So with the, I think the government has allocated 366.5 mil. That's the figure I've got here. I'm not quite sure. I remember where that's come from now, but that is around to restore the land rights. What's the plan for that? What kind of allocation are we looking at, and what sort of support programs are we talking about in terms of that spend?
Yeah, so it's actually comes under the purview of the Minister for Lands because they determine land claims. But there is government is looking at the whole process because I don't think it's any great secret that there's between 38 and 39,000 unresolved claims at the moment. It was something that I raised at estimates through my upper house colleagues for many years
at estimates.
And that we, the previous government and the current government is actively looking at ways of improving that system, and it's difficult, particularly how it intersects with native title and other things. So, it is our aim to try and address some of the issues in that process. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's an easy job to do. Otherwise, it would have already been done.
So do you have some degree of confidence that there's a kind of forward program that will result in improvements?
I do.
And have you got sort of KPIs or whatever we call them nowadays around what that would look like, or is it still iterative? Like, what can we expect?
Look, we're not setting KPIs as such, but certainly there will be some things come to light shortly that will show that we're very keen to address these issues.
Okay, so there is something soon coming. Great. Can I just ask you about, and I know this again is not directly your portfolio, but the Kinchela Boys Home and the graves and that revelation there, and I know that again it's attached very deeply to the truth-telling processes. What can you tell us about that in terms of where things are heading?
Yeah, so It's been a really difficult subject because of the people and the agreements involved. So a lot of the negotiations, there's been very clear privacy expectation around some of the issues. What I can tell you is that we've met with both Kinchela and the Land Council. We actually went up to Kempsey and met the Land Council directly, and they have agreed to meet and to further discussions. The complexity is the Land Council owns the land, and the Kinchela mob are they've got their anniversary coming up and other things, so they have it's just really difficult situation, and our role, and I have to commend the department in what's been a sometimes very difficult negotiation, have tried to maintain that respect, both of the communities, in order to and respect their individual rights, but at the same time try to push forward so that we can get an outcome, and it's across all of the homes.
So if it's a matter of needing resources and money, financial assistance, we'll be able to provide
No,
that?
the money's already in place.
Great.
That's not the issue.
Okay, yeah.
If it was just the issue, that would make life very easy. No, the issues are far more complex about that, and it's about, particularly with Kinchela, that the fact that before it became the boys' home, it had another role, and respecting in terms of truth telling, respecting the whole history of the site. And there's still families there that are connected. So a lot of the things we can't do without permission from the parties.
Thank you. I think my colleague, Ms Fairman, has some questions. Can I just, in my half a second, the Tranby Story Centre in Glebe, is that something on your radar and something that you will support?
They've contacted me.
Yes.
And they've written to me, and I'm happy to explore them. We do have a range of grants programs, and we will assess whether they fit within that.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to go back to pokies. Now, I understand that you are saying that revenue from pokies is going down. Is that correct?
So the last quarterly figures, half-yearly figures were less than the previous half year. Now, there is seasonal issues around that, and the figures, it's not clear, but anecdotally, the industry is telling me that it is softening.
So last quarterly, did you say, or last 6 months?
6 monthly, I apologise.
And is and is this the last financial year?
Yes.
And it's from the data from ILGA?
No, the data it's from the CMS data, isn't it?
So yeah, thanks, Minister. So I think what the Minister's saying is that for the current 6 monthly data that's just been released compared to the prior 6 monthly data that was released, the figures are lower for this 6 monthly period of data. And that, as the Minister says, that can reflect seasonal differences.
What does that mean, seasonal differences?
Just there's more activity over summer. So the previous 6 monthly data would cover the sort of spring-summer period, I suppose, and you see more activity in venues during that time generally.
Okay, and what about poker machine numbers, Minister?
Yeah, so my understanding is, and we can get you the exact numbers, but the number of machines has reduced. My recollection, it's about 800 and something, or 600.
The total number of entitlements reduces. So the thing to remember here, Ms Verman, is that the number of entitlements is what reduces every time machines are forfeited through transfers and things like that, and that's what the government has reduced the overall state cap for entitlements by 3,000 recently. The number of machines will fluctuate within the approved number of entitlements. Machines might be in storage, for example, venues might be undergoing renovation, so those machines won't be in use. So the numbers of machines fluctuates, the number of entitlements will always reduce.
Yeah, and so the actual number of machines, because that's what's important, because that's what people lose money on over the last financial year. Have they increased or decreased?
My recollection is that they have, the actual number has decreased, but we'll take that on notice and get you the exact figures because I don't want to mislead you.
I mean, I do have, it has been reported that they have increased actually.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Fairman. Mr. Barakat, you have some information?
I do have the figures here. So they have actually increased. So FY21-22, the actual number of authorised gaming machines was 86,747. For FY22-23, there's 87,328.
Right, what's that increase? 600 and something more machines out there in the last financial year?
Effectively, yeah, and that can, as I said, we can probably take on notice to see whether we can get you any more detail around why there's that fluctuation. But as I said, it can be around venues putting machines in storage for things like renovations and things like that, and then reopening back up and having those machines available again.
Yeah, and I'm also told that some of the venues had put machines into storage during COVID, and they're progressively bringing them out of storage.
Is this the number of machines? Is it the highest that it's ever been?
No,
not
so
entitlements, but the number of machines.
No, it's not. So I can go back to FY 18-19 here, and in FY 18-19 we had 91,288. 19-20 we had 90,098, and then 2021 we had 87,696. So
yeah, that's the reduction that I was thinking of, but.
So it has increased since last financial year, but over the sort of longer term, it has come down.
Has gone down. Yeah.
So, Minister, how many machines are too many poker machines in your view, in terms of trying to really reduce the harm from poker machines?
Well, that will be for the panel to direct us on. I think you're asking me how long is a piece of string. Yeah.
Is that in the panel's terms of reference to look at how many poker machines, the number of poker machines that the state ideally should have to limit harm from gambling?
That is my understanding, but they also have the clause and any other matters they deem necessary. So, so it's certainly in the roadmap that will be looked into because, as I said, their direction is to look at all of those issues.
So you're expecting them to come back to you with an ideal cap of how many poker machines New South Wales should have?
Look, I don't think you can have an exact number. I think that's not reasonable. In a gaming room, you may have a whole set of machines that sit there and nobody plays. It's all about activity on machines. It's not about number of machines. I think there's a figure, and Tarek might correct me, that with Victoria, they have less machines, but in some venues their activity is actually higher. So it's not about the number of machines, it's how often people are using them is the issue.
Yes, and in terms of how often people are using them, I think the figure, the last 6 months of the last financial year, people losing, not just what they're putting in, but people losing $3.9 billion to pokies. That's probably too much, isn't it?
And that's what the gaming panel's looking at.
But it probably is too much, isn't it, Minister?
Well, that's what the gaming panel's looking at. They're an independent group. If I'm out there making commentary, then I make their job a lot harder. They have to advise us.
Yeah, but you surely kind of set your direction for them and what the government would like to see. $3.9 billion in a cost of living crisis, the people of New South Wales losing on poker machines over 6 months. Will you admit that that's too much?
Point of order.
The member is trying to elicit an opinion on the quantum of machines when the minister's clearly answered it by saying there's an objective analysis going on which will inform his decision. The question's been answered. Like, this is badgering.
To the point of order, I'm sorry, you wanted to make a contribution?
No, that's fine, Chair.
To the point, I won't uphold the point of order. I do think it was the member was pressing the point. The minister was answering but it was verging on becoming repetitious and then not courteous. So I'd encourage the member to be mindful of that as we proceed.
Can I say that the government obviously is responding to community concerns through the reforms we've already started putting in place, and the fact that the panel will guide us on what else needs to happen moving forward. But other than that, I really, if you create an independent panel and then you're outside the panel setting parameters and things, then you're putting pressure on them. They've got to decide. They're the experts in both areas, industry and harm minimisation. That is what we've tasked them with. The terms of reference are clear on what their responsibilities are, and we'll look at the roadmap when they produce it.
Thank you, Minister. Just a broad principle here, though, as Minister for Gaming, is the independent panel kind of meeting to, at some level, reduce reduce what people gamble on poker machines in New South Wales? Is that any kind of direction for them in terms of reducing harm, or are we expecting them to come up with recommendations that don't reduce what people are losing in those machines every single day, which I think at last count across New South Wales was $23 million every day?
Yeah, so the terms of reference say the panel will make recommendations on the use of the $100 million harm minimisation fund, which will help facilitate the 12-month cashless trial, implement recommendations from the trial, reduce gaming machine entitlements, and fund harm minimisation programs. So that's written into their terms of reference. That would be what we expect that they will report to us on, and we await their deliberation.
Okay. Right, thank you. That's very useful, I think, because I don't think anything in that terms of reference talks about reducing the activity of the amount that people are putting into poker machines. Which part of the terms of reference just deals with that?
Well, I'd say harm minimisation.
So harm minimisation, so that is...
So educating people. It's not illegal to gamble in New South Wales, but what we have to do is make sure that when people make a choice, they make an educated choice, understanding the consequences of their choice. That's what harm minimisation is about.
Minister, yes. So I'm not saying...
Excuse me, Ms. Fairman,
Sure.
your time has
Thank you.
concluded.
Thanks,
There will
Chair.
be, the Greens and Crossbench will get plenty more time in the next round. The opposition.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back, Minister, to some of your responsibilities as Minister for Central Coast, and my colleague Abigail Boyd's just joined me, and I think she'll be interested in this particular issue as well, around Wamberal Beach and the seawall.
As a coastie, yes.
So my understanding, Minister, is that prior to the election, Labor had made promises to the local community that you'd stop the seawall. I think you've said that the state government had no plans to transfer public land. Last month you told Triple M again that government had no plans to transfer public land and that you'd look into it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yep. And then on the 16th of October there was a response from Minister Scully back in response to a petition that I think was lodged by my colleague sitting to my left, effectively making it clear that the public land along there is in control of the council. So how did you commit to, why did you commit to not having the seawall progress when clearly that's not what's happening in practice? What's going on?
Okay, so the only commitment that I made as the Shadow Minister for the Central Coast during the election campaign was that we would review the decisions that had previously been made. So it's quite complex through my review of the situation. We didn't do a formal review. It was me and my staff checking with council, checking with different government departments, making sure we understood planning laws,
So this was after you'd been sworn in as the Minister?
After I was sworn in as the Minister.
Right.
That we found that there is no proposal to build the seawall on land that is entirely owned by the public. There's some parcels of land that we weren't aware of at the time that were already under the management of council. It wasn't about transferring it. It was already under the management of council. They are responsible as the Crown Land managers for the maintenance of that land. So what we discovered was that, as is the right of any private citizen and council, because it's in their coastal management plan that was approved by the previous government in 2016, that they, as a strategy, could put in place a hard wall. There was a particular terminology for it, which I can't recall at this particular moment, and that they have the right to submit a DA. Now, that doesn't mean it will be approved. It has to go through the independent planning process. And what we've been saying since is that if a DA is put forward, which it hasn't yet, but if a DA is put forward, that under those planning processes put in place by the previous government, the community will have the opportunity to put in their opposition to any proposal.
Do you oppose the seawall?
I have said that I have concerns for a long time, and goes right back to the old Gosford Council days, in terms of some of the decision making around that part of the Central Coast. It's no secret that I've said that. I have concerns about the impact back onto the lagoon community, and we continue to ask those questions of council. I've written to council about the issue, but the fact is there's already, I think it's 6 residents already have a DA to build a wall. It went to the Land and Environment Court and there was a mediation, so they can start tomorrow, and that any private citizen or council has the right to submit a DA, which will be assessed, and if it doesn't stack up, then I would assume it would be refused.
I mean, I guess, to be fair, Minister, what we're certainly hearing, and I'll do a shout out to my colleague Adam Kraut, is that the community is pretty angry, because I think the clear messaging coming from not just yourself, but I would say the Labor Party more broadly in the lead up to the election was that, you know, you guys wouldn't support it, you'd promised to stop it. Clearly, if council owns that land, or as you say, individual residents do, I think that there's a fair bit of anger around that, because if really you don't have power to do anything, is what you're saying now. Either residents are going to do it or council owns that land. So there wasn't really much you could do despite committing that you guys would put a stop to it. And
Well,
I think that politics is
well, you would
concerning
understand
local
that in
people.
opposition we don't have access to all the information.
Yeah, but you've
It's
got to
only
be
when you
honest
get
about
into
what you're going
government.
to do or not
Yeah,
do.
and we said that we wouldn't support a wall on public land. But we can't stop people privately. Are you suggesting that we will
I'm
tell
not.
private
But
citizens
what I'm saying is that
they're not
I
allowed
think-
to put in a
No,
DA
no.
to help protect their
No, no,
property
but no,
when it's
that's not
actually
what
in
I'm
the plan
saying.
that your government approved
Minister,
back in 2016? So you guys put the rules in place. The council's following the rules that were put in place, but now you want us to somehow intervene and deny people their rights.
All I'm saying is that there is concern amongst the community about what was said before and what is happening after. I don't know whether my colleague wants to ask a couple more questions about
Just
that.
on that on the 28th of June, the member for Gosford met with the Save Our Sand group and told them that the Central Coast Labor caucus MPs opposed the transfer of the beachland to the Central Coast Council for the council's seawall DA.
That's before we found out how the land was being managed.
So what's changed?
Well, we found out that the council was already the Crown Land managers of the land and responsible, as the Minister wrote in the letter, responsible for the maintenance of that land.
So just on that, the member for Gosford, she said, she's also the parliamentary secretary, that the response to one of your questions on notice about this, it was number 959, about the review into the seawall was, quote, a bureaucrat's response, not the minister's, unquote. Is that an appropriate way to characterise the responses that we get to these questions?
I didn't see her comments, so I don't want to comment.
Can I just come back quickly to the review? So I think that was announced on the 12th of April, but is that the same one that you just said you did within your, it's not a broader review?
No, we didn't promise a formal review, so there was no, because the minister, or the shadow minister responsible would have had to do a review, which I assume would have been the Minister for Environment because they do coastal management. So we never made an election commitment around that.
No, but this
What
was
we
on the
said
12th
was
of
we
April.
would
This is
review-
post-election.
We would review all of the information to see what the situation was. That was the only commitment that I made, and that's what we've done.
And on the so that my dates say that on the 12th of April, you then said post-election that you would do a review.
Yes.
But you've just said, is that just within your office and your staff? That's not a more formalised review?
No, we
of
never
everything?
committed to a formal review. We made no commitment of funds to a formal review. We just said we would review the situation.
Okay, and that's happened just internally within
Yeah,
your
and
office?
across, obviously, we've been corresponding with other ministers and other departments to find out the full context, and council,
Okay.
to find out the full context of the situation.
Right. So, but no plans for a formal review. That's, as far as you're concerned, that review's finished and done, and that's it now.
Well, there's an upper house inquiry at the moment that's going on, and I would certainly encourage people to put in a submission to that. And that's the processes of the Parliament. To do a review, a formal review, you would have to do a review into coastal management for the whole state, and that's outside my portfolio responsibilities.
Okay. Thanks, Minister.
Moving on to veterans. Minister, in your publicly released ministerial diary disclosures, I couldn't find any mention of a meeting with New South Wales RSL. You have 3 pieces of legislation under your remit as the Minister for Veterans: the Anzac Memorial Building Act, the Discharged Servicemen's Badges Act, and the RSL New South Wales Act, and yet you didn't meet with RSL New South Wales in your first 3 months as Minister.
Well, not correct. I met with the President of New South Wales RSL. I attended their Congress meeting just recently, and I've had...
Was that in the first 3 months of your...
meeting with Mr James, yes, absolutely.
And that's disclosed in your ministerial diary disclosures?
As far as I'm aware, they are. Should have been.
Okay. So how many times have you met with RSL New South Wales?
Formally as a whole council. I was there, had just gone through an election, and they've got a new council. So formally I was talking directly with Mr James as the President of New South Wales RSL.
And so how many times have you met with them?
With him?
Yep, or the full council?
Yeah, well, the full council once, which was just recently in Newcastle. And with Mr James, I've met with him on a number of occasions, at a number of events, and through a number of phone calls.
So have you sat down with him to understand the priorities of
Yes.
RSL New South Wales?
Yes.
And what are they?
Yes, so their priority is to modernise the organisation so that it is responsive to particularly younger veterans. They, through New South Wales RSL Life Care, are working on their plan to make sure that there's sustainability in the sector and that that they can support their different organisations around the thing, because as you would know, it's a federated model, and so in order for them to make changes, they have to get agreement from all of their councillors from around the state representing all the different sub-branches. So they're working on that model to make sure that that they are in the longer term. Some of these RSL clubs hold large amounts of money, and they're getting older. So they're trying to improve governance. They're trying to improve accountability back to their membership, and they're also trying to make sure that they can continue to support the welfare of their membership over the longer term.
Thank you. And I guess on that, something to do with the welfare of their members, and certainly the veterans community more broadly, is a matter of incarcerated veterans. So veterans are not actually asked when they go into prison whether they are veterans or not. And I'm wondering if you would commit to a process that ensures that veterans would be able to identify themselves and then to receive appropriate supports through their incarceration and then also upon release.
Yeah, look, it's a really important area. It actually came up in discussion at the meeting of veterans ministers, and it's something that we will have a look at. Obviously, it's not in my portfolio area directly, but there's also a request that be put onto enrolment forms of schools. And of course I'm not adverse to that, so I'm certainly prepared to advocate for those things.
Okay, thank you. And look, I understand there's obviously a difference between RSL New South Wales and the clubs, but there is a lot of crossover, particularly with patronage, and I'm wondering how you are managing that conflict of interest between your responsibility for veterans and your responsibility to gaming and racing in New South Wales, and that's particularly with reports that 1 in 5 veterans addicted to gambling have tried to commit suicide, which is a recent study that came out.
Yeah, and that's why we've been putting so much money into harm minimisation, why we've made the extra commitment.
But there are more
we
pokey
understand
machines.
we understand that there is that it is an issue, and we're not blind to it, and that's part of our strategy, is to make sure that there is that support, and we're doing that not just through our support for harm minimisation, but you may or may not be aware that in partnership with the federal government, there are veterans hubs being set up across the state, and part of their role is to make sure the welfare of veterans are looked after, across a whole range of issues, mental health. The suicide levels are unacceptable. So making sure that there are those interventions in place.
So would there be a specific component of the review that you're doing as Minister for Gaming and Racing that refers to veterans and harm minimisation?
Probably broadly in the sense of what the work the hubs will do, but they're only very new. So there's only one operating at the moment in Nowra, and the others are being rolled out. So once that happens, we'll be able to look more wholly at the issue.
They're federally funded though, they're not?
Federally funded, but they're done in partnership with the New South Wales RSL and Life Care. And of course, I've got a Veterans Roundtable on the 3rd of November on the Central Coast at Wombrel. And they're the sort of issues we're discussing. A lot of these issues fall into the federal sphere. And so we've had the federal minister visit the Central Coast as well. And we want to work in partnership with the Commonwealth and the Department of Veteran Affairs to see how we can complement the work they do. Some of the things you're suggesting are currently specifically looked after by the federal government. But if there's the opportunity for the New South Wales government to assist with that, then we'd be certainly open to looking at it, and including if there was federal funding available to help with some of these things, then we can assist with rollout and implementation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Minister. Just in relation to ILGA, I note that there's been, the budget paper showed there's a 9.7% decrease in the budget from last financial year to the next one. So between 2022-23 it was 5.4 million, 23-24 it's down to 4.9. What are those sort of savings, or how have you found that $500,000 cut?
Might hand over to the Secretary to answer that one.
I can get you that detail on notice, but I think probably the prior year, the prior year was in the year before the NIC was stood up, and while the external reviews inquiries were underway, so the ILGA budget would have included funding that covered those things.
Okay.
And then in this current year, the NIC and the ILGA are split out, and it's just the operational budgets. If it would help, we can get you the detailed breakdown. That would be the reason for it. We haven't reduced the funding.
So your overall funding in terms of your operations hasn't changed. It's that difference.
No.
If you could get that on notice, that would be very helpful. The Minister, the $100 million fine for Star Casino, could you just walk through? My understanding is I think you've committed 50% of that to harm minimisation, but what's the intention with that money, and where's that up to?
Yeah, let me find that exactly for you. So we're using the $100 million that was from the fine imposed on Star Casino to directly fund harm minimisation initiatives. So under the legislation, a pecuniary penalty is payable as a debt to the Crown. To date, Star has paid 60% of the penalty, and the remainder is to be paid by the 29th of December 2023. So what those funds are going to the Responsible Gambling Fund,
Yep.
and they determine
the entirety of that money will go to
so
responsible
it's
gambling?
extra. It's 10 million.
I can speak to
Yeah,
the breakdown if you like.
Yep.
So the 100 million has been committed, as the Minister
Yep.
said, for this financial year in the most recent budget. There's 3.4 of that is to support the independent panel to undertake the trial and advise government on the recommendations.
3.4 of that, sorry?
3.4,
Yep.
And then there's 6.4 over the forward estimates to implement government's commitments around facial recognition and third-party exclusion in pubs and clubs. And then there's 10 million that's gone into the Responsible Gambling Fund for the fund to determine how best to spend on harm minimisation initiatives. The balance is about 21.7 over the forward estimates, and that will be used to implement the recommendations of the independent panel. So that money has been committed in the budget over the forwards and will be used to implement whatever recommendations the government accepts or the panel provides to government in relation to gaming
So
reform.
21 of that will go to the recommendations of the panel, is that what you just said?
21.7 over the forward estimate, so it's 65 over the forwards with the
Sure.
balance of about 15 million from the $100 million total in the planning years. So the whole 100 million has been committed to...
Yes, but not all of the 100 million is harm minimisation from what you're saying. Some of it's gone to facial recognition technology or setting
So
up.
that's in this first year. There's 3.4 to the panel, 6.4 to the facial recognition and third-party exclusion, and
Right.
then the 10 million to the RGF. The balance will be spent according to the recommendations of the independent panel.
Okay.
Yeah, and we would argue that facial recognition, those sorts of things, and there's still a wider discussion to have about that,
Sure.
is actually around harm minimisation, and it will help that exclusion and third-party exclusion process.
Could you maybe, Mr. Barakat, just on notice that 100 million, so I know you've just sort of answered it,
Yeah.
but full sort of breakdown of what's going to what and over which period of time
Yeah,
would
no
be
problem.
really handy.
Happy
Yeah,
to-
thank you. I think my
So
colleague's
you'll
got
take
it.
that on notice.
I will take that on
Sorry,
notice,
to be
Chair.
clear,
Apologies,
Chair, just
sorry.
we've got 1 minute, so one more.
I just quickly wanted to note that in your diary disclosures, no such meeting is present.
Right.
So I just wanted to see, are you confident that you had that meeting within the first 3 months of you
Yeah,
becoming minister? So your diary disclosures aren't accurate?
I'd have to check on that, but I definitely met with Mr. James.
Okay, well, could you just take on notice that you're, to check the accuracy of your diary disclosures, because it's obviously a fundamental part of how we ensure accountability for our ministers.
Yeah, it may have slipped through because I often have coffee with Mr. James, and you know, on getting his advice, etc. I don't necessarily do it in a formal way. So yeah.
Do you think
So
it's important
in
to
future
ensure-
more, I will make sure that our coffee dates are in there.
Be more diligent. Well, if you speak about policy matters, you actually have to disclose them, coffee or not. So.
That's
Fair
right,
enough.
it's a requirement. Thank you. Thanks,
Properly
Minister.
guided.
Thank you, Minister. Just before we go to the Greens, I've just got a couple of questions. Minister, the New South Wales Government has a commitment to closing the gap, and particularly the priority reform areas. Significant education within government agencies is critical to ensure the government is upholding its obligations under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. What mechanisms have been implemented to educate staff on closing the gap across all levels of government?
I'm not sure we've got enough time. There's a whole range of initiatives behind the scenes in terms of engagement across government. One of those I mentioned earlier, which is the quarterly reporting. The Premier has committed to meet with the Closing the Gap Council on a quarterly basis, and I co-chair that council. There is a working group within Premier and Aboriginal Affairs, and a whole other group are fully engaged on looking at how government will implement the Closing the Gap targets. Now, in terms of your question about education across departments, that will be part of the process. At the moment, it's the machinery issues that are being put in place, and there are and they are pretty extensive. So I'm not sure if the Secretary wants to talk specifically about, or the Deputy Secretary?
Sorry, well, we have each of the government departments meet. We coordinate that as Aboriginal Affairs. There are quarterly meetings, regular updates. We have our implementation plan, which includes all government departments who have responsibilities under Closing the Gap, and we're in constant contact and communication with each of those departments who have responsibility for that.
Perhaps, Chair, the only thing I'd add is that we've included Closing the Gap as one of the core elements of the Secretary's Board terms of reference now as well.
All right, thank you. Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning. We're still in morning? No, we're in the afternoon. Good afternoon. Minister. I'm really glad that the questions about the seawall have already been covered. So can I just clarify then? So we've got those 6 parcels of land, I think it was 6, that we were 5.
I think it's 5.
That there was concern about being transferred. Is what you're saying that was not actually a transfer, it was already sitting with council?
That's what we've discovered, yes.
Okay, so there was no transfer or no approval of that transfer
No, so
from
the government
Minister
has not
Scully?
sold or moved land. It's still Crown land, but like a lot of Crown land, it is managed by a Crown land manager. In this case, it's council.
Was there any approval involved in that land from Minister Scully in the last however many months you've been in government?
Yeah, that's a question for Mr. Scully.
Okay.
Sorry.
We heard, so what I understand of what you were saying in response to my colleague's questions was that there's basically nothing you can do now because there's a DA process, but you also said that these rules were put in 2016 by the previous government. You're now in government. We have a council under administration, which is not democratically elected. We have laws that can now be changed through Parliament, should you so wish. It's not true to say that you can't do anything about this. You could pass a law with the consent of the rest of the Parliament in November to stop a seawall being built in Wamberal, couldn't you?
Well, that's a question for the Minister for Environment who looks after coastal management. Look, all I can say is that in our discussions with Council, they have a plan of management, the coastal management plan, that says that this is what they can do. The previous government put in place an expert panel who made a recommendation that this is what should happen. And the council moved, through the administrator, moved a motion that any work can only happen on private land. And that's our understanding is that's what they're proceeding with. It's and it's very, very hard. There's, as I said, tomorrow, I think it's 6 of the landholders could start building a wall tomorrow. And you can't retrospectively move legislation that that says no, now you can't do it, because that was a decision of the Land
They haven't even put in their plans, have they?
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen tomorrow.
No.
So you will have time.
Yeah. So look, you'd have to ask the Minister for Environment, because all of these things have implications. It's bad practice to move legislation for specific places unless it's absolutely crucial. There would be members with areas in their electorates that would be having similar issues. It's an issue that government has to look more widely. I have to say, we looked at it in 2010, and the then opposition initially gave bipartisan support and then withdrew it and played politics with it, and then it got scuttled. So, and then the previous government has sat there for 12 years. They've approved these plans. Council's doing what what their plans say, and we can't direct council what to do either, because he's independent. So, and they've got, they've made decisions based on court rulings and a whole range of things. So it's just a really, really terrible situation.
It is, and
that we've been left with.
And you know, as well as I do, that 2017 government report that actually considered the different alternatives with different walls or no wall very clearly came out favouring no wall as being the best thing for the future of Wamberal. But the council's subsequent report and considerations only considered what type of wall rather than whether there should be a wall at all. When the process is so flawed, what do you expect residents to do other than to come to you and ask you to intervene?
Yeah, and what I've said is they have to submit their objections to the process. That's all you can. You can't have an independent process, and then say, oh, by the way, don't use it. You've got to. If people want to put their objections in, they do it. You've got to remember too that the response from the previous government when those storms hit in I think 2020, 2019, was to put together the expert panel which recommended the wall.
Yeah.
So that's what we're left with. I mean, I'd love to say that we can come into government and fix all the previous government's problems in 7 months, but it's not realistic.
I'll move on in the time available. I wanted to ask you around Wentworth Park. Has there been, I understand that the lease for the Wentworth Park track is ending in 2027?
Correct.
Has the government already been looking at identifying alternative venues? What's the status of that?
Yeah, so my current understanding is that that there has been some very superficial discussions, and that we haven't actually got a clear indication in terms of in writing from Jabota and Greyhound Racing New South Wales what they want to do. We've had discussions, as I said, very superficial, but that's something that we'll be turning our mind to. Obviously, it covers a lot of portfolios, so that discussion will be in conjunction with a number of other ministers and departments.
There were 3 serious injuries recorded of greyhounds at the $1 Million Chase this year. Why is the government still funding it?
Well, it's an industry that is not illegal, and that
It might not be illegal, but does it need your help?
Well, it was a decision that racing would continue. Our job, and my job as minister, is to make sure that we have a very, very serious eye to animal welfare. All the discussions I have with GWIC, with Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Jabota is about animal welfare. They know that it is a keen interest of mine. We have to make it as safe as we can.
You were reported as being within the TAB tent, I think at the Everest race?
Yes, about 7.5 minutes, yes.
Yes. Do you think there's an inherent conflict of interest in having responsibility for both the gaming and the racing industry when it comes to adequately regulating the gambling companies?
No, I don't. I've got to talk to all the participants, and I talk to participants and I talk to harm minimisation people, and I seek advice from the different departments and the different organisations, and and that's my job as minister. I don't think there's inherent conflict. It's you're not doing your job if you're not talking to all of those different organisations. They of course have their own view of the world, and you have to put that in the context of everybody else's view of the world. My job at the end is to, if you like, to be the adjudicator and take forward a policy that's reasonable and sensible, and I'm very risk adverse, so I always try to make sure that I make sure those processes are quite robust.
In relation to Greyhound Racing New South Wales's culture, there have been some reports of an exodus of staff and some grievances lodged by employees with Fair Work Australia. What have you been doing as minister to ensure that the culture Ground Racing New South Wales is appropriate?
Okay, so as soon as, and unfortunately you missed the discussion earlier, but as soon as I was made aware of concerns, I immediately wrote to the board of Greyhound Racing New South Wales. They instituted an independent review of the complaints, and that I received yesterday a letter back from them. It's still, they didn't waive their legal right over the report, so I can't talk about what's in it. But they are responsible directly for staff, and I've made it clear to them that that if there were issues, they need to take action. They have done that, and it's there's still some of those complaints ongoing, so it would be inappropriate for me to comment further than that.
I'll just ask one final question, then hand over to my colleague. Just medical research, you have a real sort of hodgepodge of different portfolios, but when it comes to medical research, what is the status of the review of the code and the relevant legislation? Sorry, I'm going to say that again because that was not very useful. So the New South Wales, the NHMRC code for the use of animals has not been reviewed in 10 years. It's in need of urgent review. Are you supporting that review? What are you doing in the context of legislation when it comes to medical research?
Okay, so I understand that's outside my portfolio.
Okay.
But I'll hand over to...
Whose portfolio is it in?
Jen Frederick. I think it's under...
It's Department of Primary Industry that
Industries,
regulates within New South Wales the welfare of animals, but we are coordinating with the NHMRC around various policies that relate to health and medical research.
Yeah.
We don't duplicate what is already in the policy from NHMRC on our website, but we are participating in various committees and of course are supporting the committee discussions with evidence reviews around alternative to use of animal in research through our work as well.
Thank you. I hand over to Kate.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to turn to the club grants scheme again and just ask whether is it your understanding or your view that a review of the club grants scheme will look at what seems to be an unfair weighting to Category 2 expenditure within that grant, which can go to professional sporting bodies such as league clubs, and give more weighting to Category 1?
Yeah, so we are about to release the terms of reference for that review. It's a review that is being done in partnership with Treasury and the Cabinet Office, and they will be looking at all of those sorts of issues. So I think that, again, I would encourage people to make submissions to that review. It was a commitment that we made to NCOS very soon after being elected. In my first meeting with them was to undertake a review because, as you would know, they had walked away from the process under the previous government, and we want to make sure that the system, if it continues to operates in a fair way. So that is certainly within the terms of reference. When's the?
Does it? Sorry, Ms. Fairman, I can just add the terms of reference are actually published now. They're on our website. Excellent. So it has only been recently, so you might not have had a chance to look at them yet, but they're available now for all to see. So the next steps for us will be to finalise a discussion paper and get that out for public consultation probably before the end of next month. And excuse me, we anticipate that would be open for a number of months, probably up until the end, at least the end of February, to give people the time to make those submissions.
Right. So, Minister, what has been happening, of course, is some of the very wealthy leagues clubs, such as Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs Rugby League Club, has been basically getting millions of dollars each year given to them by Canterbury League Club in the guise of this community grant. Does that seem fair to you when other community groups within that same area might get, say, $5,000?
Well, interestingly, it wasn't just NCOS that raised concerns. There were actually other industry members that raised concern about some of the practices, and that's why we're having the review, and we will come back after that review with a set of recommendations, and the government will look carefully to make sure, and I know the Treasurer is deeply committed to this, to make sure that there is actual value for money, that it's getting to the right places, and that the scheme, if it continues, will continue in the way that the community would more broadly expect.
So in terms of that more broadly expectations of the community, that would probably be, are you saying that Canterbury Bulldogs, for example, who had a profit last year of $10 million, consolidated entity profit of $10 million, also gets a tax-free grant of $2.6 million that same year? That's what you mean by community expectations really should drive change in this area?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about individual cases here today, but what I say to you is we've heard loudly that there are concerns, and we are doing a review because of that.
So we can expect some changes, but what you're saying, that this doesn't meet community expectations of what club grants should be.
Well, I'm sure the review will show us that there needs to be changes, and we'll look at those recommendations and make the decisions then.
But sure, the review will say there needs to be changes, but from your view as a minister, several millions of dollars going to these wealthy leagues clubs from community grants, that's what you mean by doesn't meet community expectations?
As I said, I've had a number, not just that, I've had a number of issues raised with me. That's why we've put in place this review. I spoke very early on with the Treasurer, and we gave the added parameter that the gaming, the cashless gaming panel can also look at club grants as well. That was a commitment we made, and so I'm sure they will have input as well. So I'm not going to talk more broadly than that, other than to say that that this scheme's been operating for a long time, in the sense that it was getting tired, and some people were pushing the parameters. And that's why we're having a review, because we understand that there is a different expectation.
Okay, well, given that you're putting everything into the review and don't seem to have government policy on it, let's hope that review receives
well, I don't think that's
and not just the industry.
A point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane.
The member has asked the same question of the minister several times and has received an answer, and when failing to get the answer she wanted, is now badgering the witness and trying to put words in his mouth, and I ask that you request that she refrain.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. It's been going very nicely till now, so we'll just remember to be courteous to the witnesses and allow them to answer the question in the way they see fit without interjecting.
Yeah,
sorry, Ms. Fairman, you've got 38 seconds left. 36, 35.
Well, Chair, I was just going to add that the assertion that we don't have any policy is clearly wrong, because in the interim we made changes to the guidelines that went out just recently. So we've already acted, but we then have committed to that more wide-ranging review, and we will wait the recommendations that come back from that review. And it includes everyone. It was actually at the request of NCOS.
I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now turn to questions from the government.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Lawrence.
Minister, returning to your Aboriginal Affairs portfolio, as someone who worked for many years in an Aboriginal controlled community organisation, I'm particularly interested in knowing what the government is doing to support Aboriginal controlled organisations.
So Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales administers a number of grants that support Aboriginal controlled organisations, and under Closing the Gap, there's what's called Community and Place Grants Program, and it aims to deliver tangible local benefit and impact to Aboriginal communities against the Closing the Gap socio-economic outcome targets. And it recognises that Aboriginal communities have local solutions to problems or issues within their community. So I think that's a really important grant program. It shows the commitment to closing the gap and understanding that self-determination and the research that shows where Aboriginal organisations are delivering programs to their own community, there are better outcomes. So that's a really important program for those Aboriginal controlled organisations. In 2022-23 grant round, there were 268 applications and 143 organisations were awarded funding, totalling over $20 million. The second round of community and place grants, which we were able to announce at the Koori Knockout recently in my electorate of Tuggerah, commenced on the 2nd of October with $10 million of $15 million allocated in the last budget. So successful applicants will be advised from May 2024, and the projects will be delivered from the 1st of July 2024 to the following year. An innovation fund is under development with the remaining $5 million. So we really want to support Aboriginal controlled organisations. It's a key part of closing the gap, and you know, they need to deliver the programs they need on the ground. They need support. So we're really pleased to be able to offer those grants to support the hard work being done in communities right across the state.
Thank you, Minister. And moving then, I suppose, to private sector activity, what is the government doing to support Aboriginal businesses?
Well, this is a really exciting area, and I was actually out at the NCIE this week, and we were joined by colleagues from across the ditch, the Maori businesses, to talk about how Indigenous businesses can engage in exporting. It was the fourth business roundtable. There's been a number of other ones, one focusing on local government, one developing the business roadmap, and it's all part of understanding that a key part of closing the gap, and New South Wales is the only jurisdiction that has priority number 5, which is around economic development, is supporting Aboriginal businesses is one of the biggest enablers of improving all the other outcomes. So if you're employed or you own a business, you're more likely to have better education, health outcomes, housing outcomes right across the board. So we're really pleased that New South Wales has that 5th priority reform. So there's been $10 million allocated over 4 years, and there's $1.73 million that was committed in the current budget. The roundtables have been really important, not just for networking across Aboriginal businesses, but also to hear concerns around a range of issues about how difficult it is to do business if you're an Aboriginal business owner, particularly those businesses in rural and regional New South Wales. So earlier this year we went to Dubbo and spoke to people out there. But the other side of it is to learn about the amazing Aboriginal businesses that are out there. And at the roundtable this week, we heard about Kui cookies, and those cookies apparently anyone can eat, even if you're vegan, vegetarian, you've got different allergies and things. Apparently everyone can eat them. They have the Aboriginal flavours, and they've just recently gone to a trade show and potentially have tens of thousands of orders. So this is a mum set up this business, and it's just growing exponentially. And I know that currently they're manufactured in Tullamarine, but they're actually in discussion with Regional New South Wales of moving their production to Gosford on the Central Coast. So that was good news too, that I learnt at that. But it's I think the other big thing we announced at that particular roundtable was the Aboriginal Business Task Force, and that's designed to provide independent advice, develop strategic approaches, and coordinate and drive initiatives under Priority Reform number 5. And it's expressions of interest are open for that, and for all the thousands of people that are watching the broadcast today, we encourage them to go to Aboriginal Affairs website and register their interest to be part of that advisory group.
Thanks, Minister. I might hand over to one of my Labor colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can I just ask by way of clarification, the answer you gave when on that line of questioning on the Wombrel seawall, the upper house inquiry you referred to, I understand, is about the planning system and climate change impacts. Is that the one you're referring to?
That's the one I'm referring to, yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you
and
for the clarification.
In terms of, I think there may have been some ambiguity over surrounding the question over the funding for the racing industry. The racing industry is fully self-funded, isn't it?
Self-funded, that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And the terms of reference for the club's grants inquiry, I understand that's been published on the website.
Yes, Tarek corrected me. They have actually gone up. So it must have been last little while, and it's good to it's good that they're up there. Look, we want to get that inquiry moving and get the results back.
Great, thank you, Minister.
Can I also clarify just think that the Ray James. So Ray, I serve as the chair of the Memorial Trust, and Ray's is one of the trustees, and so a lot of the meetings or discussions I have with people is when I'm at events, but the actual meeting was the coffee one, and it was across the road at Chifley. Was on the after the 30th of June, so it'll be in the next lot of disclosures. I'm corrected, but Ray, as the president of the RSL, obviously attends all of the commemorative events that I attend to as well, and at those events we have informal discussions with other board members from RSL, etc. So we do talk all the time. Do I need to have a formal sit down and just so that it's recorded properly? I find it more valuable actually talking to people when opportunity comes up. It's when you get the best information, and it also means that I'm responding directly to their concerns, etc. And Ray can ring me any time of the day or night, and so can the new president, Mick Bainbridge. Congratulations, who's just been elected as a former Afghan veteran, and I will have that same invitation to him. One of the way I suppose I'm a bit casual. You probably see today. It's the way that I am, but I'm very much across what I do, and I talk to people all the time. And if you want me to sit down and have a formal meeting so it's recorded in the diary, well, we can do that. But I'd rather make sure that I'm constantly in contact with people. So that's the commitment I made in politics, is that I'm always available. Probably my staff would tell me too many people have my phone number, and a lot of people use it, but including the shadow ministers, which I welcome as well, because decision making shouldn't, in my portfolios, and I've said this publicly, should be bipartisan. They're too important across all of them, and I welcome the input from the shadows, and I talk to former ministers, and I value the contribution they have in helping me to do my job better.
Thank you, Minister. I have a question to do with licensed venues. And I just wanted to know a bit more about what the government is doing to address and prevent drink spiking in licensed venues.
Yeah, it's a really, really important area. We actually had a petition debate in the Parliament earlier this year, and I have to admit, I have two 20-year-old daughters, and it wasn't something that I had thought about a great deal, but I was very much educated there. So we made the commitment after meeting that group that we would look at that area, and I know the Police Minister too is very much committed to this, because we've had a discussion about it. The government, through its reforms, and the Minister for the Nighttime Economy, the Honourable John Graham, who's obviously demonstrates the government's commitment to having a vibrant nighttime economy. But part of that is making it safe, and part of that is making sure that people aren't exploited. So we have to proactively address issues such as drink spiking through improved education, training and awareness. Staff and security personnel who work at licensed premises are required to take responsible service of alcohol training. The content for the training course on drink spiking is currently being updated. So we've listened to what people said, and that curriculum is being improved. Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, with support from the New South Wales Police, developed a campaign to raise awareness of drink spiking in licensed venues. The Think Safe to Drink Safe campaign has been relaunched on the 11th of October with an invite to all venues to roll out the expanded creative assets and content to help educate their staff and patrons about how to protect themselves and their friends. So we encourage people to be alert and be aware and look after themselves. But this is a message for friends. Look after the people that you're out with. Don't leave drinks unattended. But if you have trouble, then certainly talk to staff at venues. And if there is an instance where things have gone really wrong, then please report it to police. I think this is a hugely unreported crime, and we need people to actually be reporting it to make sure that there's a proper response overall.
Thank you, Minister. And I guess maybe on a more positive note to end, and I know there'll be crossover with other ministers, but what about what's the government doing in the approach to promoting a balanced, vibrant hospitality sector?
Yeah, so one of the benefits I had was when we were in opposition, was spending a lot of time with the Minister for Good Times, the Honourable John Graham, who's very, very, very passionate about this area. And there's been an announcement just recently of the government's commitment to introducing those vibrancy reforms, but in a way that is safe. So this is all around safety and making sure that when we encourage people to go out and have a good time, they do so in a safe way, and that they can do it in a secure way. We're looking at a whole range of reforms from hospitality, live music, entertainment and cultural sectors to encourage a vibrant economy. And I want to thank the department for the work that they've done. They've been heavy lifters on these reforms and their knowledge and expertise have been absolutely vital in making sure that we are putting forward some really good reform. We want to make sure that venues have their red tape cut so that they can get on with the business of actually entertaining people. We want to make sure there's precincts where people can go safely and enjoy being out and around, and of course that flows back into the economy. But we also want to make sure that at the forefront of our thinking is harm minimisation. So we have to understand that this has to be done in a safe way, and that's why the Honourable John Graham has particularly been looking at how we improve venues to have live music, offering incentives for those venues. And one of the big things we're doing is streamlining the noise regulation for licensed venues. That's not taking the rights of people, not to be able to live a peaceful lifestyle, but it has to recognise that some venues have been in place for a long time, and that they should be allowed to do their business as long as they're doing it in a respectful, positive way. So I think these reforms are going to be absolutely fantastic. The Central Coast, Newcastle and Wollongong have now been included under the 24-hour commissioner, and we're looking forward in the regions to having reforms rolled out as well. And I think a big part of our economy is people having the ability to go out, listen to live music, relax, and enjoy their local environment.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Minister. The time for questioning is over. We very much appreciate your contributions, your testimony this morning. Thank you for attending. We are finished with the questioning now. Any questions on notice, you will receive a transcript that highlights those. We'll now break for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. So
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank all of the committee members.
Thank you, Minister.
reopen the Portfolio Committee number 1 inquiry into the budget estimates, the hearing, and we will begin with the opposition's questions.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start back on the issue around closing the gap and the LEC report. Now, obviously, I appreciate that the LEC is an independent agency, but I just wanted to get some clarity or information in relation to what the relationship is like between sort of Aboriginal affairs within the Premier's Department with the police as an organisational wing around closing the gap targets. Are there regular meetings, discussions? How does that work in terms of those issues? And I'm happy for either Mr Draper or Mr Hamilton to answer, whoever's best placed.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm happy to answer that. I might just start by talking about the structure.
Yes, well, I was going to get to that, so if you...
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
So within the structure of the implementation of closing the gap within New South Wales, we have a joint council, which is chaired by the Minister and is, well, joint chaired by the Minister and the CAPO co-chairs.
Yep.
And then the members of that are the secretaries of each of the departments, and myself as Deputy Secretary and the CEO of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. And then obviously other CAPO members. And then there's a partnership working group, which is at government representative and CAPO representative. So I actually chair that meeting. And then we have other deputy secretaries, CAPO reps, local government, and NCARA representatives there. And then there's a number of different officer level working groups depending on the different priority reforms and the different pieces of work.
Okay.
And the police are part of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could I just ask, what are the different responsibilities between the joint council and the partnerships level?
So at joint council is the Minister
Yep.
and the CAPO chairs,
Yep.
and then the secretaries of each of the departments, and then CAPO memberships.
So just kind of like high level decisions are being made there that are then implemented.
Yeah.
And then the partnerships groups are more about that, like that implementation.
Yeah,
and
officer
delivery.
level is that implementation,
Yeah.
sort of at a department level and a CAPO membership level.
Thank you.
So I take from what you're saying that there is a lot of interaction and engagement, and if a particular issue was to arise in a certain portfolio area, that's quite constant communication that those meetings would occur, and that working together happens frequently from what
In addition to that, so that what I just outlined is closing the gap, but we also have local decision making.
Yep.
And the police are part of local decision making. So when particularly around accords where they're working directly with those local decision making alliances, there's interaction with the police on those as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So just on that local decision making aspect, obviously on the website it says that it's being reviewed at the moment. What's the review and how long is that going to take to occur? Like how deeply does that go, that review?
We've finished the review on local decision making.
Yep.
And we've obviously re-engaging with each of the alliances, so we've got 9 of those across the state, and it's just a reset on that relationship. The funding continues, and really around aligning the work of local decision making and how it lines up with closing the gap. And so the best way to sort of how it works is really local decision making is those organisations and people on the ground within community working through their, whatever their particular issues are from a local decision making perspective, and then feeding that up into the local decision making process. But what we've done is looked at the work that they do in local decision making and how it aligns with closing the gap. So it's sort of they're coming from a ground up perspective, and really closing the gap through CAPO is at the organisational level. Yeah.
So making sure that you've sort of got each are listening to the other. In
Yeah,
terms of the way that
the voice is coming through through local decision making,
Yes.
but but also what you find on the ground is actually organisations are members of CAPO and of local decision making.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's probably, sorry, I'll just add, I mentioned earlier that the Secretary's Board now has, in its terms of reference, closing the gap as one of the key themes for that body, and it certainly doesn't supplant the structure that Mr Hamilton was just describing, but just to confirm that the Police Commissioner is also a member of that body as well.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to ask, how often is that joint council meeting?
Quarterly, I think it is, yeah.
Do you think that's enough?
Well, you've got the way so the other one I didn't mention is there's a national one as well, so which the Minister attends, and obviously CAPO attend as part of the national peak.
So you're meeting
organisation.
before the national one to kind of inform what goes to the
generally the
national?
joint council is slightly before the national one.
Yeah.
But I think the rhythm that we have at the moment is fine, and we have plenty of oversight of the program.
Okay. I just want to start on some of the broader kind of machinery of government changes, and then my colleague will take over. But in terms of the split between Premier's department into the Cabinet Office, now, I don't know, some of you would, when I was Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, it was in education, and I was very much supportive of it moving into DPC. I think it makes sense to be in a central agency and for the delivery mechanisms. But we're just keen to unpack a little bit, and I know we've used it in reference to that particular piece of legislation that was passed recently, but just in terms of the structural changes, given that now the old DPC has become those two agencies, where is, obviously Aboriginal Affairs is within Premier's department, but are there any other kind of machinery of government? Could you just talk us through what's different now as opposed to, say, 12 months ago?
Overall, so the creation of the two departments, Cabinet Office and Premier's Department. The Cabinet Office is, as you'd imagine, focused primarily on the Cabinet process and providing advice to the Premier on all items going up to Cabinet, and also sort of corralling other agencies when there's a whole of government solution required or a whole of government approach to policy. So that's their primary focus. There's quite a lot of it's quite an enterprise, if I could put it that way. The Premier's Department is more focused on delivery and leading the public service and delivery in normal times, programs that are going to take a long time, like the Closing the Gap sort of programs, but also things which occur in times of emergency or great urgency at the very least when events arise, and making sure the whole government is participating in solving those issues and making sure the Premier is suitably advised and engaged in that process as well. And you're right, sorry, just to find out, Aboriginal Affairs sits within the Premier's Department and in fact is probably the largest single element within the Premier's Department.
So why are those two things now separate? Like, what was the need to actually separate the Premier's Department with the Cabinet Office?
Point of order has been taken, Mr. Lawrence.
I'd say that is seeking an expression of opinion on government policy. It was obviously government policy to split them, and a decision of the executive government.
Yeah, I do uphold the point of order. I do think that is seeking an elucidation of government policy. So maybe you reframe the question.
So I guess what is the kind of functional difference between both of those groups? Because what you've just described seems like they're quite similar in many ways, and you kind of want a whole of government approach, for example, to Aboriginal affairs, which you described as being part of the Cabinet Office side of things. So just want to understand what the kind of functional distinction is.
Maybe one way to say it is I used to be as Deputy Secretary in DPC in the times when it was together, back in sort of 2014 to 2018, and there was always two quite distinct roles we played. One was what I described earlier, sort of corralling new policy initiatives and working across government with other ministers and agencies and helping the Premier guide those and getting them through the Cabinet process. The other was there was always quite a strong focus also on making sure that much more near-term delivery and implementation issues were dealt with, and that required a very high degree of being sort of collegiate activity with other parts of government, working with them, making sure they understood what the priorities of government were, where there wasn't communication, effective communication or collaboration between different parts of government, bringing them together. So those two things sort of still exist, but to some extent we've sort of separated them within the two departments. It's not a very hard line. We actually work really still quite closely together. We work as central agencies, work very closely together, and also with Treasury as the other key central agency. So they're the main differences. Aboriginal Affairs is both I guess a source of policy development, but also has very big delivery responsibilities. Particularly, you've been referring to closing the gap. That's a huge area for delivery and implementation, and so that's, I guess, why it sits in the Premier's Department rather than the Cabinet Office.
And then how does that work? I mean, you might have just touched on that again a little, Mr. Draper, but say for a policy initiative like I'll use Aboriginal cultural heritage because that was an example that we talked about this morning. If there's work happening there on legislation, obviously the Minister is involved, clearly the Minister for Environment and Heritage, hopefully the Minister for Agriculture. But that work would be done in a policy sense within the Premier's Department, or was that within Cabinet Office, and then you just feed into that as one of the agencies contributing? I'm just trying to unpack that.
Yeah. So that to the extent that requires coordination between agencies to deliver that policy to be taken to Cabinet and to make its way into legislation, that's a role for the Cabinet Office.
Okay. And just a little bit more information about how Aboriginal Affairs is structured within the Premier's Department, if you could, perhaps Mr. Hamilton.
Yeah, it's probably just, we're in the Premier's Department. We have a responsibility for Aboriginal Affairs.
Maybe how many staff?
How many staff Aboriginal Affairs?
Yeah.
220.
Okay.
And that's obviously based across the state?
Across the state, yeah.
And I'm happy for you to provide it on notice, maybe a breakdown of sort of those positions or like what levels and where they're based, if possible, if you've got something.
Yeah,
we can
provide
on notice
that.
is fine?
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Also, do you have requirements for the amount of people who are identifying as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people within that office?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I can provide that. So, of the 220 staff in Aboriginal Affairs, we have 125 identified roles and 41 targeted roles.
Okay.
So more than 40% of our staff are Aboriginal. 80% of those people hold executive positions identified as Aboriginal. 39 managerial positions are held by women, and 50% of those women identify as Aboriginal.
Thank you. And then I did want to ask about, maybe we've sort of already asked that. Should we go?
I've got one.
Yeah.
Sorry, just I want to go to the issue of land claims, which I know was spoken about prior to the electorate, and obviously prior to the lunch break, and obviously the Minister for Lands has responsibility. But I'm not sure whether, and if you don't have them, that's fine. But the actual figure on how many we've got currently outstanding, is that something you have access to, Mr. Hamilton, or is it more?
Yeah, I do. I can give you from a
good.
date.
Thank you.
Just bear with me.
Yeah, no, sure, that's fine.
My question perhaps to Mr. Draper is just
Yeah.
my apologies, sorry.
I think it's 38,500.
Yeah, just double check. Yeah, so as of 31st of August this year, there were 38,518 Aboriginal land claims waiting assessment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to
Sorry about that.
The number.
Yeah, no, of course. In the change, obviously you suggested earlier, Mr. Draper, that the reason that there was a removal of Aboriginal Affairs as a reference in that piece of legislation, in Aboriginal Land Rights Act, was because it was essentially not necessary. Do you have any insight as to why it was included, or why it was included originally?
To be honest, I'm quite surprised about the reference in the legislation, how it was done originally, because usually drafting would be done in such a way that what it actually referred to was a branch within DPC. That's quite unusual because those branches change, not all the time, but with reasonable frequency, and so updating legislation to keep track of or to keep pace with that is not that practical. So I think the current reference to the Premier's Department is probably the better practice in terms of referencing legislation, and because Aboriginal Affairs sits within as a matter of practice. Where those things were brought to us, we would be certainly using Aboriginal Affairs as the agency or the part of the department that would take carriage of that.
So do you have information about the funding of the Aboriginal Affairs kind of division within the Premier's Department this year and into the forward estimates?
Yeah, I've got the number for this year, and I think Shane's got the same number there. $145 million in recurrent expenditure in this financial year. Previous year was $115 million. I don't have the forward the numbers for the following years, but if you like, we can. Yeah.
That would be
the budget when the government publishes the budget, it's done at an aggregate level by agency, so it won't have that breakdown. But we form our own views on how that gets allocated, and that's the current allocation.
And that includes staff, for example, in addition to the delivery.
Yeah, employment-related costs, other costs, and grant programs and those sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of funding for the treaty process, I just have a couple of questions about that. So it's $5 million is my understanding as to what's been allocated by government. Is that over a 2-year period or over the 12 months?
Over the next 2 financial years.
2 financial years, okay. And then the PBO costings prior to the election had said that money would come from existing resources, that it wasn't additional money. But is that what has happened in practice, or has that been found from within?
It's contained within the 145.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. So, okay, that's fine. And then also just in the budget papers, in the outcomes, there isn't an outcome statement, sorry, the budget statement. Material measures. The additional funding for the Stolen Generations Keeping Places program. Could you just let us know, Mr. Hamilton, how much has been allocated for that and what the intention, what else is going to be used, what other projects or programs will be funded through that additional money?
Yeah, so 6.3 in total as part of our overall budget of 151.5, which is for capital and relates directly to the project of keeping places, so the sites of the former homes.
Yep.
Where we've done a whole series of sort of maintaining the buildings, the integrity of the buildings, as we work through the transfer of those sites to the Stolen Generation organisations and then the future development of those sites.
Okay, so that's Cooter Girls, Kinchela Boys and Bomaderry, is it those 3?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, and the Parramatta.
Oh, Parramatta,
as well.
of course, yeah. Okay. What's the sort of progress or time frame on that handing over back to the organisations?
If we look at the unfinished business we started in 2016, it's a 10-year program, so we're in year 7 of that, so 3 more years. And in the next 3 years we're in the land dialogue process because the land councils own those sites, and so we're working through a process to negotiate the transfer of those sites. And we've already done each of the sites have engaged their own consultants and architects to design what the future use of those sites might be, and that's formed part of the business case which we've put up last year. So
okay, and hopeful that process will be done. You said within that 3-year period. Yeah, I think, obviously that's something that's, as I said, as a former minister and I was a member of the committee when we did the inquiry, and I think that particularly for healing, obviously I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but that's really important, and so I think it's good to see that's progressing well. Did you want to?
I did want to ask about, I know we're short, but we can continue afterwards, but according to the New South Wales submission to the review of the National Agreement of Closing the Gap mid-2023, DPC, or Premier's Department, I suppose, led an omnibus budget submission seeking approval of a Closing the Gap funding package for the partnership approved initiatives. Are you aware of that?
that would have been before my time, I think. But
Yeah, I'm not.
It was submitted in June this year. I do have a copy of it here if you'd like to see it.
I'm not sure if that'll help me to look
okay.
at that because that was before I became secretary. But I suspect that the outcome, that what they're referring to, is what's ended up in the budget, the numbers we were referring to earlier.
So that was my question, or that was part of my question. It was partly around, did the minister contribute to the process? Are you aware, Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, we did.
He did?
So we initially had 189.6, and then there's a repurposing of 31.2, which gives you the total number for closing the gap is 221. And this year will be is 70. Sorry.
So that's over the forward estimates?
Yeah. Sorry, 74 million this year for closing the gap.
Thank you. That was 74?
74, 166.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munro. Do we have the Greens online? Kate, are you there?
Yeah.
You're
Yes,
there?
yes, I am. Thanks,
We can
Chair.
hear. Oh, there you are. You're in Scandinavia somewhere now. Well done. You have
Looks
20.
like you'd rather be
living it up, changing the backgrounds, good as a holiday. Thank you.
You've got 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So I obviously kind of can't see in the room, so but I am assuming that Mr. Philip Crawford is there.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we're just
Yeah.
getting into position now.
Thank you.
So just
Mr. Crawford, you would have you heard the question that I asked this morning, the several questions that I asked this morning to the minister in relation to your correspondence to the former government, in which you alerted them to this investigation into clubs and hotels, which uncovered concerning level of money laundering, 41% of which was, but seemed to be, or suspicious of money laundering anyway, 41% was in 10 venues. Could you just tell the committee what has happened since you alerted the government to that report in those 10 venues, for example?
So, pardon me, those letters were written in the shadow of the handing down of the Bergen inquiry. I received a report from Liquor and Gaming. That's the report I referred to in the letter. So I wrote to my minister, and just before Christmas 2021 in December, a meeting was convened with the then Premier, the minister. There would have been 4 or 5 of the very senior police, New South Wales Police Force there. I was there. I'm not sure I can recall anyone else. There's about a dozen people at the meeting, and I was pressing for some sort of inquiry. The reason for that was that I'd obtained advice on the legislation, and the legislation really didn't give the independent regulator at that stage the powers to convene an inquiry of the type that you saw under the Casino Control Act. So it seemed to me appropriate that there be some sort of inquiry, and that's why I wrote to the minister, based on senior counsel's advice, to try to get a special inquiry. At the end of that meeting, and this was probably the second week in December, certainly earlier in December, the Premier said he would give it some thought to get back to me the following week. The meeting would have been on a Thursday or a Friday because it was around my birthday time. And on the Monday, the Crime Commission inquiry, Islington, was announced by the government. And that pretty much, as far as I was concerned, my request fell away, and the subject matter of that inquiry was pretty much the subject matter of my letter to the minister at the time. And subsequently, as I understand it, this government has put in place this task force to deal with the issues identified by the Crime Commissioner in the Islington report.
So is it your understanding that all of the information that all of the evidence that you gathered, all of the information that you received in this report, Project Islington, the Crime Commission was able to examine all of that?
Yes, absolutely. I had several chats to Michael Barnes after the inquiry got underway, but he certainly had full support of Liquor and Gaming, and the report I'd received was a very preliminary report. It needed further investigation. There was no doubt in my mind about that, and that was the foundation for his inquiry called Islington.
Right, so we've got, we've had National Crime, New South Wales Crime Commission, report back about extensive money laundering. You were in fact calling for a special commission of inquiry because you were so concerned. The response now is with an independent panel made up of industry, fair bit of industry and some harm reduction experts and other stakeholders. But they're not looking at all of the issues that you raised in your report and all of the issues that Project Islington raised, are they, in terms of coming up with the recommendations that a special commission of inquiry would come up with? Do you see a difference there?
Look, I think all the issues I was concerned about are covered by the task force, their terms of reference. Cashless has a couple of real benefits if they move towards cashless, and I think that inevitably our society will, so they better get on the program, otherwise they'll be left behind. And I think that a card will assist in terms of identifying customers, identifying players. If there's enough thought given to the card, it will restrict hours of play, so it will be very useful in terms of harm minimisation techniques, and as we develop those. I think it's got, the terms of reference are really good. I think it's unpicking it from a society that's, we have so many poker machines in this state, woven throughout the state. Just banning it wholesale is not the answer. We need to come up with some more nuanced responses to doing things better, and that means minimising the involvement of organised crime and also doing the right thing by our society by adopting much better harm minimisation techniques.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. In the letter that was uncovered by way of an order for papers in both Houses of Parliament earlier this year, you wrote to the then Minister Victor Dominello on the 30th of November expressing your serious concerns and suggesting a special commission of inquiry. You wrote again on the 10th of December that same year, so very soon after.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why, you nodded as though you recall the second letter, is there a reason why you wrote again to the Minister just 11 days after your first letter expressing, you say here, you relay further to my letter of the 30th of November 2021, in which I relayed my concerns about evidence of significant money laundering activity in hotels and registered clubs. I write to you requesting, and then some of the actions. The first action was the introduction of a compulsory cashless gaming by way of a card linked to identity and an Australian bank account, thereby immediately eradicating cash from hotels and registered clubs.
Yep, yeah, I remember that. So, sorry, sorry, what's your question? I remember writing it at the time.
So you wrote that at the time. That's less than 2 years ago, Mr. Crawford. Do you still maintain that that's the best way to immediately eradicate this cash from hotels and deal with the money laundering that's...
So the first point to make is that I recall speaking with Michael Barnes during the course of Islington, and what transpired was that he did not find in Islington the wholesale infiltration of pubs and clubs by organised crime to the extent we'd found in casinos. So a lot of the casino money laundering was undertaken by very significant crime gangs, a lot of them linked to the junket operators. I think there were 15 identified by Bergen, and that was being undertaken at industrial level. So Michael Barnes did not find that infiltration by that level of organised crime in pubs and clubs. So I recall having a discussion with him about that. Notwithstanding that, there is still plenty of black money, stroke cash money going through machines, but that's alleviated my concern a bit because we've stopped, legislation now prohibits junket operators, and so that immediate and very substantial risk has been largely eliminated. And I think that the response that this government has, by the task force, I think it's probably broader than my original remit. I was probably frustrated at the time that the legislation that I was operating under had been watered down over the years. There had been powers for instance, in the Registered Clubs Act for the authority to conduct an inquiry. Those sorts of provisions have been taken out about 2010. About a decade before I got involved, or more than that. So it was a bit frustrating to have this problem and not be able to do anything with it. That's why I wrote to the Minister saying we need a special commission of inquiry.
So thank you.
And I think the response to Islington identified that some of the concerns in that initial report I had were, certainly they described some really weird behaviour. But it wasn't to the extent that we'd found in the casinos, so I wasn't quite as concerned. But nevertheless, I think this task force that's been set up is very fairly balanced in terms of interests, and it's addressing the issues that I was concerned about.
So, really, okay. So the report that you're referring to before the Islington report was the one that was undertaken by the then Director of Investigations, Intervention and Review. And that was a shorter report, which I understand that you attached that in 2021. You attached it to your letter to Minister Dominello. In that report, which you described as deeply concerning, it said that it provides evidence that between the 11th of October and the 29th of November, so that's a period of, 6 weeks or so, 2021, 4,308 suspicious transactions were identified across 178 venues located in Greater Sydney, exceeding in total more than 5.5 million. 10 of these venues account for 41% of that total amount. Are you suggesting that Project Islington didn't find things like that level of detail? I mean, clearly the ILGA, liquor and gaming staff, that's what they found. There's no disputing that, is there? The data.
Yeah, suspicious. There was a lot of money moving around, but it wasn't quite the organised money laundering that I'd seen in the casino space. So, and it wasn't as scientific. It needed further investigation, I think. And I think the concern I had at the time was that we'd come off the Bergen inquiry, and as we clamp down on the casino industry, people who want to do money laundering are going to look for somewhere to do it. So there's obviously concern they're going to move into, in a bit more wholesale way, the pub and club industry. But it was a very preliminary report, and I think it needed further investigation and proper interrogation, and that's what it got through the Islington inquiry, as I understand it.
But isn't the issue here, Mr. Crawford, that you were trying to influence the minister at the time or recommend, is that you didn't have the powers to inquire into this in terms of pubs and clubs? You stated this in your letter.
I agree with that.
So how is the independent, an independent panel made up of majority industry that doesn't solve your problem though, does it?
I think all the levers that we as a regulator and the government can use to minimise those risks are all available, and I think they're all on the table with this inquiry. They will make recommendations. I've discussed it with the Minister. The terms of reference speak for themselves. I think they're adequate for purpose to getting to the bottom of stuff that we can do as a regulator or the government can do to minimise harms and to ensure that the industry, the poker machine industry, is conducted with a degree of integrity that in some instances might not be there.
It's not going to give you the public hearings that you were wanting, is it? The fact that the whole issue, if you wanted to explain as well, is the fact that you can't compare. There's no that you wanted. You were urging the minister to do this because
I think that gives rise to two issues. One is I think don't think that Michael Barnes did not conduct inquiries. He has very extensive powers, and as I understand it, there were quite a few inquiries he undertook and in examinations in camera. But apart from that, one of the issues that this task force, I assume, will throw up will be recommendations to government about the need to change any legislation so that some of the powers that I was bemoaning I didn't have might be available for future regulators.
So, again, back to the letter. I'm just pressing on this because I don't feel that much has changed since you wrote this.
They get dropped away. I mean, it's literally, I had a meeting, it would have been a Thursday, Friday with the Premier and other people. And on the Monday, I was expecting a call back on the Tuesday or Wednesday. This Islington, so my request fell away. I spoke to my minister and the government had made a decision to go with Islington and the Crime Commission, not with what I'd suggested.
Can I? Sure, thank you. I just wanted to see whether this paragraph still stands then in the letter that you wrote in New South Wales.
Chair. Point of order.
Point of order's been taken, Dr. Kane.
I think the line of questioning is deviating into not treating the witness with respect as per the resolution. Mr. Crawford has answered the question and versions of about 4 or 5 versions of the same question, and I think has dealt with the issues that Ms. Fairman has raised, and I'd ask that you direct her to move on.
To the point of order, Chair.
Further to the point of order, Mr. Lawrence.
I would also suggest that it does seem to be straying into seeking opinion on a matter of government policy, in the sense that it's essentially seems to be asking for his opinion on the current regulatory environment as opposed to the issues raised in the letter. I accept that it's a fine line, but I think it is heading there.
It is. I don't uphold the point of order. It is a fine line. The member was just going to, I think, paraphrase or refer to a section of the letter. So I think she is entitled to press the point as long as she is not seeking an opinion and not badgering a witness with a repetitious line of questions. So mindful of that, I'll allow the member to continue with the question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. So you did just say that there was a significant legislative gap in the way that we regulate gaming at the Star Casino, for example, which has approximately 1,500 gaming machines, to the way we regulate gaming at hotel and registered clubs, which, as you know, are authorised to have more than 94,000 gaming machines across the state. And you said that our concern is that organised crime will take advantage of the spread of gaming machines across New South Wales in the context of this regulatory gap in pursuing its money laundering activities. Is that regulatory gap still there?
The gap I was talking about is the inability of the regulator to hold inquiry into aspects of that particular industry. So the inquiry I was wanting, the legislation I don't think has been fixed. So first question, that might need to be looked at some later time, and probably this committee will throw that up. But I thought it was appropriate there be an inquiry into pubs and clubs, insofar as they offer poker machines to the public, to identify, look at the issues that I was concerned about. And that, in fact, happened with Islington, as a matter of fact. So my request fell away when that was announced.
Sorry, I just accidentally muted myself. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I might come back to that later. I just want to have some questions now in relation to the $100 million that was all we've already talked about, the Star Casino fine.
Just in case you can't see or know, you've got 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Right, I thought you meant I can't see the witnesses because I can't see that either. But whoever responds to that, I was wondering, okay, so $3.4 million for the independent expert panel, that's over 12 months. Could you please tell the committee what the salaries are of the people on that panel? I understand there's a couple of commissioners. How much of that is going to salaries, and what are the salaries?
Perhaps I could start in terms of the panel, the independent panel.
Yes, it's Ms. Mildwater answering, Kate.
So the chair, Mr. Michael Foggo, earns $50,000, and the other two members of the executive committee, Dr. Ursula Stevens and the Honourable Niall Blair, each get $25,000.
So 50,000
and 25 and 25.
each.
Most of the other members are unpaid, but the person with lived experience receives $5,160. But the other members are unpaid.
Right, and does the three, are they chairs, did you say? No,
so there's one chair, there's something called an executive committee. So they meet more frequently and do more work. The chair of that is 50,000 and the other two members are 25.
Thank you. How often does the executive committee meet compared to I understand the panel itself meets monthly at this stage. There's been 2 communiques put on the website so far.
Yes.
How often does the executive committee meet?
Thanks, Ms. Fairman. It's Tarek Barakat here. So the executive committee sort of meets on a more ad hoc basis. It does meet before each panel meeting. There's a panel meeting next week, for example, and then the executive committee will convene tomorrow to discuss its views. But aside from that, the committee does a fair bit more work outside of those meetings. So we're in regular contact with the executive committee, providing them with papers, having them review minutes and things like that. So they meet on a more ad hoc basis. It's not as structured as once a month, but they do other things outside of that as well to inform the deliberations of the panel.
Yeah,
Thanks,
the reason
Mr. Barakat, your time's up, Kate, but you're getting another 20 minutes in 20 minutes. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the question that was last answered, just about the budget and the forward estimates, would it be possible to just get a table of those budgeted items and the forward estimates on notice?
For closing the gap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then on to,
You go.
I was just going to ask about, so New South Wales Treasury is doing a review into the New South Wales Aboriginal procurement policy. Is there an idea of when that will be delivered? And will it be made public?
So I think that probably should direct that question to the Treasury officials when they come along.
So is there any input from Mr. Phillips, your office, into that, or Premier's Department at all into that procurement policy?
I'm sure they'll consult with us in the process. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not aware that they have consulted with you yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I mean, I guess on that, I suspect you would believe that there's more scope for the government to procure more goods and services from Aboriginal businesses. Is it something that your team is looking into at all in terms of, I mean, it's part of the Closing the Gap targets to encourage economic empowerment. Is government procurement one of those key areas to achieve that?
It is, but it's not something that we're directly engaged in. Obviously, we would encourage that. We'd talk to our colleagues at Treasury about that in reviewing the policy, but yeah, not something we're directly responsible for.
Okay, and possibly this is for Treasury as well, but there is a Treasury circular TC 18-03, which requires program evaluations be completed by New South Wales government agencies where clusters are required to produce a forward plan. So that was something that occurred under the former government, and it was to prioritise evaluation of recurrent Aboriginal specific programs, and then also to support the identification of new opportunities or to reprioritise. Is that something that is continuing and that you have any input into?
Yeah, I think that's part of the commitments under Closing the Gap, so which New South Wales delivered last year, and I think there's another a similar review that's undertaken. So it's part of the national partnership agreement that we have with the Commonwealth. Yeah.
Okay. And so are you aware that there would be some similar document delivered by the end of this year? I mean, it was December last year. Do you know if something would be delivered in December this year?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact dates of when that has to be delivered as per the national agreement, but there'll be a requirement for that to happen. Can get that date, but I don't have that date.
Okay, so that's part of the national agreement. It's not.
For closing the gap.
Yeah. Okay. And are you working with Investment New South Wales on the Aboriginal Employment and Enterprise Strategy?
No.
Were you aware of that being undertaken? Oh, sorry, Ms. Mildwater?
Yep, by coincidence, I can probably speak to it.
We're happy for anyone to answer.
Yep.
So the our team at Investment New South Wales does have the lead on a couple of priority actions. One is priority reform number 5, which is the employment, business growth and economic prosperity priority reform.
Yep.
And another one is socio-economic outcome 8, aiming for a strong economic participation and development of Aboriginal people and their communities.
Okay.
So we do have a team working on those.
Okay. Do you know anything about the delivery timeline for those by any chance?
So I guess on the employment one, the target is to have 75.2% of First Nations people in New South Wales between the ages of 25 to 64 years in employment by 2031.
Yeah.
And that is
referring to the strategy rather than the target itself.
Oh yeah, so that one's on track. But in terms of the socio-economic outcomes, what we've been doing is some research first to then work out the next steps in the strategy. I got a briefing on this late last week in terms of where we are at a bit of a milestone where the research has been and the initial work has been done. I think the next step is to sort of take those findings probably up to the broader working group to work on the more detailed strategy, but it's just sort of crossed that milestone.
So will that research be made public?
I can take that on notice if you like.
Okay, that would be great. And also when that final piece is going to be delivered, which I presume would be public, but if there's a deadline on that.
I can take that on notice as well.
Thank you. Could you also just take on notice that Aboriginal Employment and Enterprise Strategy, when that would be delivered and made public?
Certainly. Yep.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. I think.
Good?
Yep.
Thank you. I would like to just get some details now around the Stolen Generations of Reparations scheme. So obviously that started a few years ago, that support for survivors. And my understanding, I think, was that it closed on the 30th of June this year. I think it was open maybe for a 5-year period. It started when I was the Minister, so I do remember it. But I just am keen, Mr Hamilton, if you've got any data in terms of how many survivors were eligible for those reparations payment, and anything you can sort of tell me about how that process has been delivered.
Yeah, so as you say, the reparation scheme ended on June 30 this year. We had a number of applications towards the end of the scheme, as you probably would expect for that to happen. So we're still working our way through those applications because there's a process we've obviously been following. We think that work will probably take us another year to get to the end of all of those applications. So the ones that we would have been doing, then a rush of applications towards the end of the scheme, we're continuing that work on. And then there'll be some aspects of that program that we'll review in that over this next 12 months. I'll just get to...
Yeah, no, that's fine. Take your time. Any data that you've got would be useful.
So the 5-year scheme, we extended it to June 30 this year. The scheme provides apologies and monetary reparations of 75,000 to Aboriginal people who as children were removed from their families under official policies of assimilation. The scheme has received an estimated total of 5,231 applications as of 30 September 2023. and of which approximately 1,090 claims are yet to be registered. So that's the number I was
That's the
saying
ones
we're
you're
sort of
working
working
through.
our way through.
Yeah, okay.
As of September 28, 2023, 1,106 stolen generation survivors have received reparation payments totalling 82.95 million, with additional 7.9 million paid in funeral assistance. That's because the survivors who receive stolen generation reparation scheme payment are eligible to receive a $7,000 funeral assistance fund payment.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then in terms of, I know you just mentioned that there was probably some later in the piece applications, and obviously, you know, there's many reasons why people, you know, may need to take time to come forward and go through that process, and I think it's incredibly important that the process has been respectful of that. I did notice when I was looking at the website a couple of weeks ago that there is a possibility under some circumstances for late applications to be considered. Is that something that's just at the discretion of the part of the agency that's rolling that out, or what? How is that going to work in practice? I mean, I'm assuming maybe some people for trauma or whatever reasons maybe are eligible but didn't apply even within that extended time period. What happens in that circumstance?
I don't think I think we had a pretty hard and fast rule again because we had extended it.
Sure.
We had extended the date. So June 30 was our cut-off. I think that was probably part of the reason why we did get a rush of applications.
Yeah, okay. And obviously that was well communicated out to the community that was going to be. Yeah, okay. And do you think, I guess, I mean, they're quite sort of a large number of people that appear to have, or survivors I should say, that have been able to access those reparations, which is incredibly important. Do you think that after you look at the process in the next 12 months, I mean obviously it's a matter for government, but that potentially this might be a scheme that needs to stay open for longer? Is that what you'll consider, or reopen, or more support, just depending on what you see in that? You said you're going to review how it's worked in the last 12 months, but I'm not asking you to anticipate, but I guess I'm just curious as to, once you review how the scheme had operated, will that then be advice that's provided to the Minister? Or yeah, okay.
I think what's important to remember with the reparation scheme, or the stolen generation, our survivors, is that we looked at the date upon which the former Aboriginal Welfare Board closed, which was 1969, and so there were applications where that fell outside of that scheme, and so part of the review will be to see to what extent that was, and also it's probably important to remember that a lot of people were displaced around the state, and they didn't necessarily go to institutions. So there's a lot of people who were displaced and sent to other parts and out of country, and we will review that as well, because we know that that's affected a lot of Aboriginal people across New South Wales.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and I think it would go without saying, obviously there was good bipartisan support for that scheme when it was first set up, and I think any kind of insights or work of that review that might inform future policy, I think is really important. So that's good to hear that that's happening. I want to turn now just to Aboriginal languages, and also acknowledge that it is Aboriginal Languages Week, and I just want to put on the record I agree with the Minister when he says your children teach you more about it. My 5-year-old and 10-year-old often come home and give me new words in Gamilaroi that I never learnt, so I'm grateful for that. I think it's important to learn from your kids. But I just wanted to ask, in terms of the work of the Trust and obviously the grants that are available, are there any sort of particular projects or initiatives that are coming through that are looking at the teaching of languages, and I want to say particularly in schools, because one thing again with my former hat on, there were changes to the syllabus so that you could have much more or more Aboriginal languages spoken in schools depending on the local language, but one issue was around actually having elders or people who could come in and teach it. Is there anything that the Trust is doing in that space around that sort of provision or teaching of language, particularly for school-age children?
Yeah, I guess part of the the role of the trust is to try and expand that language knowledge across the state, obviously, and those grants go some way towards that. But I'll just touch on just some figures around. So at the moment, we have our census demonstrates that we've got 5,196 people who use Indigenous languages at home, and this has been a significant growth, almost tripling the 2016 census of 1,791 people.
That's great.
So New South Wales is home to more than 35 Aboriginal languages, and of the top 10 Aboriginal languages being renewed in Australia, there are 6 of those languages are in New South Wales. So Wiradjuri, Budjalung, Gimilaroi, Gumbaynggirr, Yorta Yorta, and Barkindji. There's a new Aboriginal languages syllabus for kindergarten to year 10 that was announced in late 2022 as a major redevelopment of how Aboriginal languages are taught in our schools.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, that's right. I mean, I was the education minister when we did that. But as I said, one of the things that we hear sometimes from school communities is, I guess, a desire to want to have language taught in schools, but just not really having perhaps enough people who are in a position to be able to teach it. And look, it's not an issue that you can solve sort of easily, but I just wondered whether there was anything, particularly in the grants program, around a process to have more people to be able to do it. I mean, schools obviously engage locally and through their AECGs and whatnot, but that's fine.
I think the only thing I'd say about that is the important bit in what the Languages Trust try to do is to engage communities in a way where they're determining how should we go about doing this. Is it more teachers in schools? There'll be more organisations developed over the coming years as a result of some of the funding that we've got going into languages. So it's the creation of more organisations who particularly focused on Aboriginal language.
Yes.
So I think it's early days still, I think, and there's more work to be done, but that it's really driven around self-determination of how communities determine how they do that.
Yeah. That leads on to the next thing I was going to ask, and again, you might not be across this, and it's fine if you're not, but I've visited a school on the north coast, the Gumbaynggirr Freedom School, where it's bilingual, and it's the most amazing. If anyone hasn't been, I highly encourage you to go. Clark Webb and the team do a great job up there, and I know he's on the board. But are you aware of any other sort of initiatives around, I mean, as you say, that was sort of a locally led formation of that school, but are there other communities that are looking at doing anything in that sort of education delivery space that you're aware of? If not, that's fine. I'm just
I think
curious more than anything.
Yeah, no, the minister touched on it today. I think we in La Perouse school there, which is where the minister launched the Languages Week.
Yes.
And the Gajaga Foundation actually are another organisation who, working with schools and others, corporates and other parts of the community around language. So, they're probably the only other example I've got of that. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
I wanted to ask how OCA is going. It's difficult to find information online at the moment, so I just wanted to understand what the progress was.
Yeah, so we're currently looking at doing a reset on OCA.
Okay.
And we think that, of course, local decision making is one program that's part of that, was sort of bought out of OCA, if you like.
Yeah.
And I think probably, to be honest, more than ever, one of the things OCA brings is, we go back to when OCA was developed, that was the voice of community, is what community told us they wanted.
Yeah.
And of course, programs like local decision making have fallen out of that. So we're sort of, part of that reset is go back to that, to how do we bring the voice of community through those principles of OCA in all of the pieces of work that we do within Aboriginal affairs, but more importantly, how do we influence that with our government colleagues across government?
So was there some deviation from the original intent that's happened?
I just don't think it's gone far enough.
Okay.
I think we've had some success, but we haven't really embedded those principles right across government. It's probably fair to say, and I think we've had OCA reviewed, and so taking the contents of that review to say how do we strengthen those principles of OCA and embed it. And one of the ways is if we as a department can demonstrate how those OCA principles are embedded in our work, we can influence across our colleagues across government.
So is there a new strategy that will be coming out?
We're in the process of working through that, yeah.
Okay, and do you know when that will be delivered?
It'll be sometime next year. We haven't nailed an exact date. But
Okay,
yeah.
and is that designed to be a strategy that's like a 2 or 4 or 10-year strategy?
It's probably more around a principle-based. If you take the components of OCA and use them as principles, it's more an implementation plan, I'd say, of how do you actually embed that into the work and the practices of government.
Okay, thank you. This is just a question about, so on the Aboriginal Affairs website, there are no ministerial media releases that have happened since the election. I'm just wondering if you know why that is.
Oh, we probably just haven't updated it, and we're in the process of also looking at reviewing our website because we've got a new strategic plan, and there's a whole stuff that we want to put up there. But yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask one more? Sorry, in terms of some of the whole of government targets around reduction of sort of senior executives, is that something that you have to look at within Aboriginal Affairs, or are you captured by Premier's department more broadly? Like, are you anticipating that some positions might have to be restructured, or what? I'm happy if Mr. Draper can answer that better.
Those targets are at a global level across all of government, so they're not having to be met by every organisation. And as a matter of fact, at the moment, well, Mr. Hamilton can speak to it, but Aboriginal Affairs is sort of growing in that regard at the moment because of the needs there.
Okay. So you're covered in terms of your staffing. You'll be okay. Yeah. That's good to hear. We do.
I was just going to ask, are you aware that ministers have been given specific responsibilities under the Closing the Gap targets or requirements that are coming out of Aboriginal Affairs or the Premier's department that relate to those targets? Have you been developing any of those?
Well, I'd say if you look at the deliverables under Closing the Gap and you look at each department that's responsible for delivering that, of course that goes up to at ministerial level. So I think ministers have responsibility as part of oversight of those departments.
Okay, but you're not aware of a specific ministerial kind of direction that came from the Premier's department?
Yeah, well, the Premier's department wouldn't direct ministers. That would come from the Premier himself.
Yeah, it was more about engagement in that process.
Yeah.
So no engagement in a process like that?
Oh, yes, a lot of engagement, lots of parts of government going on around this, yeah.
Thank you, Ms Munro. I've got one question before we hand over to the Greens, or just one series of questions to Ms Mildwater. The department says that it brings together the best people across enterprise, investment, trade, the arts, the visitor economy, hospitality and racing for the betterment of all those sectors for the people of New South Wales. In doing so, does the department consider the fact that we are in a global economy? We've got, it's a competitive world. And does it consider what other jurisdictions similar to Australia are doing in those areas?
Yes, we do, in different ways, in different parts of that portfolio. As you mentioned, there's a few different aspects to it. In the trade and investment space, it's probably the most obvious that we do, and we do. We're currently going to look at a new industry strategy altogether, which will come out in the middle of next year, probably outlining what our target industries are and therefore what the government should do in each one. And we're also reviewing our trade policy alongside that to see how we do it. Is that...
Yeah, that is one of the elements of my line of questioning. Are you aware that there is a massive global trade in cannabis?
I'm not an expert in that area. We don't focus on that as an industry in our area.
You don't focus on the multi-billion-dollar global legal cannabis industry.
That's not one of our target industries, no.
Yeah, but and so you're not aware that it's one of the fastest growing industries in the world?
As I said, that's not one of the industries we look at, so I wouldn't be able to comment on those statistics.
What about cannabis tourism? The fact that California, New York, Canada, the EU, Thailand are experiencing a massive growth in tourism and hospitality associated with legalised adult use of cannabis. Is that something that the department is cognisant of?
It's not something we look at, no, because it's not government policy.
But whether or not it's government policy, do you analyse what other areas are doing to see what impacts it's having on, in terms of our competitive advantage?
We only look at the areas that we want to compete in and then look at how we do compete in those areas. So Destination New South Wales does look at how we're competing for tourists, but in the areas that we want. For students, for example, we look at the competitive international arena and across Australia, how we compete, because they're the industries that we're interested in.
Okay, so I'd say that you're not interested in the global legalised cannabis market.
It's not a focus of our work.
What about medicinal cannabis, which is legalised and it's a growing sector? It's now worth $300 million a year in Australia. The Victorians have a medicinal cannabis policy that's driving the growth in their sector. New facilities growing there. An innovative area with lots of IP, a lot of jobs, a lot of capital expenditure. Is that an area that the department is paying attention to?
It's not. It's also not one of our focus areas at the moment, but you might want to speak with Health as well in terms of the subject matter of that.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. Thank you very much. The Greens, Ms Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Hamilton, I was just wondering if you could give us some insight to what the department is currently doing in relation to FPIC and FPIC in terms of the treaty process, and if anything is happening in terms of that, that concept within the whole of the department.
I wouldn't say there's a specific focus on it as such. It is something that we do practice. I would say that. Yes, we are considering it as part of treaty. We certainly use the principles of FPIC in our work with our survivors and stolen generation. But there's not a particular specific policy as such on it.
See, so I was going to say, so there isn't anything. Is that, are you considering that would be a necessary step to kind of have FPIC articulated in a way that, so that everybody who is focusing and commencing on the treaty process would understand? And I suppose it's about benchmarking, or for whatever the term, to...
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that's important, and we are considering that as a part of the means of consultation and engaging with people, definitely.
And so that would be perhaps, so we haven't got, there's nothing yet in terms of how that will progress?
No.
Okay. No. And is there do you think that it's likely the department will have a kind of open process within, I suppose I'm trying to work out how, my understanding is it's such a fundamental concept of UNDRIP, and that there are many people in the community who are very focused on and hopeful on the treaty process, and that the discussions have been FPIC will be a very, very important concept. But if there isn't kind of clear understanding about what the role of FPIC is and what or how FPIC will be driven and implemented as a kind of fundamental principle, then will we start sort of backward, so to speak?
So that the idea of FPIC being used in treaty is something that we've obviously looked at as part of what else has happened in other jurisdictions when it comes to treaty. But the decision on how that will be taken forward will really be made by the treaty commissioners once they're appointed. So what we would say is, yeah, we think this is a good principle that should be used, and we've seen it used in other jurisdictions. We've seen success of that, but that should be given to treaty commissioners to consider as part of, given that they will drive the process of consultation with community.
So you think it will start when the commissioners are not before, or I think there's just some real concern that, you know, if the process starts with the commissioners or the appointment of the commissioners, you know, that the opportunity for that input and clear understanding of how FPIC will manifest in this process may not, you know, that may be quite late in the process rather than the initial.
I wouldn't say it's going to be late in the process, but we won't be doing any work on any level of consultation or engagement until treaty commissioners are appointed.
Okay, so we do think that is the first step. The treaty commissioners.
Treaty commissioners will be appointed, and that'll be part of what they would consider of how they'd go about doing consultation. And FPIC's obviously.
But so with so it's your understanding with the treaty commissioners. So, what is the department not the secretariat service or support for the commissioners, or will it be?
Yeah, we will be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So but there's no kind of work before the commissioners get appointed. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's
the understanding.
Yeah, well, what we've got to work out is what's the process to, you know, appoint the treaty commissioners, and what are the processes that we.
And I think that's my question. Yeah. Is FPIC part of? Are we envisaging that FPIC will be part of that?
Yeah, it'll be
part
of the consideration to say this is a way of engaging and principles around engaging with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and that should be considered. But it'll be considered by the treaty commissioners once they're appointed.
And so, with that initial, as you're saying, with that initial consultation, is there any machinery yet about what the consultation will look like before the commissioners are? No. Okay. No. All right. So it may be. And so with the Minister earlier, though, suggesting that would be sometime next year, that the commissioners would be appointed, do you think, I suppose it's just really hard to understand what's actually happening, and I suppose I'm just trying to work out, at this point, what it sounds like is that the Minister may just appoint the commissioners, and then that will start the process, as opposed to how the commissioners will get appointed by community or a process before that.
Well, that's what I mean. We haven't worked out how they'll be appointed. That's part of the work that we're doing now.
Okay.
So, how do you establish treaty commissioners within, where the Minister can the government process, I guess, of appointing treaty commissioners. What is the process? How do we put that into place? And then what's the sort of timeline? What does that kind of look like? I mean, we're working on the basis of the commitment is to undertake a 12-month consultation and to appoint 3 treaty commissioners.
Three treaty commissioners at the end, at the beginning, or in? This is what I think.
No. 3 treaty commissioners to undertake a 12-month consultation with community.
Okay. So do you anticipate then that the treaty commissioners, it may just be by public notice or invitation or nomination?
That's what we're working through now.
Okay.
I don't know that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think I understand now.
Probably
okay.
got one more.
Okay, thank you. With the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage laws, the Minister made clear that he was intending sometime early next year for something to happen. I think that's what he said, and early next year. Is the work currently in the department, are you at the stage of working on what draft legislation would be? Drafting instructions? Is that where the process is up to?
It's part of a cabinet submission So cabinet competence, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at the moment there is a cabinet submission being drafted or has been drafted, or you can't, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then is there anything about the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage laws that we can know about? Is there anything that we can have some insight in terms of, other than the fact we're just going to see something early next year, is there something that the government has committed to, that we're all working on that same page that I'm not aware of, or?
Well, I think the government's commitment is to have standalone Aboriginal culture and heritage legislation, and part of that will be to establish an office of the Aboriginal Culture and Heritage Council.
And is the
Sorry,
current...
Ms Higginson.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
right,
Sorry.
if we're allocating the time
Thank you.
fairly. Ms Fairman, you're on. Kate.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I was not expecting to jump on so quickly. Wanted to just go to, I was asking questions before about the $3.4 million out of the $100 million. So 50,000, 25, what is going towards Secretariat support? Well, what's happening with the other 3.3 million?
Thanks, Ms. Fairman. The largest component of that will probably be towards the independent researcher to develop our research and evaluation framework to make sure that the outcomes of the trial are robustly evaluated and defensible for the recommendations to be made for government. So that's where the bulk of the funds will go. There will be, to your point about Secretariat support, there might be some small costs associated with, a secure document storage portal and things like that for papers that the panel needs to assess. But and I'm happy to get you more detail in terms of the breakdown on notice if it would be helpful. But the largest portion will be for that research and evaluation framework. And I can tell you to your earlier question that the executive committee's met 7 times.
Okay, thank you. So probably, what are you saying? Potentially a trial. Then, evaluation of the trial, which is that this year, or is that going to be spent beyond this financial year, the remainder?
The framework to evaluate the trial will need to be, and the independent person to set that up with the right expertise will need to be spent this year so that it's ready to, the evaluation framework is in place, the trial is going on.
And so just to be clear, that $3.4 million, is that $3.4 million towards this it says it's towards the independent panel. The independent panel is really only supposed to be going for 12 months, is that right?
Yeah, so the 3.4 is for this year towards panel expenses to the sorts of things that I've spoken about.
So it's towards panel expenses. So there's some research company. It just seems a lot of money. So some research company, or maybe it's not to within government, but $3 million to what are they doing?
So
I'm evaluating this year. Evaluating the trial, which hasn't been...
Well, they're setting up... you wouldn't set up an evaluation after something's been completed, so we need to set the evaluation framework up and have the right people appointed to independently evaluate that trial. So that will need to be funded this year, even though the trial won't be completed until the end of next year. So that's what a portion of that money is for. We're working through that process at the moment, so I can't tell you exactly how much from that 3.4 will be allocated to that, but I'm saying I think that will be the largest component of expenditure from the 3.4. And if you do want some more detail on the other types of things, aside from executive committee payments and small secretariat costs, then I'm very happy to provide that on notice.
Yes, well, it sounds it's the vast majority of the 3.4 million then is this evaluation. Thank you, that would be useful. How much of the $100 million is going to support services for gambling harm reduction, to support organisations which provide counselling and other support services for people who are experiencing gambling harm?
So, there's $10 million this year from the $100 million has been allocated to the Responsible Gambling Fund and the Office of Responsible Gambling, and they fund programs like Gamble Aware, which provides counselling and support services to people in need, and we just had Gamble Aware Week previously, I think last week or the week before. They also fund things like Reclaim the Game and the Number That Saved My Life and those sorts of campaigns. So there's $10 million from that $100 million this year allocated to the Office of Responsible Gambling to fund those sorts of activities. And then, as I think I said earlier today, the remaining money, so the money that's committed over the forward estimates from that $100 million will be spent as per the recommendations of the panel in its roadmap and advice to government.
That's when you're saying the remaining money, is that the 15 million roughly?
No, so there's the money we've spoken about for this year. Then over the forward estimates, there's 21.7 each year for the next 3 years over the forward estimates, which is 65.1. So that money will be spent according to recommendations of the independent panel. And then there's the balance of the 100 million, which is about 15, which is in the planning years. And, that's sort of from 27, 28 onwards. But I anticipate that too would be, it's there to be spent on recommendation from the panel or in other ways the government chooses to allocate it.
Right. So out of this $100 million, we've got 15 million that is not going to be spent on gambling harm reduction until 2027 or so, but you're not sure what that's going to be allocated to. That's just putting in the reserve for 4 years' time.
Well, that's just the balance of so the government's made commitments of 21.7 each year over the forward estimates. That leaves about 15.1 million left, and how that is allocated will be a matter for government at the time, but the 21.7 each year will be spent according to the recommendations of the panel.
So when you're saying the $10 million then in terms of additional investment to the Responsible Gambling Fund for the provision of Gamble Aware counselling and support services, what additional counselling and support services has that provided that weren't being provided before, say, 6 months ago?
So just to be clear, it's not just for Gamble Aware. It would be for Gambling Aware counselling support services, education and awareness campaigns for young people, initiatives like Reclaim the Game. There might be some harm minimisation research that's commissioned by the fund out of that $10 million. It's only recently been allocated. The budget was only handed down recently, so I don't think we're clear exactly how that's going to be spent, but I'm very happy to get you some information on notice about the additional support services that additional funding would be able to provide.
Okay, that would be useful, thank you. And so with the maybe in relation to all of it, to get more detail in terms of what it's spent on. The $6.4 million to enhance self-exclusion and introduce third-party exclusions into pubs and clubs. What's that for?
So there are, as you're probably aware, there's already exclusions. Venues are already required to have exclusion schemes in place. Some venues are linked to each other. Some venues have standalone schemes. There's no requirement to have facial recognition, but some venues do have them in place at the moment. So there's a fairly significant piece of work that we're sort of starting to look at the moment of how that links across the state, and there will be costs associated with that. So having individual venues with their own self-exclusion schemes is not facilitating the mandatory self and third-party exclusion that government committed to, so there will be costs associated with implementing that on a statewide basis. We're early in the stages of investigating what that will look like, but that 6.4 is there to facilitate that sort of development of those statewide exclusion schemes that government's committed to implementing.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. We'll now go to questions from the opposition for 4 minutes and then back to the Greens for 4 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Barakat, just keeping with you, I just wanted to ask about the cashless gaming trial, the one in West Newcastle, that I believe concluded in June this year.
I think it was around that time. I can get the exact date on which it finished for sure.
Fine. Yeah. In terms of, I guess, what happens, my understanding is there's an independent researcher that will be looking at what that trial, discovered and accessing analysing sort of, I guess, the qualitative and quantitative data.
Yep.
Is the plan for that report to be with government by the end of the year? Will that be announced or released publicly? What's the intention?
I'll get you an
behind that?
exact timeline, but with the panel has actually had, my understanding, a preliminary presentation from the independent researcher associated with that trial. So
Okay.
I think that work is well on the way to being finalised.
Okay.
But I can get you the exact timeframes.
And if what will be made public in what
Yep.
time frame would be useful to
I'll
have
t-
as
yep,
well, if
absolutely.
anything, and obviously that's
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I guess likewise with the trial that started at Club York as well, that's on that's ongoing at the moment. Is that correct?
Yeah, wrapped up in October, I think. So,
Right. Okay.
yeah.
And will it go
there's
through the same process?
Exactly the same process, and there's one commencing, the name escapes me of the venue, but there's another one commencing that will also go through that same process. And the findings from each of those will be provided to the independent panel so they can assess them in the context of their broader trial that they're going to run.
So how many trials in total, like at different venues? There was Newcastle,
Club
there's
York,
Club York,
and there's this third one that's yet to commence.
Where do you know
It's
where
in
that is?
Crow's Nest. I forget the name of the
Okay.
venue. I can get that easily enough for
Okay.
you.
Any regional trials?
There will be as part of the panel's trial. So I guess I know it's not regional, but the most regional was probably West Newcastle.
Okay.
But the panel's largest.
I live in Gunnerup. West Newcastle's not regional,
That's
but
what
I
was
understand
saying,
what you're saying. But,
when the part of the remit of the panel is, and it is now assessing the applications it's received from venues and technology manufacturers.
Yeah.
So part of its remit will be to make sure there is an adequate spread across metro and regional New South Wales for the broader trial.
Okay, and so just picking up on what you said there in terms of applications, so my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, is that venues they put forward expressions of interest or a way to say we'd like to be a part of the trials.
So venues and technology manufacturers.
Okay.
So applications I think closed on the 13th of October.
Okay.
So the panel issued fairly robust sets of criteria for what a venue must be able to meet, but more so what the technology provider must be
Yeah.
able to deliver in terms of a technical product.
Okay.
Those submissions have now been submitted,
Yep.
and the panel's meeting next week to assess them and hopefully make decisions as to what venues, what
Yeah.
makeup of venues, and which technology providers will proceed into the trial.
And presumably they had to put like minimum number of machines, and there's the
There's
criteria.
quite
or-
the criteria are quite extensive, particularly for the technical providers. They are available on our website,
Okay.
so
I'll have a
they're
look
public.
there. Okay. Will you or the Department Minister be releasing, like I'm keen to know how many venues or providers were keen to be a part of the trial. Is that something that will be made public? Obviously not everyone will be able to be within a trial, but I guess I'm trying to understand what's the appetite for industry and from venues to be
Look, it's
involved
probably
in
a
this.
decision for the panel, so they issue communiques at the end of each meeting, and I'm assuming they will be issuing some advice as to who's been successful and who's not, and as part of that they may provide advice as to how many venues in total applied,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't want to preempt their decision on that, but that's something they would likely consider, I think.
Okay. And so I think you said before in a response to Ms. Femme, how often is that panel
So
meeting?
the panel meets monthly,
Okay.
the large panel, so it's met August, September, and it'll meet next week before the end of October.
Okay.
The smaller 3-person executive committee has met 7 times.
And there's a communique at the end of every monthly meeting that comes out, is that?
Yeah, that's right. The communiques are at the end of the full panel meetings, not at the executive level meetings.
I have more questions, but I'll come back to you in our next lot.
Excellent. Ms. Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the discussion around the spend on what is essentially facial recognition technology. So you were saying that the government has, in line with the government announcement around facial recognition technology, what was that announcement again?
I haven't got the wording in front of me, but it was an election commitment along the lines of mandating self and third-party exclusion and facial recognition and the use of facial recognition technology.
In every pub and club in New South Wales?
That's my understanding.
So there's $6.4 million in this $100 million that is going towards the delivery of harm minimisation programs and gaming reform. And that's this year, $6.4 million to be spent
that's
this
over
financial year.
that's over the forward estimates. There is 3.5 this year for that. The remainder is over the forwards.
How much of that is going to external consultants or industry of that, say, what you know of the 3.5 this year maybe?
Well, at the moment, none of it, because we haven't spent anything, and we're working up now how we think we need to approach this, addressing these commitments of self and third-party exclusion and facial recognition, so that money hasn't been spent on anything yet.
So what it $6.4 million, was there something that was presented as a brief to outline why $6.4 million specifically was going to be spent on self-exclusion, on facial recognition technology? Was there a document to justify that spend?
And we provided a lot of advice in consultation with Treasury and the broader department on this and a range of budgetary issues through the budget process. What specifically was provided on this, I'd have to take on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. We are going to have a break now for 15 minutes to recaffeinate, rehydrate. Some of us wake up. And we'll reconvene in 15 minutes for the final session of questions. So thank you, everyone.
You didn't mean that.
minutes, the time being 3:45. We're in the home stretch. Before we start, Mr. Hamilton, apparently you would like to just make a correction in terms of your testimony. So
Yes. Yeah. Just
please
in relation
feel
to
free.
just in relation to the question you asked me about late applications
Oh,
for the
yes,
stolen
yep.
generation.
Yep.
So we would exceptionally late circumstances for late applications would be considered, so that whether it's medical, age priorities, and that's at the discretion of the SGRS scheme. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We'll now turn to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to come back, Mr. Barakat, to you. Particularly the issue around, I guess, industry support for a transition to cashless game. Now, I don't want to preempt the work of the panel and the trial, but I'm wondering whether there's any work that's happening at the moment between the department and industry more broadly around what sort of support packages might need to be in place. Has there been direction from government in that space? What conversations and work are you doing around that?
Yeah, so the industry are well represented on the independent panel. So we've got the CEO of the AHA, the CEO of Clubs New South Wales, and the CEO of League Clubs Australia. So they are on the panel and obviously putting their views forward as part of the deliberations of that panel.
Okay.
And a clear remit of the panel and direction of the Minister is that the panel needs to be considering the transition to cashless gaming in a way that considers the impact on industry and the impact on jobs, and particularly the impact on workers in that industry.
Yeah.
And the panel needs to be providing recommendations that consider that and think about transitioning in a feasible and sustainable way, so that we're not seeing any undue impact on industry. Like you say, that maybe that ends up being support packages, maybe that ends up being something else. I wouldn't want to preempt the panel's deliberations, but that's certainly a clear focus of theirs as how the transition can occur without any negative or undue negative impact on
Okay,
industry.
and that would include timeframes or what?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think, one of the concerns that were quite loudly voiced by industry at the time when, there was discussions from both sides of Parliament about this would be the impact, and obviously particularly I would say being a regional member, a lot of our small pubs and clubs who have viability concerns around what that would look like and timeframes, or if there was requirements to replace machines that they might have for a period of time and, end of life for their machinery, so to speak.
Yeah.
But having those representatives on the panel has been done to try to eliminate that, or to at least ensure that those sort of issues.
I mean,
are being
obviously
looked
they've got expertise themselves that are relevant for the panel to consider, but yes, I think that they are making sure that those sorts of things are being considered. They know their industry, they know the viability of their industry, particularly in rural and regional areas like you mentioned, and so their views outside of the expertise they're offering around how this could happen in a sustainable way is partly what they're there for.
Okay, and then from your, a departmental response, you really just need to wait until the panel does its work before looking at what other supports or implementations.
Correct. So
might need to
the
be.
panel will provide its advice and roadmap to government, and then government will need to consider what the panel's recommendations are and make its decisions as to how best to do the things the panel is recommending.
Okay. No, thank you for clarifying. Did you want to ask?
I just wanted to clarify. So earlier you said that the findings from the trials will be made available to the panel.
Yeah.
But will those findings also be made available to the public?
I can confirm that on notice, but yes, I think that is the plan, that those reports, independent research reports that will be done for each of the 3 trials that I mentioned, will absolutely be made available to the public, to the panel, and I'm almost certain they'll be made available to the public, but just let me confirm that.
Okay, thank you. There we go, in unison. I want to move now to some greyhound racing questions, so probably Mr. Griffin, we need to do change the seat. Sorry, should have forewarned you in the afternoon tea break. There's some data that I've got in relation to, I guess, an increase in injuries in all. Sorry, I'll let you get. Apologies, sorry. Just the GWIC's reported an increase in injuries, I think, in all categories over the last 18 months. And I think there were 15 category E injuries reported in the first 3 months of this year. Would you be able to provide some information or advice to the committee, I guess, around any particular reasons why there might have been an increase in injuries in that data and what that's sort of indicating?
Yes, I can. Primarily, obviously, there's been an increase in racing that gives rise, obviously, to a higher rate of injuries. And so we had a summit with industry stakeholders in February of this year to talk about this increase in racing injuries. As a result of that, the industry's committed itself to a whole range of race injury reduction strategies, and I'm pleased to report that some of those are already beginning to bear fruit, such as double arm lures.
Sorry, could you just repeat?
Double arm lures. They're lures where there's two actual lures that the dogs pursue rather than a single lure.
Okay.
And also preferred box draws in particular, and plus a return to racing rule that the Commission is introducing. So those double arm lures and preferred box draws have been in place at DAPTO since the 3rd of August, and also double arm lures have been in place and trialled at the Gardens of Newcastle since the same date. So, and also we've got preferred box draws also in place at Wentworth Park, and I'm pleased to report, particularly at DAPTO, which was a recent media inquiry earlier today, that it's actually reduced by 300% injuries as a result of those. Since August, compared to the same period last year. So we're very encouraged by that, and encouraged the fact that some of these race injuries can be reduced. And the fact that, as I brought up in previous forums such as this, is that it's not necessarily the tracks that are at issue. It's the actual method of racing, and the main issue with injuries are they're collision based. It's like many sports. If we can reduce the collisions, we're obviously going to reduce the injury rate. So double arm lures and preferred box draws are certainly doing a good job at doing that, and there are other things that the industry can explore to further push down racing injuries.
Can I, and it's not my area of expertise, so I'd appreciate your guidance, but in terms of, the I guess moving other tracks to having double arm lures, and is that a costly exercise? Is that something that you could put in place at other tracks quite easily, or what's the mechanism in order to do that? And is it something that would require, obviously, some funding, but I guess I'm trying to understand how hard would that be to roll out more broadly?
Yeah, I can't answer the actual costs per se, because that's up to Greyhound Racing Files, but it'd be significantly less money than developing new tracks or upgrading tracks, which is a significant capital outlay. So, as we've indicated and suggested, that the use of these mechanisms to reduce collisions, which give rise to serious injuries, are a quicker, cheaper solution to help drive down these serious injury rates that we had in New South Wales.
And I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you need to get advice from Greyhound Racing New South Wales, but even the cost of doing it in DAPTO, or something that we could have a look at if that's publicly available or is possible to understand, that would be good if you can, and if not, that's fine, but happy for you to try.
We'll try and take that on notice.
Yeah, no, that would be great. And then I think earlier the Minister referred to the e-track program, I think, in terms of tracking dogs and where I think he said you might be able to provide some more information about that. Was that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and look, e-track has been in place since certainly. I think e-track is a few things that people don't understand what it is. But e-track principally, obviously, is a technology platform that's been developed by the Commission based upon allocation 3.459 million from the previous government for the purpose of basically tracking greyhounds is the primary purpose. So it allows industry each year to account for the greyhounds that it has in the industry, but it also allows, just as importantly, for people to participate in the industry and make it simple and easy for them to do so. And it also allows the government to monitor the industry more effectively and provide, I guess, the sunlight for everyone to see how the industry is operating, be it in injuries and other respects. So it's been very effective. We're just about to complete our first full run-through of check-ins for all greyhounds. As the Minister alluded to, we checking greyhounds that are racing grounds every 6 months, and those that are retired every 12 months. And so that's a process where the majority of the greyhounds are being checked in every day. If they're racing and if they're trialling, we have check-in locations at veterinary practices. So a lot of the greyhounds are being checked in routinely every day, which is great. and the industry's taken to that. And where a greyhound hasn't been checked in for that 6 or 12-month period, notification sent out to a participant to bring their greyhounds into a check-in location, and those greyhounds are checked in. So that gives a very effective way for the industry to account for every greyhound every year. The eTrack also has a participant portal where also it's got mobile apps where participants can do all their notifications to the Commission, all their transactions within the industry through their mobile app and complete that. So that's actually led to an improvement in reporting to the Commission, which is also helpful.
So what happens with that eTrack if, you just mentioned then, if someone hadn't done the 6 or 12 month check-in, you then contact the owner. What happens if they're no longer, like if they don't respond, or what's the kind of enforcement or that you have around that process?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've developed a local rule for the purposes of if anyone can't account for a greyhound.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly if someone doesn't bring their greyhound for a check-in, then it's turned into a case where we go out and visit the participant and inquire into why they haven't had their greyhound checked in.
Okay.
And then there's disciplinary action that follows from that. If they're unable to account for a greyhound or there are other reasons, what we're finding by and large is that the vast majority of greyhounds that haven't been checked in is that the greyhound has already been rehomed and or has died and the paperwork has been lost or there's been a data issue that's come forward.
Okay. Do you have any data in relation to sort of how many times you've had people not complete that check-in process? It's fine if you take it on notice, but anything sort of from the last 12 months that might be of interest?
Yeah, I can take that on notice if you don't mind.
Yeah. That would be great, thank you.
We've got some questions from Ms. Lamb.
Yeah, sure. Yep. Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Lamb, we've got some questions for Hilda.
Hello.
I think Mr. Barakat was trying to indicate something to the chair.
I was just going to say to Chair, if it's okay, I can confirm that those independent reports from the research trials will be made public.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lamb, thank you so much for being here today. I was wondering, obviously, as in your capacity of chair of ILGA, what savings have you made to meet the required reduction in funding for the 2023-24 financial year?
Okay, so I think there was an earlier question today about the difference in the expenditure from the last financial year and the current year, and I think it was explained then that the actuals for the last financial year were somewhat inflated as a result of, pardon me, both a hangover from the Bell inquiry and the costs associated with setting up ILGA as a separate agency. So whilst the difference between the actuals last year and the budget this year is some $500,000, in fact, what that really relates to is the fact that ILGA for the first time has its own budget with its own staffing. So, it's sort of apples and oranges if you try to compare the 2 years.
So how many staff do you have now?
Currently we have 11 people and one short-term temporary contractor.
Thank you. And, I mean, there has been some criticism of ILGA this year. I'm just wondering, so you feel confident that the budget differences are not going to affect your ability to conduct the operations of the organisation?
We believe we're adequately resourced on current indications.
Okay. And I'm just wondering how much interaction you've had with the Minister, how many meetings you've had since he was elected?
Yes. We have regular meetings with the Minister. In fact, our next meeting is on the 1st of November. And I would say that since I've been appointed, it's probably in the region of 3 or 4 meetings I've had with the Minister.
Can I, just in terms of, I guess, your main priority areas as an agency, what are some of the areas that the Minister's asked you to focus on?
Predominantly our conversations are about how ILGA is managing with the resourcing it has available, which goes to the previous question. And also, most recently, we have been involved in some litigation around the extent of ILGA's powers to regulate particularly the gaming industry. That's been very important litigation from ILGA's perspective. So there have been a number of questions about that, why we've taken the actions that we have, and how the industry has responded to the actions that we've taken in consequence of that.
My next question may be something that Mr. Barakat may also be interested in. It's about the point of consumption tax. Obviously, taxes from the wagering operators, they make a big contribution to the industry in New South Wales. I was just wondering do you know how much from the point of consumption tax went to the industry last financial year?
That's one for Mr. Barakat.
Which industry are we talking about? Sorry,
So, gaming and racing industries.
I can get if you just bear with me for a minute, I think I can get a breakdown of what went to the racing industry. If you just give me. I think I've got it here. If not, I'm happy to provide it on notice. So point of consumption tax. So I've got a total figure here since its introduction in January 2019 has returned 272.9 million to the New South Wales racing industry.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? Sorry.
Okay. So this is a total figure since its introduction in January 2019. The point of consumption tax has returned 272.9 million to the racing industry. I do have here a breakdown of paid by the state to industry from the point of consumption tax over the financial years 2018-19 to 2022-23, if you want to read those out, or...
Yeah, that would be helpful, thank you.
So this is to the racing industry again. So 2018-19, 17,825,521. 2019-20, 40,724,247. 2020-21, 54,716,837. 21-22, 62,377,710. And then 22-23, 97,311,014. I do have the breakdown as to how that's distributed, but it might be easy to provide these on notice.
On notice,
across,
that's good. Yeah,
Racing
thank
New
you.
South Wales, greyhound racing, and harness racing.
Okay.
And sorry, there's also $5 million that goes to Responsible Gambling Fund as well, out of the point of consumption tax.
Okay. That's in addition to that overall figure, though, that you've said?
No, so that's included in an overall figure. So in 2018-19, that was $2.5 million paid by the state to Responsible Gambling Fund from point of consumption tax, and over the remaining years, it was $5 million a year.
Okay.
Is that where the Aboriginal Safe Gambling organisation is funded from, that $5 million?
I'd have to take that on notice, so I can come back to you.
That'd be good. And there's a massive jump between 21-22 and 22-23.
The point of consumption tax was increased from 10% to the current 15%. So. And
would you say, I mean, Queensland is at 20%. Do you have any reflections on that, the difference between that 15 and 20%, and how it impacts the New South Wales industry?
Point of order, Chair. I think the question is asking for a reflection on government policy.
I guess I can rephrase the question if that is more appropriate. I guess, has any work been done in the department to consider the implications of the 15% versus like an interstate comparison of something like 20%?
Not since I've been at the department, which is only since the end of last year, but I can take that on notice to see if anything was done previously.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much. And I know you're going to provide this on notice, but that $5 million for the Responsible Gambling Fund, what was so that was for 22-23?
It's been, apart from 2018-19, it's been every year since 2019-20. There's a requirement in the Betting Tax Act for this funding to be paid to the fund.
So that $5 million, that has remained steady from between last year's and this year's budget? there's been no increase to that $5 million.
That's my understanding. If that's incorrect, I'll come back and correct it. Yeah, but that's what I've got
Okay.
in front of me here.
All right, thank you. And I guess you outlined earlier the some of the mechanisms there. Okay. I think that's all I've got from.
Yeah.
I've got a question before Greens if you want.
That's okay. Yep.
Oh, good. Thank you.
We've got another 20 minutes worth, but
After
not
this, yeah.
for others.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Thank you. I've just got one. The government is bringing in, in my opinion, excellent vibrancy reforms. The 24-hour economy that championed by Minister Graham. As part of those reforms, though, there is an amendment to the schedule, which is Schedule 246, which provides for an offence that prohibits a responsible person for licensed premises from doing either of the following for the purpose of enabling another person to gamble on the licensed premises, and that is A, providing money as part of a transaction involving a credit card or debit card. What consultations have you had about this proposed reforms?
I'd have to take the nature of the consultation on notice, but I think the proposed reform is just formalising existing prohibition on the ability of credit advances or cash for credit to stop people gambling with money that they don't actually have. So I think it's just formalising something that was already effectively in place, and I can take on notice who was consulted and when.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because it does actually say credit or debit card, so that's not credit.
Sure, no, that's a fair point. I'll take that on notice and come back to you. The intent, my understanding of the intent, was to stop people being able to access cash advances or credit to use that for gambling. So it was a harm minimisation measure.
I understand that there's a prohibition on any venue having an ATM with a credit facility.
Correct.
And that there's been, warnings given for that.
Yeah.
But this is different, isn't it? This is an FPOS transaction.
Yeah, in the sense that it's a credit transaction, but I do take your point about debit, so I can come back to you with some more detail on that.
Yeah, if you could, I'd be very interested to know what consultations had occurred, but you are aware of that reform?
Yes. So we've been working closely with the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, Minister Graham, and the Cabinet Office on all of that broad suite of reforms.
So that would be the responsibility of the license, the person working there to determine what the cash was going to be used for.
Well, it will be the responsibility of the venue operator or licensee to make sure that facility didn't exist to allow people to get a line of credit or a cash advance on credit to allow them to gamble. Yes.
How are they going to determine whether or not it's for gambling or for some other use?
Well, I think the line of credit, it's not, at the moment you can't, as you say, the ATM can't provide the credit facility, so this would be in a similar sense that you couldn't provide a cash advance on credit. So venues don't do that anyway, to my knowledge. This is just formalising an existing prohibition to make it clearer in the legislation. I do take your point about the debit question could be confusing.
That could be very confusing, that people could not get cash from a debit card for another purpose if the licensee or the employee of the licensee says, well, I think you're going to gamble with that.
Yeah, I take your point that could be confusing, so I will come back to you with some more detail on the rationale for that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. All right, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Hello. I've got some questions for Mr. Griffin, actually. So, Mr. Griffin. Playing musical chairs over there. Thank you. Mr. Griffin, we've spoken before about e-track and the difference between e-track and genuine whole-of-life tracking. Has anything changed? Are we able to actually have any oversight over dogs that are transferred onto the companion animals register from a systemic greyhound industry perspective?
No.
No. Good. Just checking. Which means that our bill is still relevant. Can I ask you, in relation to the numbers of straight tracks and round tracks that we have now in the state, how many straight tracks do we have? How many round tracks? And what's in development?
Yeah, that's probably more of a question for Greyhound Racing New South Wales, but I can tell you the current status and what I know of what's planned. We obviously only have one straight track in New South Wales, and that's the Richmond straight track out at Richmond, which just has moved to a central law configuration, which is pleasing to see because
Has
again,
that still got has that still got a round track and a straight track?
Has both. It
Yeah.
has both. Yes. And then I understand that there are plans to have a straight track built at Goulburn, and that's currently before Goulburn Council. And so that's as far as I'm aware of other plans for straight tracks in New South Wales. The remaining 28 are circular tracks.
Yeah, okay. Have any, since that report from UTS talking about how the straight tracks were safer than the round tracks, has there been any replacement of a round track in New South Wales with straight track, or just the building of new ones?
You'd have to give me a date on that. The last track that was replaced was Grafton, and I believe that was 2021. So I'm not quite sure of the date of the report from UTS, whether that predated the replacement of the Grafton track, but there's been no other replacements of any other track. There's been obviously an upgrade to Muswellbrook track that was brought back online last year, but other than that, there's been no new tracks.
Yeah, there's not been a big industry move towards introducing straight tracks on the back of that report, has there?
Well, that's a position for industry, but I can't answer in relation to that.
There are, I guess this is the question for you. So what we're being told is that there's still 6 times the number of greyhounds in need of homes as there are actual, adoptees for. Is that your understanding as well? What are the numbers looking like in terms of numbers of dogs needing homes versus those being adopted?
Yes, there certainly was an increase in post-pandemic. There was certainly a lot of pets that were being put into shelters and homes, which also obviously crowded out the ability of the industry to rehome its pets. The greyhound industry in New South Wales has looked to expand demand by going to the US, and I'm sure you're probably going to ask me a question about that shortly. But that's where they need to look for extra demand. Obviously, a lot of the local demand, I think, is close to saturation. But one thing that's oddly occurred is that actual breeding rates have declined. Servicing rates, I think there was 614 services last financial year. That was a 21% decrease. So I've spoken to many people in the industry about this, and they tell me that the fact that there's a great deal of greyhounds who have been retired to industry participants themselves. They're taking up kennel space and plus resources, which is then like an invisible hand of the economy has found its way back to breeders, and they're reducing the breeding rates, which is pleasing to see that actually that is occurring. So we're seeing a reduction in breeding in the industry, which is a good thing to see.
What are the numbers like then in terms of the numbers of dogs bred versus those that go on to race? Do you have those figures?
Yes, it's still around about 72%. It was low several years ago, but it's continued to increase, and it's upwardly trending towards 75%. So the bred to race ratio has been increasing over the last 3 or 4 years.
And so what happens with those dogs that aren't raced? So they go straight on to be adopted?
Some do, and many do. Certainly when they're young pups, they have more success of being rehomed, as our understanding, as pups.
Yeah.
But some of them have obviously been retained by participants, and that's why I said that I think the amount of about 1/3 of greyhounds that get retired or don't make it to racing find their way to being retained by participants. About a third get rehomed by GAP, and about a third by pet rescue agencies and organisations. So it's been that pent-up demand of participants holding on to greyhounds that finding it difficult to rehome. That's led to this, obviously, taking up resources and led to them to tell breeders to reduce their breeding, so because they don't have the capacity to take further dogs into their kennels.
Do you have the most recent figures for the amount of dogs being euthanased, amount of greyhounds being euthanased in the industry?
Yes, I do. Is that euthanased generally in the in industry, not just racing? Yes, euthanasia for the last financial year, which includes those that were euthanased at tracks, was 544.
So just to give us an idea, so of those 544 dogs that are participant, sort of within, still within, so we're not talking about the ones that may have gone onto the companion animals register, but those who have been euthanased within the industry, how many of those are as a result of track injury?
That was 59 for the last financial year.
Do you have figures on how many of those are euthanased because of behavioural, so-called behavioural issues?
Yes, 19.
And the others?
Others... Emergency euthanasia 0, failure to rehome 3.
3 failure to rehome?
Correct.
Okay. But we're still looking at 400 and something that unaccounted, so what are they?
Oh, sorry, and then there's there's other deaths, obviously, that relate to injury, accidents or illness or age and natural causes.
Okay, but I thought you said 544 was the euthanasia number.
That's for all the euthanasias within industry for last financial year.
Okay, so if there's 544 euthanasias, but there's only 59 from on-track injury, 19 behavioural issues and 3 failure to home, where's the other 400?
So medical euthanasia due to injuries 268, so that would include the injuries on track.
Okay.
Medical euthanasia in relation to illness was 254. Medical euthanasia emergency 0, failure to rehome 3, behavioural unsuitable 19, and that's a significant reduction in previous years due to our change of our rehoming policy that no longer permits greyhounds to be euthanased on the basis that they can't be rehomed.
Okay, but of those racing dogs that are euthanased for medical reasons, is there any overlap with those that have been injured? Like, so if you've had for example, if you've had a dog injured and then 2 weeks later they get euthanased, does that count as a track injury, or does that?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So we follow any greyhound that's taken off to the greyhound care scheme that has a serious injury. We continue to track the treatment of that greyhound, and if it's subsequently euthanased, then that's recorded in those statistics.
Okay. Yep. If it's injured during training, does that get?
That'll be included in the other 200.
Right.
Thereabouts. Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
So, do you have any more, I guess, detail then on the reasons for those medical euthanasias? Do you have so we can track back? I mean, you would expect that, any dog would have certain reasons that they might get incredibly sick or injured, but I guess what I'm trying to do is to work out exactly how many are being put down because they are effectively unable to race. So if there's an injury during training, what's the rules then for them being euthanased? Does it get recorded as a training injury? What are we recording that as?
Yeah, it would get recorded as, well, certainly as an injury, but it would need to be notified to the Commission that there's been a related injury, that the euthanasia is related to a serious injury that couldn't be treated.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And what illnesses are they getting put down for?
The whole range of illnesses, no doubt. So if I could take on notice to give you further detail of what that is, but there's certainly obviously a whole range of canine-related illnesses, right?
And do you look at sort of the general sort of population in terms of illnesses and things compared to the average, companion animal? Is there
absolutely, including in terms of pups that die. within this cohort, and actually lower than the normal dog population.
I understand that Greyhound Racing New South Wales refused to support a breeding cap as part of the Australian Greyhounds Australasia process. Do you know about this? Is this the... No? Okay.
No, not aware
All
of it.
right. Are you aware of whether or not the industry or whether Greyhound Racing New South Wales supports a breeding cap?
I'm not aware.
You're not?
No,
Okay.
no.
I understand that from the 1st of May last year, the national and local greyhound racing rules require all greyhounds to be sterilised prior to being retired as pets, and that it must be sterilised prior to leaving the care of the owner or registered person responsible, so the participant, unless the dog's been accepted into an approved greyhound adoption program. Do you monitor that to ensure that that happens? Do you have any data on that?
Absolutely. Well, our rehoming policy, since the Commission was
population. Our own department, Communities and Justice, has a lot of the uniform to uniform veterans, so it has a large proportion of veterans as well.
Okay. And I guess that sort of relates to something that the Minister spoke about earlier in terms of employment targets. Could you just elaborate on some of that work that you do?
Yeah, love to. So Craig Delaney, our veteran, runs that program, and again it leverages, but what we did back in 2015 was initiate the program, and that was really the first step, was to understand the landscape of veterans. We didn't have the census then, so it was more about where the defence bases are, what does New South Wales do with defence industries, trying to understand the number of veterans we employed, which we didn't know. So we worked very closely with the Public Service Commission to establish the first veteran indicator question. That enabled us to then launch the program in 2016. We worked closely with the ADF to understand veteran skills and capabilities and match them to the public service structure so that we could set up tools and useful information for veterans wanting to transition. So the work we do is we work very closely with Defence. We attend all the transition seminars. Craig gets whole of government representation at those transition seminars, so TAFE and corrections. Number of different agencies go and they talk about the benefits of working in New South Wales government, and then refer to our tools and resources, and we run workshops to help veterans understand how to communicate their skills and how they translate to the public service. One of the things we've been doing more recently is mentoring programs. So corrections was one of the first to initiate a program to mentor veterans. They employ a large number of veterans, so they mentor veterans coming into the system. The Sheriff's Office also employs a lot of veterans, so they've started a program, and Craig's looking at it rolling out in transport and emergency services as well. So we work very much on leveraging. We're a very small team, so we have to work with all our colleagues to try and initiate things. And the same with local government. We worked very closely with the United Services Union to understand the skills in local government and how they mapped to the Australian Defence Forces. We set up a template and then encouraged local government to look to employ veterans and to indicate that they valued veterans and that they would welcome veterans coming into their organisation and give them an interview and then support them if they got a job. So Campbelltown has been exemplary because there's a veteran who works there who has set up web tools as well and shared them with other local governments. So again, working on leveraging, getting one or two, and then those helping inform and get the others on board.
Fantastic. Thank you. Congratulations. And just two very, very quick ones. How many veterans are employed through the New South Wales government? Do you have that?
Yes, so we keep having new targets. The current target is 2,000 over the next 4-year period, and that's a target of about 250 every 6 months, and we reached 265 in the first 6-month period, so we were slightly ahead. We're just about to get the next 6-month figures, but to date, since we launched in 2016, we've employed over 2,500 veterans in the public service.
Thank you. And just very finally, I was wondering how much funding will be available for the Community War Memorials Fund. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we run that.
Okay.
Yep. The State War Memorials Committee is run through our office. Yep. Also a fantastic program. We look after the register of war memorials across the state.
I am just mindful of time.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's 250,000 per annum. We run 2 rounds, which allocate 125,000 in each round. Yep.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
I just have a couple of quick questions also for you, Ms McInnes. I think the Minister did touch on this earlier, but he was speaking about memorials, I guess, for more recent conflicts, and I think there was an announcement by government, I think back in April, around memorial for Iraq and Afghanistan veterans. Is there anything more you could provide to the committee around the consultation? As I said, I know the Minister did sort of touch on it, but from, I guess, the department's perspective, the work that's happening and what some of the feedback is, particularly from veterans from those conflicts?
Sure. We immediately drafted a survey that went out to the broad community. We have very good communication channels through the RSL and all their sub-branches, and also through War Widows and Legacy. And then we do lots of social media that can be shared by the subgroups within the veteran community. We had 1,100 odd responses to that survey, with the initial sort of response to what the community would like to see. We're very keen to ensure we did consultations. So the Minister also mentioned we're running a forum on the Central Coast on the 3rd of November, which is a broad community invitation as well. We'll use that opportunity to talk to the community about what they'd like to see. And then we're setting up another consultation at the Anzac Memorial, which will be particularly pushed out through some of our veterans who work at the memorial, who are Afghanistan, Iraq veterans, who have their own broad community. They operate through different Facebook groups, so we'll try and get a lot to that session as well.
And I obviously don't want to sort of preempt decisions of government, but I'm assuming there hasn't sort of been any funding made available for any sort of structure or anything at this point in time, because you're still going through a consultation to determine exactly whether that will be like a physical memorial or what the best way to incorporate that is. Is that correct?
No funding allocated as yet, but I would note that the Anzac Memorial is a living memorial that recognises those conflicts as well. And the Minister referenced the hubs that are being set up across the state, and we have over 3,000 memorials across the state and different communities. So it's quite a complex thing to, work through. We've got living memorials. Over the history of memorials, different generations have done different things. We've got parks, we've got sporting complexes, we've got now Fussell House, which was named after a veteran that is part of the National Centre for Veterans Healthcare. There's a big focus by the younger generation on supporting veterans' needs and activities, so sporting and health and community focused.
Okay. Just in the 90 seconds that I have left, there was an announcement, I think, by Minister Sophie Kotsis not that long ago about looking at Anzac Day trading hours. What's the involvement of your department in those considerations?
So we strongly encouraged consultation, and we put the message out through the community. And so War Widows, for example, put it out to their community, and they've provided a written response as well. So we're confident that there's been community feedback on that.
And so presumably your role really is more than anything making sure that the wider sort of veterans and the wider community in that space can have their say and be part of the consultation, as opposed to being sort of more intimately involved with the
yes, we didn't run the consultation because it's not our portfolio, but of course Anzac Day is absolutely central to what we do. It's one of our biggest days in the year, so we helped ensure the message got out to the right community.
To ensure adequate consultation from the other part of government that's dealing with that.
In the last 20 seconds, can I just ask a question of Mr. Levesque? I know you've been here all day, but I did want to ask, how often are you meeting with the Minister? How often are you meeting with the Minister? Obviously, he doesn't have any legislative responsibility, but...
We have a monthly meeting with the Minister to reflect on our grant programs and the different activities that we're developing. And of course, through different activities where he's invited to meet with key researchers, part of our work as well. So monthly on a regular basis, and then when those activities arise.
Thank you.
Just before the Greens, just before Ms. Fairman, Mr. Levesque, could you just take this on notice? Have you received any grant funding applications from medicinal cannabis companies in the state?
From companies?
Well, companies or institutions, academia, like...
Yeah, so...
Really, it doesn't really matter about the entity, it's really about whether or not funding for medicinal cannabis research.
Yeah, so there was a program established in 2016 where there was an investment of $21 million in medicinal cannabis research. That program has been allocated entirely. Since then, there's no specific program. I can take on notice clarifying if we've received any grants recently as part of our regular programs. There's only one additional that related to medicinal cannabis that I can mention, which was part of our spinal cord and injury program, where there was a trial on medicinal cannabis as a way to control pain for people with spinal cord injury. But we can take on notice to make sure that we are not forgetting any of those.
If you could and provide some details of that. I just have one other question to Ms. McCannis regarding her previous answer on war memorials. So was I right in hearing that you said that there were 2 rounds of $125,000 provided to the department for the renovation, the upgrade of those war memorials?
Yes, so there's 3,000 memorials more than across the state. A large number of them established, of course, after the Great War. So the program focuses mostly on older memorials, making sure that they're well conserved. So
is that the only money coming from the government? What about the Department of like Heritage or?
Our program is the only dedicated program. There is Commonwealth funding. They have a Saluting Their Service program, and we work closely in tandem because sometimes memorials, major stone, granite memorials that need a lot of work, our grants are around only up to $15,000, and the work can be $60,000 to get them back to the condition they need to be in.
Do you think that's adequate? Is there any feedback in the community that that's not enough money to up, like in the veteran community, that's not enough money to maintain one of our most precious heritage assets?
We've been managing to date by referring people to Saluting Their Service if we can't cover the costs. So again, we work very closely with the Commonwealth, and there's always requests for more money, but I think to date we've been managing the most urgent conservation requirements for the memorials.
Thank you. Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the $100 million harm minimisation fund, as well as the panel, the independent panel. And I understand that they are making recommendations on the use of the $100 million harm minimisation fund. Is that the whole lot of that $100 million that the independent panel provides their views on how that should be spent, or just part of it?
So it'll be the funding that hasn't been allocated this year, so the balance of what's left after the 3.4, the 6.4 and the 10 were allocated this year. The government's position is they will seek advice from the panel on the remainder of those funds.
Okay, so the 6.4, that is going to facial recognition technology. So the independent panel, the experts, had nothing to do with that spend.
There's nothing stopping us, to be clear, from going to the panel to seeking their advice on how best to implement a statewide, for example, self-exclusion and third-party exclusion scheme. And I think, to be honest, we probably will seek some advice from the panel on that, given the expertise that's in the room.
Is it expected with that that the facial recognition technologist I'm not talking about the spend now, but that there will be legislation coming to the Parliament to implement that in pubs and clubs across New South Wales?
That's probably a question for government. That will be one option. There could also be guidelines and codes of practice which mandate these sorts of things.
What is before you in terms of a time frame for that?
Well, the government's commitment was to implement these things by 30 June 2024.
So when you say these things,
Sorry, fair question. Sorry, to be clear, the election commitment was for mandatory facial recognition technology and self and third party exclusion, statewide self and third party exclusion schemes by 30 June 2024. Yeah.
So the 6.4 million you think will actually go towards the expectation is that will go towards facilitating having facial recognition technology in pubs and clubs in terms of actually implementing it, because that's quite soon, isn't it? Are you concerned about that?
Not necessarily having it in there. So the 6.4, like I said earlier, in the self-exclusion and third-party exclusion, for example, I think I mentioned earlier that venues are already required to have exclusion schemes in place. They differ from venue to venue. So we're working through the process now, but our expectation is there is a very significant technical piece of work at the back end of that to make sure that whatever system is in place talks across venues throughout New South Wales, so that if I exclude myself from a venue because of gambling harm in Sydney CBD, I'm also excluded from a venue in Tamworth, for example. So that's a really technical piece of work, and our expectation is the 6.4 will need to be used for some of that technical back-of-house build to facilitate that statewide scheme.
Thank you. Is your expectation as well that community consultation is also happening as part of this?
That hasn't been discussed to my knowledge. I think the consultation we would probably be doing would be through the panel. That panel has got key representatives from the community organisations, harm minimisation organisations, industry, and also a person with lived experience. It's also got the CEO of Cybersecurity New South Wales and a Deputy Commissioner from New South Wales Police, who obviously have expertise in the privacy and data security questions that will no doubt be raised. So without wanting to preempt an outcome, because this hasn't been finalised yet, my thoughts now would be that if we were going to consult, and it would be through that, use the expertise on that panel.
So so in other words, no, because that's not community consultation. It's, the type of community consultation I was asking about, which is a genuine community consultation. And
I think, though, to be fair, Ms. Fairman, the government has committed to this. It was an election commitment, so implementing statewide self-exclusion, mandatory facial recognition was an election commitment of government. So they've been elected on the basis of this being implemented, obviously among other things, but this was a commitment they made coming into the election that these things would be mandatory across the state by 30 June next year.
There's plenty of commitments that the government has made that they're opening out to plenty of community consultation. For example, creating a Great Koala National Park.
Point of order, excellent. Point of order. Ms. Fairman, a point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane.
I just refer to the resolution which says that we treat our witnesses appropriately, and this is verging on badgering now. The witness has answered the question, so if Ms. Fairman could move on, please.
Yes, I'd hold the point of order. Ms. Fairman, if you could move on to your other questions, that'd be great.
So we were talking about community consultation in relation to facial recognition technology. So just to be clear, is it facial recognition tech? I mean, maybe this is the only time it's going to get a genuine airing. So I feel like I still need to ask some questions on it. So is it going to be at the, is it facial recognition technology at venue scale at every entrance to the venue, or is it machines? What's the plan?
I think these are all really good questions, Ms. Fairman, but these are all questions we're asking ourselves at the moment too, and we're, as I said, working through the process now of figuring all this out so we can appropriately implement this and deliver on the government's commitment. But they are rightly all questions that need to be asked to determine how this will be rolled out.
And has any what am I trying to companies? Have any companies been engaged, or have you put anything out to tender yet?
No.
So $6.4 million, but nothing has really progressed in that space, you're saying?
Well, the budget was only handed down fairly recently, so we're now that we've got the money confirmed, we know how much we're working with, and we know now that we need to take the steps to spend that and have this implemented as per the government's commitment.
Okay, can I ask just in terms within the department itself, so with the independent panel, what is the body of departmental staff? Like, who is providing support and all of the information, research, reports, advice, whatever is needed for the executive committee and the panel to be able to make these decisions? What does the support team look like?
So as per the terms of reference for the panel, which are publicly available on our website, the Secretariat consists of staff from Liquor and Gaming New South Wales and the Cabinet Office. We provide meeting rooms, take minutes, provide papers for the panel to consider. In terms of exact numbers, I can take that on notice and come back to you, but yeah, it is the Liquor and Gaming New South Wales and the Cabinet Office as per the terms of reference.
Yeah, that's what I was asking actually. So if you are able to take on notice the exact roles and hours of and what people are doing in that space, that would be good. Can I check with the minutes of the independent panel as well, the deliberations, the two communiques that have come out are very short. There's hardly any information really in them. Other than that, there's nothing about what is before the committee, what it's deliberating on. Where is all that information, and is there anything else going to be published other than short communiques each month? Do you know?
Oh, well, these are questions for the panel. So the communiques are issued by the panel. They're the panel's communiques, and it's therefore what they've decided to communicate. So these would be questions that the panel would need to consider, I think.
Right. So just be clear. So if they decided that wanted their minutes published, they would publish it. There's nothing else stopping that, you think?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Can I just move to just a couple of questions on the club grants guidelines? I noticed that in the changes that Liquor and Gaming did last month, I don't know who's the best person to ask this, answer this, that there were several changes made. Firstly, what was the genesis of the changes that were made? What was the process that who was consulted on the changes, and how were those changes arrived at?
So it's slightly before my time, so I can come back to this in more detail, but my understanding is that NCOS had raised some concerns about the operation of the guidelines and levels of transparency and clarity and things like that, and so off the back of those concerns, we consulted with both NCOS and Clubs New South Wales, and a number of suggestions were made by both entities, and not all of them were incorporated. Some of them were incorporated, and those guidelines were then shared back with NCOS and Clubs New South Wales as a bit of an interim update to make things a little bit clearer and address some of the issues identified while the review commenced and was ongoing.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the one of the changes, for example, that I'm aware of is I think adding an acquittal process for grant recipients. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
So before the changes which were introduced last month, that all the organisations that received anything from clubs grants didn't have to do any form of acquittal at all?
I'll take that on notice, and I can come back to you with exactly what the process was prior to the changes to the guidelines as compared to what the process is now, and give you that detailed information on notice, if that's okay, Ms. Furman.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you. I think that's all for me, Chair, in terms of questions.
Thanks very much, Ms. Fairman. We'll now turn... You're done? Okay. All right, I think we have a question from Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Mr. Levesque from the Ministry for Health. I was wondering, Doctor, if you could tell us more about a clinical trial that the Minister for Health announced in July, known as Precision Oncology Screening Platform Enabled Clinical Trial, Prospect.
Yes, thank you. Before I do that, can I just clarify that a number I mentioned previously to your question, Chair, about medicinal cannabis of $20 million did include research and care, and I want to clarify that $9 million from that $21 million was for research in medicinal cannabis.
So in terms of the Prospect trial, this is an important national trial that aims at enhancing our capacity to screen patients with cancers, to type through gene technologies the type of cancers that they have, and then tailor the treatments that we would give to those patients, really based on the typology of cancers that they have. So we've invested $20 million to support the trial, enhance the number of New South Wales patients that will access the clinical trial, and also to enhance our capacity and capability within New South Wales in pathology to be able to integrate this type of technology going forward. It is an advanced therapeutic, which really means that it's at the cutting edge of clinical therapies for cancer, and it's an area where we've got excellent academic settings that we're supporting. So researchers from the Garvan and UNSW are involved in that national trial alongside other national leaders. And we're a very close partner with New South Wales Pathology as well. And this is an investment that will be up until 25-26, where we should have added 3,000 patients from New South Wales to the clinical trial through that specific investment.
Certainly. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, everyone, that draws to a conclusion the hearing. I very much appreciate your attendance, all your evidence. It's a long day. The committee secretariat will be in contact with you in the very near future regarding any questions or inquiries that were taken on notice. But again, thank you very much. Appreciate your attendance and safe travels.